Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome to the Master Ball League 2025-2026 Asia Championship Series for the Philippines region. My name is JJ, and with me is Rockhard, and we will be the voices of this year's Master Ball League.
That's right. It is actually such a big honor to be here, brother. This is an insane tournament. It's
Yes.
gonna be one of the, I would say, the latest. It's a big change, right?
It
From
is
the
gonna be a big
previous
change, yes.
regulation. It's gonna be a pretty big one. So I hope everyone's watching. I hope they can pick up something from this one.
No, yeah, I mean, it's only been a few weeks
Weeks,
since Regulation F, and now they are kind of like forced to, well, not learn, because we're just going back to the previous regulation that was already with us before, but again, a huge change just a few weeks before the Master Ball League, so really going to see a lot of excitement here, and I just want to see the games, you know?
I am so excited because I'm sure everyone who's watching who plays VGC definitely wants to know, you know what, which Pokemon should I bring?
That's
which
true.
Is my favorite Pokemon still going to be up to par with the stuff here? And I am just expecting a lot of legendaries today that are just so strong right now. But then again, only two, right? So
Yeah,
because
only
of the regulation. Now, what are going to be a great pairings with my favorite legendaries coming into this one?
No, yeah, I mean, I guess for this regulation, we're going to be seeing a lot of Koraidons. We're going to see a lot of those Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Ice Rider.
Yeah.
Possibly we might be able to see some Kyogre picks as well. So that is something that we are actually looking forward to. And with the regulations, it's most of it's usually being ran around those teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So these teams, obviously, for this tournament, we do have our invitation numbers. So
Yes. So this is going to be the invitation numbers. Previously, we only had 12 players coming from the Philippines going to the World Championships, but this time we are going to be sending 14 players going into that of the World Championships this year. I mean, even if just a 2-player bump, it's still a lot for the Philippines, especially when you consider that this is the only way for players in the Philippines in the VG division to be able to be eligible to the World Championships.
I mean, if you think about it, 12 plus 2, that's 2 is like almost like 15%.
That's true.
That's a 15% bump. So obviously more opportunities for our VGC players to make it to the world stage. And that is coming up very, very shortly. We got our day 1 of Swiss. It is going to be so insane to see. We've already seen people line up here in Manila for all the events that are popping up. We have TCG happening as well later on. We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, so for those who are new as well, for those who are wondering, what is this Master Ball League? What are we doing here? This is actually the ultimate major tournament competition in the Championship Series. And those who will win this, again, top 10 for this, and those who will be also the top 10 seniors and junior divisions will be getting an invite for the World Championships. And what is a World's invite? It is the invitation for you to be able to participate to the World Championship Series of Pokemon that's only held once a year.
That's right, once a year, where all trainers from all over the world will battle it out to become the best that there ever was. And we do have a lot of really good talent here in the Philippines. Of course, the World's Invite is a huge ticket to fight for. And everyone, if you are a high-level trainer, this is the end game. This is the end-all, be-all. And of course, for the Philippines, obviously, those few slots really matter a lot.
No, that's true. I mean, given that if we're talking about the TCG, of course, for the TCG division, they are able to get some points, and that could be a way for them to be eligible for the World's Invite. But for us, for the VG division, it's just this one. So everything is at stake. They need to be able to do their best immediately from round number 1 if they do want to get that World's Invite.
That's right. Obviously, we do have a format later we're going to show. But for now, this is our layout. So if you guys are around the SMX Convention Center in Manila, this is where we are actually playing right now. And we have our divisions here, the Masters right there, the Juniors and Seniors, and of course the judges on the side. And of course, after Master category Swiss round 3, we got some seeds converted to point get battle.
It's going to be the side event. So for those who are interested, again, you may be able to get those point get battles, and be able to get some, I'd say freebies, some goodies that you can get after round 3. So as you can see there, this is going to be the layout after round number 3. So we have the TCG Masters area, we do have the point get battle, and of course the VGC area at the upper left side of the location.
Yeah.
And now going to day number 2, if we do, well, we're going to be getting there, but not yet. We're going to go there tomorrow, but this is going to be the layout for tomorrow. So we are also going to have Pokemon Champions. We've been talking about Pokemon Champions.
That's
we
right.
want to go to Pokemon Champions, ladies and gentlemen, all Twitch alike. We do have the Switch to hands-on experience as well, which I believe they're going to have Pokopia as well.
That's right.
Loaded up. And of course, for those who are coming here for the special Pikachu tag for Pokemon Megastar, it's going to be there as well.
That's right. So please come on over. We got coloring corners. We basically have accommodations for each and every age bracket, and we're gonna have a lot of fun right here at the Pokemon Master Ball League. So of course we have our format, as mentioned earlier. We are going for Swiss rounds. Of course, it is the tournament structure for 2025 to 2026 Pokemon Asia Championships, and it is a non-elimination format.
Where, see, usually for some tournaments, right, we usually hear about like single eliminations, double eliminations. So after like losing 1 or twice, depending on the format, you get out of the tournament. But for Swiss, you get to play until the end. So again, all players play a set number of rounds, so 3 to 10, depending on their win-loss record. And of course, depending on the number of players as well, we do have 128 players, so that's cool. And in each round, players are paired against others with similar records. So if you are, if your score is like 1 win, 1 loss, you're going to be paired with someone with 1 wins, 1 loss as well.
That's right. So make sure to get a really high placing on Swiss. Obviously, you want to reach top cut as well. So we're going to go on random pairings for round 1. And for round 2 onwards, players with same or similar rankings are going to be facing each other.
There you go. And of course, the players with the best record after all the Swiss rounds. So definitely after this, we're going to be seeing someone, right? We're going to be seeing someone today with the only one without any losses. That's going to be ranked number 1. And again, the top ranked players for today will be proceeding to the single elimination top cut tomorrow, day number 2.
There you go. So tomorrow is going to be that crazy day when people are going to be knocking out other players. And of course, our single elimination is going to be a best of 3. And in that single elimination format tournament system, a contestant loses a match, they're immediately eliminated. So you gotta get a cut above the rest.
That's true.
And only the strongest will remain.
Which is really interesting as well, because again, for this, we have had best of 1s most of the time, but this time for the Master Ball League for 2026, we're going to have best of 3 for round day number 2. And of course, for those who are participating here, you don't need to win anything. You just need to be here, participate in our I guess we're participating as well, right?
I guess so.
I guess so. So I guess everyone's participating in this event. We'll be getting a microfiber cloth with the design, exclusive design of the Master Ball League, and of course, a notebook with a Mega Zygarde Pokemon Asia Championship Series.
Mega Zygarde.
That, yeah, there you go, Mega Zygarde. Yeah.
Such a good Pokemon to have, to be honest. So
Oh, that's true.
if you don't have it, of course, we have our top 4 prizes. We've got trophies for our contenders here, as you can see right there. And again, a very good reminder that Mega Zygarde is really,
Oh yeah.
really right there in the middle.
There's a it's like a tank, a turret, right after Mega Evolving. For those who are wondering how Zygarde was able to Mega Evolve, you'd have to find out and play some Pokemon Legends ZA.
That's right. And of course, our Pokemon World Championship invite, 3rd to 10th place, is going to be secured. So
Yes, sirree.
obviously, you want to still become the best of the best, but if you can't really reach there, you know what? You can still get a shot at Worlds. And of course, the travel award to our top 2 players.
Yeah, so for those who doesn't know what a travel award is, it just means that once you reach top 2, you don't need to worry about the booking. You don't need to worry about the plane tickets.
Yeah.
They're gonna give it to you. Pokemon Company's gonna give it to you. All you need to do is now prepare for the tournament.
Yeah, and basically with your expenses covered, you
yeah.
can really just have a lot of fun and focus on your gameplay. And of course, for the Philippines, that's always a very good bonus.
That's true.
Especially, I would love to really be part of that someday. But for now, we're just having fun, giving you guys the show here. And of course, the World Championships is just so much fun. Last time, it was really very It felt like a vacation.
Yes.
Going to the World Championships last year.
No, I really wanted. One of the things I really love about the World Championships is the Pokemon Center pop-up stores.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of Pokemon World Championships exclusive merchandises that you just gotta have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can also get a chance to meet content creators for Pokemon all over the world.
That's
the best of the best players that you basically watch online. You can actually get to battle them out and maybe make friends with them at the very end. That'll be a pretty good bonus.
That is true. But, before we head into some of our matches, I would also like to talk about some of the notable players that we do have in the current tournament. So I do have a list here as well. Upon checking, we do have, again, some notable names here. We have Alvin Rambano, Jeremy Del Santos, Renel Payumo, Brent Santiago, Rafael Perez, which are usually getting into top cuts, usually the finalists of tournaments in the Philippines. I did see Francis Tsai as well, which was the 2023 champion for VG. But the most notable one that I did see off of our list was Christian Dave Vista, which was last year's regional champion.
That's right. So definitely someone that everyone here on the venue is looking forward to maybe facing or maybe not facing.
Maybe not facing.
Depending on your alignment and depending on your strategy that you're bringing today. But absolutely, these are the players you definitely want to watch out for, and you'll probably learn a lot more from them as well later on today.
And we'll probably see them as well in the broadcast.
Absolutely.
And I mean, if they are the
I am looking
players,
forward to that. Right? I'm looking forward to that.
We are all looking forward to that.
And again, whatever comp they bring here is probably going to be one of the, probably going to be a template or a blueprint for some of our players watching at home.
That's true. I mean, again, we are going to be having the Regulation I up until the World Championship. So this not only is our national championships, but also could be a I don't want to say a practice ground, but it could serve as some way to prepare yourself for the World Championship as well.
That's right. Again, the World Championships we see so many regionals happening all over the world.
Yes.
With this one, this is one of the few tournaments that you can actually it's one of the most up to date. So
yes.
Obviously some of the regionals that we watched previously are probably not as updated as what we're going to face today, with so many things being discovered by our creators for Pokemon all over the world.
No, yeah, and at the same time, right, going back into Regulation I, since this is a format that we've already played before, there's going to be very little changes from the comps, from the movesets, and all these pull, but the thing is, these small changes are what's going to make them stand out to the tournament.
Yeah, standing out is definitely one of your... I don't know if that's a big pro or a con coming in this one, because you will probably be scouted out. At the same time, you also wanted to showcase the best of the best. Now I'm looking forward to what comps are going to go alongside our favorite legendaries. Again, legendaries becoming so prevalent right now in the Pokemon VGC metagame.
No, that is true. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now slowly opening up our event to everyone else. Everyone is currently seated down, waiting for everything else to start as well. We do see a lot. I don't think we can show them the crowd, but we do have a lot of players. We're almost filled up here at the SMX Convention Center in Pasay for our Master Ball League. So, I mean, I am excited. Are you excited?
I am so hyped. I am so hyped right now. Obviously, we see a lot of favorites right now for our legendaries, but at the same time, I did see some compositions that really kind of go crazy.
Oh yeah.
I like to see the old favorites, obviously, like Incineroar.
Yes.
We still see a lot of Landorus.
Incineroar is not an old favorite. It's the favorite.
The favorite.
You know what I mean?
There. Yeah, a lot with others catching up, obviously, becoming staples.
Yes.
Like, I'm really excited what we're going to see on Regulation I, and especially coming into Champions.
Yes.
What's probably going to carry, or what can actually carry over.
Hey man, look, Incineroar's already carried over to Champions, so I mean, there's gonna be a lot more, especially when it gets updated. And again, for those who are wondering as well, why are we just talking about Champions? It's because Master Ball League is going to be the final event where we're going to be playing on Scarlet and Violet. Yes, we're still not going to be playing on Champions, but instead we're going to be playing on Scarlet and Violet still. But after this one, this is going to be the last event. After this one, we're going to be moving over to Champions.
That's big. That's very big. And I think that's why I like to see a big hurrah from these favorites before. Obviously we're still going to see them.
Yes.
We're still going to see them on the Champions platform, but it feels like it's just such a big change, right? Especially Pokemon like Koraidon,
yes,
which we'll probably see a lot of later.
We'll probably see them a lot, indeed.
Yeah, you can't ride them in Pokemon Champions, but who knows? Who knows what the future is gonna hold? There's things I'm very excited about, and obviously we got I think we have close to 120 participants right now.
We do have for VG, we do have 128.
You're right, there you go.
Yes, we do have 128 players right now for VG, which is, I think, hopefully we do get more next time. I think there are a lot of names that we haven't really seen a lot. And upon like skimming the player list, I did notice that there were a lot of, I wouldn't say missing, but more so some names that are not there that I'm expecting to be on. But again, that's the everyone has to be on the lottery as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. So these were selected obviously from the Asia website.
Yes,
right.
The trainer's website.
Yeah, it's trainer website, and yeah, that's why if you have a favorite, please let us know who your favorite player to look forward to. I know some of you might be looking for your friends here.
Yes.
And I'm hoping that you'll see them, and I'm sure you will recognize them because they will be referred to by their name.
Yes.
In this stream. So that's what I'm thinking. If you guys have friends, comment down below if you see them.
Yeah,
if you're looking forward to watching them.
See them if they are the one on the broadcast as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to watching everyone from all levels.
No, that's
Are
true.
we gonna see Are we gonna see the juniors?
So the thing is, for VG at least, everyone is on the same.
It's same, right? It's the same division.
Same division.
Right,
so they are still going to have their separate, their separate worlds to invite. However, going into the actual tournament, they are paired with the Masters as well. That's one of the difference between TCG, because TCG, there's a separate one for senior and junior, but for VG, everyone's playing everyone there.
Yeah, everyone's playing everyone. And again, all of that just doesn't matter. Your age doesn't really matter that much in VGC. Yes. You're all going to be on the same pool, and you're all going to be looking forward to like battling each other. And that's why the composition matters, right?
Yes.
That's why the composition matters so much. What your tuning or how you train your Pokemon also very much matters here in VGC.
Oh no, yeah, how you train it. I mean, if it were like champions, you could just like change it up. But this time for Scarlet and Violet still, you have to be ready on how you're going to do it. And again, the speed matters in this game.
Speed really, really matters for everyone who's new to VGC.
Yeah, for those who are not aware, it's if you're faster, you're going to be able to attack faster than your opponent.
That's true. And if you have like similar Pokemon, for instance, 2 Mimikyus, like what I'm holding right now.
Yeah,
if you have 2 Mimikyus and one of them is trained differently in terms of their stats and speed, then one of them, the faster one, will be going first, will be attacking first. So your training definitely matters here. People can probably bring the same literal lineup of Pokemon and play completely different depending on how you train them.
And again, another factor they have to consider as well is their team. right? So even if you do have the same Pokemon, if they have a different like core Pokemon, obviously that Pokemon is going to be played differently than your, say for example, Mimikyu.
Of course, the four that you select out of the six,
Yes.
it can really vary. Again, two players can bring the exact same team.
Yes.
But not all of them are going to be playing the same way.
That's true.
And that's why
true.
the tech comes in as well, right? That's where the tech and that's where the art. It's
Yes.
team building really is an art when you think about it.
It's like 50% of the battle. You know,
Yeah.
50% of the battle is team building, choosing your Pokemon, and the actual match, the actual application is the other side of the coin.
Yeah, choosing which of the six you're gonna bring in. You can only bring four inside
Yes.
the fight, and then you have to look at how they work together. Like, are you gonna go set up a very fast attack? Do you want to set up a weather first before
Yes.
you go for a move?
Yes.
And again, it's all about reading your opponent here. That's the fun of VGC.
That is true. It's even if you do have the speed, if you get outsmarted by your opponent, the outsmarting, you might think that they're gonna do like, say, I don't know, like a tailwind, a trick room, but they're gonna be predicting you to do that. But if you predict them to that, you're gonna get predicted by that as well.
That's a big web, so we're not gonna go into that one. But basically, you guys can not going first doesn't always mean that you're gonna be
That's true.
stronger. Sometimes you can use skills like Protect
Yes.
to go ahead and
Get a
stall a
priority.
turn. You can use priority moves to get ahead, even if
Yes.
your Pokemon is slower.
Yes.
So those are things that we'll be looking at later on. So watch out for those, and that's why you have to really keep your eyes open with especially the lineups that our players are bringing today.
Oh yeah, and right now just looking a bit left and right, I can see that we are now getting set up as well for our first match, and they're just now waiting for who's going to be playing as well. So I am just really excited how this is going to go through. I guess we just have to talk about a little bit more about the event as well. So
Yeah.
as we mentioned earlier, we do have the TCG, we have a bit of a Pokopia, Mesastar as well, and VG, of course, we cannot forget about it. We're going to be casting VG.
Absolutely.
I guess the only two games that are currently absent here in this event for the Mashable League is Pokemon Go and Pokemon Unite. So Pokemon Go is actually going to have their qualifiers as well, I believe online. For Pokemon Unite, they're also going to have their Philippine national qualifiers on May 9th.
That's right.
There you
So
go.
we got lots of Pokemon for each and every
Yes.
one of you guys. So please make sure to rank up and catch all those Pokemon, especially on Pokemon Go. I love playing Pokemon Go right now. It is just there's so much to do.
That's true.
It just keeps me active, keeps me on my toes.
I can see that, man. Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
So watch out for that. So we do have our players. We have players lined up already.
Yes.
And they are actually just setting up. We're waiting for them to get online, and I can see already we're gonna have a lot of fun with this first one.
Yes.
If this is correct, this is going to be basically we're gonna see a lot of Calyrex here today. That's what I'm thinking. Especially on this one for this first game that we're gonna see on broadcast.
I do know Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, welcome back to the Master Ball League. We are terribly sorry for what has just happened, but we are now back once again.
That's right. We're going to be back at it again, and we are going into our first match very, very shortly. And we already have an idea of the lineups that they are going to be bringing into this one. So hold on to your hats, and I guess I would say hold on to your horses.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, we're gonna be seeing some horses
We are
right
definitely
around
going to be
here.
seeing something with hooves rummaging around. Definitely a lot of Pokemon on
Yes.
4 legs.
There's
At
gonna
the
be
very
a lot.
minimum.
There's gonna be a lot.
Yeah, especially for this matchup that we're gonna have very shortly. So yeah, welcome back. Obviously, we're still gonna be your casters. Got Jay-Kun and Rockhart. Yeah, so this one is gonna be a very interesting matchup. I love that our production gave us a really good one to watch right off the bat.
Right, exactly, right? So, as I mentioned earlier, there were some notable names in the tournament, and we're going to be seeing one of them as well into our broadcast immediately. So, it's going to be our last year's champion, Christian Visa, is going to be on the player 1 side. And of course, we also have really Austria onto the player 2 side. They are now currently set up. They are right there. They're kind of far away from us right
They're kind
now.
of far away.
They're kind of far away, but they are currently now just waiting for the go signal. They're currently on the choosing their teams for battles selection area and just getting ready to ride their horses.
Yeah, getting ready to ride their horses. I think anyone who has been following VGC for the past few weeks or months have seen the rise of a very strong Pokemon. Definitely these legendaries that we're seeing here today.
2 Pokemon.
2 legendary Pokemons, actually.
2 in 1.
So obviously, one of them has like a different form, but obviously Calyrex is something to watch out for.
No, yeah. I mean, again, I think we're gonna be seeing a lot of Ice Rider and Shadow Rider. Calyrex is here, but this time around, they are gonna be running the same horses.
That's right.
In this matchup.
And I guess the biggest difference here is where they're getting their backup from.
Yes.
In this one, so that's what I'm looking forward to. Hopefully, we can show the stats here later today, the lineup. But you will see that they're attacking in completely different ways.
Yes.
Especially on the accompaniment of these 2 legendaries. Yeah, I'm not sure which one is going to be picked up first for.
Right.
So we're going to see that later on here, their selection screen.
So the thing is, as we can see here, we do have Billy here running in the Shadowdex Rider. We do have the Urshifu, Raging Ball, Chien Pao, Zamazenta, and Tornadoes, which I'd say it's almost the same here for Christian, running in that Whimsicott, Calyrex Rider, Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, Chien Pao, Ogre Pawn, and Raging Bolt. And I think Tornadoes and Whimsicott having both of these setup potentials with Rain Dance, Sailwind. I think that is where they're going to have a bit of a tipping the scales essentially for these setters that they're going to have just to be able to have the speed control of the map. Of course, both of these have a Prankster. Both of them can go into Tailwind and set up their own sides of the match. But then again, and this is what we were talking about earlier as well, that most players right now are possibly going to be running the same sets. What's going to be different mostly is going to be on their speed.
Yeah, the training on the speed is very crucial, especially for Pokemon like Whimsicott.
Yes.
Pokemon like, again, we talked about like our Trick Room setter. Tornadoes, again, the speed in which your Pokemon is trained on, it will depend. For example, you both said that you both have Prankster, you both have Tailwind. The one who has higher speed will definitely pull off the Tailwind first, and that will actually affect the second Pokemon or the partner Pokemon speed as well, right there.
And at the same time, right, we do have some threats of taunt for both of these teams actually, for both of these Pokemon as well. So it could go. Honestly, it could go either way. It's going to be a matter of who's going to be able to have the speed control, who's going to be. Maybe it could be more of how they're going to be able to take out the setter.
That's right.
Because again, if the opposing team won't be able to set up, then what's up?
That's right. I mean, usually you might see Whimsicott sometimes on like a focus sash just to make sure that you can pull off the tailwind before anything happens to it, like leaving, being left at 1 HP even if you get doubled on by your opponent's Pokemon, I think is actually very crucial. But I think we might see a different build here today. Same with the Tornadoes, actually.
Yeah, Tornadoes, again, Bleakwind Storm could definitely one-hit KO. One-hit KO a Whimsicott, especially being the a super effective move. But then again, I guess that is where the prediction comes out. I mean, if you're going to be using Tailwind, maybe they could use an Encore as well, just to make sure that
you just keep spamming Tailwind.
So you're going to be forced to switch in, right?
Yeah.
So again, this is more of a mind battle between these two players, how they're going to be able to make use and predict, not just predict, but actually control what their opponents are going to be using up against them.
Yeah, I'm excited for that matchup, specifically whether or not they're actually going to run them first.
Yes.
Like, are they going to be both running their Tailwind setters first? That's because that's usually the normal thing that you do. But then again, you can kind of tech into like a variety where you don't necessarily need the Tailwind right away. You can go ahead and go for a very early attack that might be unexpected and maybe completely go for a knockout right off round 1.
I mean, it's going to be very interesting if both of them decide not to use any setter at all.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah.
Just because they both have the setters as well, like, hey, just fight it out, you know what I mean? But again, this is a Master Ball League. I don't think you're going to be doing that.
Nothing too crazy.
Something a bit crazy, but not too crazy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, not too out of the box. right off round number 1.
Round 1 is, I mean, the goal here is not to win the entire Swiss. The goal here is to get to day number 2.
Yeah, really high placement at least.
Exactly. And from there on out, again, it's going to be a best of 3. It's going to be a huge mind game going from the first round up to the last round for the single eliminations matches.
That's right. Yeah, best of 3 tomorrow. Yeah.
Day number 2. So again, still right now we are waiting for the games to actually be given the go signal. The players are right now just there as well.
I think they're going to be selecting soon. So yeah, selecting your 4 is going to be very crucial. We're going to see that here in a while. Then again, how they're built is definitely a little bit different, I would say. Again, the tricky part here is the training on these ones. I do see Urshifu here. I'm very excited to see, or I don't know if I'm super excited to see it, because we've been seeing so much Urshifu, even in the previous regulation. But in this one, I am definitely looking forward to seeing how differently they're going to be built here, especially in our Calyrex.
No, yeah, I mean, again, Urshifu is definitely going to be one of the biggest threat here for Christian, mainly because of the fact of its ability, Unseen Fist. And even if you do your Wide Guard, even if you do your Protect, it's still going to go and push through. And the Urshifu having the Mystic Water, that's going to boost its attacks as well. And again, I guess that is one of the reasons why we do have Tornadoes as well with that of the Rain Dance, just to be able to boost it even further. But right now, it seems that we do have the sunny weather right now.
Not yet. Very sunny, yeah.
That is very sunny right there in Paldea.
In Paldea, man. Whew. And we're seeing exactly what we predicted right here in their turn 1. Their Tailwind setters are actually ready to go here. Zamazenta and the Raging Bull on the other side.
Yes, sir. And again, it's going to be too crazy if they don't have their setters, which, again, of course, they're going to do it. And again, this is going to be one of the biggest attackers here. That is going to be the Raging Ball. But again, they're going to go in with maybe predicting the taunt. But we don't have any taunt here right now. But again, the Encore might be a possibility. Champ Cow is going to be popped up as well here. That's going to be putting down the defenses. But Tailwind, going to be the first one to set up, is going to be Billy.
All right, so Billy really doing exactly what kind of is what we talked about. Don't do anything too out the box. But look at that one. A one hit straight into the Whimsicott. Zamazenta really just not messing around.
No, yeah, they are really looking forward to that as well. I mean, again, that is possibly why they took out the Tornadoes. Again, it's going to get one hit KO'd here by that of the Raging Bolt as well if they do decide to go for that. But again, that is going to be the prediction here, going to be played in by our previous regional champion. And now here comes Calyrex. There's still a tailwind, however, into the side of Billy. So that could be a problem here for Christian. But again, Chien Pao here does have Sucker Punch.
I guess that's why the base stats just matter so much. Even without the tailwind, you can see that Zamazenta just doesn't really mind. He is very happy to go ahead and take that fight. And again, an immediate -1. Losing your Whimsicott here is really gonna hurt.
But then again, you know, I guess what I can see here is that Whimsicott already has done its job.
The tailwind set.
The tailwind's already there. We're probably gonna be able to see tailwind for most of the match right now, and we're gonna be seeing this. Going to be the Terra into that of the Calyrex. That is going to be there you go, a Dark type, which is going to possibly predicting that Sucker Punch just to be able to reduce its damage. There you go. Protect going into the Zamazenta right there. And what's going to be the play here for one of these teams? Astral Barrage, and not going to be able to take out the Zamazenta. But then, what's going to be the damage here for the Chien Pao? Is that not going to do a lot here?
Yeah, I don't think he went for Sucker Punch as well, right? Because we probably would have seen it immediately. But look at that Thunderbolt putting the Chien Pao super low. And the Ice Spinner here, super effective on the Raging Bolt.
No, yeah, that is definitely the play here. Not going to go in for the Sucker Punch because, again, you're going to be, you want to expect the Calyrex to actually go in for the Terra just so it won't have the super effective hit on the Sucker Punch. Again, beautiful play from this team, for these players. And again, Christian going in for the Ice Spinner into the Raging Bolt. Definitely the best play in that moment.
That was a huge read, right? Like, Christian is really not missing a beat on these reads. Again, just not doing what you would usually expect a player to go for, and he just knows how to kind of just deal with this Calyrex right here.
That is true. And again, here's the thing, the Wide Guard's going to pop up this time around, trying to get in that Astral Barrage, but the thing is that going to be played out? But again, here goes the Thunderclap, not going to be able to do anything. Sucker Punch now, possibly not yet. The prediction is out predicting themselves. Wide Guard is not going to allow it to happen. Astral Barrage is not going to go anywhere.
Man. Astral Barrage is just not hitting its marks because of that Wide Guard. Again, great read here by Christian. Just knowing when the Calyrex is going to go, and now it might actually force it to just go for Psychic.
It is very interesting. Both of these players out-reading, outsmarting themselves. Again, they were not able to do essentially anything in that round. So again,
yeah, even the Chien Pao missing out on these Sucker Punches.
I mean, Thunderclap is there as well, so you need a Pokemon that would, you know, do something right there for them to be able to hit. But right now, Pollen Puff might be...
That's a good option.
That is a good option.
Just to make sure Raging Bolt survives, right?
No, yeah, because again, Raging Bolt is definitely going to be one of that Pokemon that's going to be the biggest threat here for Christian. So definitely that is something that has to be taken out. But here comes a Terra, a Terrestrialization, a Grass Terrestrialization into that of Zamazenta, trying to, I guess, survive a little bit. Sucker Punch now into Calyrex, not going to do a lot. Again, Terra Dark right now.
It is Dark.
Psychic though.
Okay.
There you go. Beautiful prediction here. Again, if they didn't go for the, you know, the Terra, that would have done a lot. But again, the Thunderbolt coming from that of the Thunder, from the Raging Bolt is going to be able to end things off here. Going to knock out the Zamazenta, and only the Chien Pao is up left here downtown.
That's a pretty big double up here being done by Billy into that Zamazenta. Again, those are the cons that he actually received for not having set up the Tailwind on turn 1. But then again, he did get a Whimsicott out, so we're still seeing a one down, actually, for both of our trainers.
So this is really interesting now because Christian now does have the setter still up. That is the, you know, the
Tornadoes. Yeah,
the Tornadoes is still up there.
He's still hiding out there somewhere. He's in his Pokeball. He's waiting for his turn. But then again, Christian just deciding not to leave the Tornadoes out. Maybe reserving it for like a really strong late game.
Sorry. I think we have the names on the opposite side.
Is it?
I think it's on the opposite side.
Huh. Okay.
There you go. I
That
think
could
this
be.
is yeah, this is Christian on the left side instead.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, that makes sense. All right, so we're seeing that Focus Sash again on that Calyrex, just making sure it is still going to survive, but only barely. And now it's going to be our Calyrexes, or Shadow Riders, left on the field.
There you go. Astral Barrage, not going to be super effective just yet. And there you go. Actually going to be able to survive as well.
It's pretty decent bulk on that one as well. Here comes that Tornadus that we were waiting for. And
Shiny one too.
yeah, and of course, can never count that out.
And another shiny Zamazenta
another
too.
shiny Zamazenta, of course. For this one, Astral Barrage getting charged up here. No wide guard.
I don't think it's going to be necessary for them to set up the Tailwind anymore because, again, this just goes down into the speed tie of these two Calyrexes. But then again,
there it is!
The wide guard as well is going to be popped up.
Just not in the right time, though. I feel like...
It's a taunt.
Here's the taunt.
Mm.
All right. So, both our Calyrexes still pretty much in there. Astral Barrage going to be blocked here with the Protect.
Yes, sirree. But again, this is going to be a
Oh!
one. There you go. That's going to be the Tornadus going out right there, and only going to be the Calyrex up here into the side of Christian, into the side of Billy.
Yeah, there you go. Only the Calyrex here remaining for Billy. That is going to hurt. That is going to be very difficult. And I think that might be game.
That is going to be game indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, all changed like that is now a game one.
There you go. What a beautiful, I guess, committal.
Yes.
For that Whimsicott. That Whimsicott going down, I guess if you think about it, I don't mind. I don't mind that it did go down because he was able to get some really fast turns at the end of that one.
No, again, that is something that they've already they were already able to make use of. The job is already done, and from there on out, it's just, hey, it's your job's done.
It didn't even have Focus Sash. It just had like a Covert Cloak.
Covert Cloak.
So
yes.
He kind of expected that to happen, and I love that he was able to actually leverage that into really a strong 5-turn game. I think that was just literally 5 turns, almost exactly the amount of Tailwind.
Yes, no, yeah, I mean, again, going into that, they were forcing down Billy as well, not going to be able to do anything, especially the Tornadus, just making sure that the Tornadus get switched out immediately, and, you know, having that force to switch and just allows them to set up themselves, and from there on out, essentially controlled most of the game as well.
Yeah, Sadford Tornadus didn't really do much.
Yes.
Right after it landed, immediate Astral Barrage, and I think that that really hurt Billy's chances in that last one.
It was great though that they were able to make use of taunt going into the Zamazenta, but then again, if it were a little bit too early, then maybe it would have been able to do more.
Yeah.
But then with that late stage into that of the game, again, as we've seen, Astral Barrage, that's one-hit KOs. That Tornadus again with the Grim Knight as well, boosting its attacks as well.
Oh, that is just crazy. I guess I would like to really commend Billy there for really thinking outside the box.
Yes.
Trying to go straight for a -1. But it feels like Christian was very much ready for that. He was ready to go for that. And he was very confident that his Whimsicott was going to be able to pull off that Tailwind whatever happened. And that really helped Christian in this game.
No, I mean, again, it being having Prankster will just allow it. So the thing is, I think the game plan here is Christian is ready for the for the Whimsicott to get taken out. Because again, it's not holding a.
It wasn't a Focus Sash.
It wasn't a Focus Sash, right? So it's ready for he's ready for them to get taken out. Just make sure to have the Tailwind, and from there on out, whatever happens, happens, right?
That's right, and I love that he was ready. I guess that's one of the perks of being a very veteran player here is you kind of just see these matchups and you think, you know what? I don't want to overthink it. I don't want to overcomplicate it. I will just go and play what the composition is supposed to do.
Yes.
And it worked out for him so much.
Just live in your opponent's minds rent free, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
we're going to be seeing another game here.
Yes, we're now gonna be heading into our game number 2. There we go. It is there we go. As I mentioned, it is gonna be Christian on the left side, and Billy on the right side. And we're gonna be starting off with. I am terribly sorry. I cannot see the other Pokemon here, but that is a Tornadus.
And that's Shen Pao. Shen Pao was hiding. There you go. Shen Pao was hiding right there on the side. And you can see that Thunderbolt. Oh my goodness, really doing some decent damage on these two hitters.
It's camouflaging right there. We weren't able to see if Whimsicott was able to already do the tailwind.
The tailwind, yeah.
Although I am assuming it has already done
Actually,
it.
both of them already have it, right?
They should at this point, because this is already like possibly turn 2.
Yeah,
possibly we got it here when they were able to get in.
I think they just went tailwind. The other option would only be like protect.
Yes.
Which I don't think they did. Because again, the attacks really did hit on the opposing side of these hitters. And there you go. Look at that Shen Pao just going down. The Thunderbolt, Raging Bolt just had the optimal speed.
There we go. Moon Blast as well. Possibly going to be able to do a lot of damage, but not quite yet. Not even 50%, but Bleak Green Storm here going to do a lot of damage into the Whimsicott. But that's just a lot, though. That's going to be the first KO into the side of Christian, and now we're going to be able to see Calyrex as well. Having a Tailwind into both of them, I'm assuming they have Tailwind on both teams, both ends. I'd say Calyrex the Rider definitely does have the advantage in terms of speed here, but what's going to be the play here? We're going to see a little bit of a switch in here, possibly trying to get that Tornadus, maintain the Tornadus for later.
Yeah, I don't really mind the switch in here. I would love to see the Tornadus maybe swapped out later on. But for sure, I like what he's thinking here. The Zamazenta going in is going to be pretty crucial. We'll be able to resist a lot of these hits coming in if Christian does decide to switch out as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they are scared of the Moon Blast coming in from that.
Oh yeah, you saw that Moon Blast, right?
Yeah, right? So, again, they're not really that scared, I'd say, mainly because of the fact that, you know, Zamazenta is still fast as well, but here comes the priority move. Thunderclap is going to be popped up. Calyrex is going to do taking a lot of damage, but the Astral Barrage, I believe, you're going to be able to take down both of them. Yes, they will. Critical hit as well.
Crit.
There you have it. It's going to be double KO here into our Thunderbolt, Raging Bolt rather, and the Whimsicott.
Man, Game 2's running a lot faster. I don't know if you guys see this, but that is we're almost halfway through already.
Yes.
And we're gonna see here Kun's Calyrex. So Christian, he is definitely going to be on the receiving end of a lot of these. But he's going to have the fresher here, Calyrex and the Zamazenta as well.
Here comes the mirror. I believe, based on what we saw earlier, the faster Calyrex is on the side of Christian.
Yeah, it feels like it.
But then again, both of them does have Wide Guard. Have access to Wide Guard, so this would end up in a out-predicting the prediction type of play.
So again, both of these Pokemon that they have right now on the field have Wide Guard. They also have Astral Barrage.
Yes.
Who's going to do which? And who's going to maybe double up on maybe a Zamazenta, maybe someone's Calyrex might go down. Again, they have the option to do that instead of Astral Barrage, a little bit weaker.
Yes.
But it could bypass whoever. Again, Protect is also a thing.
Yes, yes. So here we go. Going in for the Wide Guard, trying to predict the Astral Barrage as well.
Here's the Terra.
And if you saw earlier as well, we do have the taunt going into the Zamazenta, into the side of Billy, allowing them to just freely do their stuff later on.
There you go. All right, so we're going to see that
Protect! Prediction. Here comes the Protect. Wire is going to be popped up as well, but what's going to be the Calyrex Rider is going to do into the side of Billy, though?
That's a question. Will it be able to, will it be an Astral Barrage, or will it be just a single attack here? We'll see. Again, Wide Guard just not...
Pollen into the Calyrex.
Oh
Beautiful outmaneuver here. And that's what we're talking about, right? Like, both of them have the same Pokemon. Obviously, they're going to... they have the same options.
They do.
So it's up to them how they're going to be able to make use of how they're going to be able to out-predict each other.
Again.
And Billy was able to read it from a mile away. Unfortunately, Pollen Puff into that of the Calyrex Rider, Shadow Rider, rather, and gonna be able to take it out finally. Zamazenta, however, will still have the Tornadoes up, and again, we have the wind here. Sorry, the wide guard still up and open into the Zamazenta, into the side of Billy. So Blink Wind Storm might not be a possibility just yet, but we did see the taunt here going into the Zamazenta just to allow the Tornadoes to be able to do some damage.
Yeah, I think we saw the body press as well being highlighted, definitely trying to bypass that wide guard. But of course, Tailwind is going to be set first. That's one option that Christian doesn't have for this one. And there you go, that body press going into that protect.
Ooh, the body press. Sorry, that wasn't the taunt, but rather the Tailwind, just to be able to get in the speed control as well.
All right, Bleak Windstorm. Protect is going to be failing, though.
The secondary Protect, Button Press right now going to do a lot of damage, but effective hit, of course, with the Terrestrialization, Dark Time as well. And there you have it. That's going to be leaving them the last Pokemon, that is being the Zamazenta. Bleak Windstorm's going to be popped up. Zamazenta not going to do a lot of, taking a lot of damage this time around, though. Button Press, not as well into Christian.
That is not optimal right there. This Zamazenta for Christian is going to have to do a lot of work, but it's looking very, very grim, as it does feel like without Bleak Windstorm, it will be the end for that. And there you go.
And there you have it. That's, I believe, now a 1-1 in our field. And we're going to be heading into game number 3.
We're going to have a game 3 on this one.
Beautiful stuff, honestly.
All right. So this is exactly what we're talking about, man. The mind games came in.
Yes.
But we also saw a lot of, again, we saw a lot of moves being blocked here, basically by Protect. This
Wide guard, too.
Wide guard as well. This did not go out the way that I predicted Christian would, especially with a very strong start.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, it's being a face on the same option, a mirror essentially.
Yeah.
That was, I believe, that was the most crucial turn of that match. The Pollen Puff prediction.
Pollen Puff.
Of all moves. Oh man, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
That was insane. I love what I saw there, especially just that one predict on the wide guard basically just threw off the whole chain of events that was supposed to go for Christian there.
No,
Man, oh man, I love what I saw there. But again, at the same time, we're seeing really the strength. The strength of the Zamazenta and the Calyrex being highlighted by both of our players.
Yeah, body press, wide guard. I mean, we did see why it's also being used. We have the Dauntless Shield as well, increasing its defenses. And, you know, body press is just going to get boosted as well off of that. So
again, just high defense from Zamazenta. You use that just not on the opposing Zamazenta, because we saw what happened there.
Not going to do a lot.
Zamazenta, really high defense. If you use body press on it, the body press just basically doesn't do that much. Except maybe if you have like an Iron Shield.
Yeah.
But I don't think they run this here. But there you go. That's going to be a 1-1. We have a game number 3 for our first match of the day.
No, yeah, I mean, that is round number 1 as well. And again, we have like 128 players in our tournament here. And this is just one of the 64 pairings in this tournament. So again, going into game number 3 right now, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. This is the Master Ball League right now. Happening for the Philippines region.
That's right. And don't forget, we also have the TCG stream. So if you guys are also a big fan of the Pokemon TCG, go ahead and it's down in the description. Go ahead and check out that link and just have a lot of fun no matter what Pokemon you're looking for. Now that we saw a few openers here. We saw some different openers. We saw a different way that they played the open as well in game 1 and in game 2. In game 2, they went more vanilla, more straight into the tailwind, nothing too crazy. We saw both players' tailwinds go up.
Yes.
I just don't get to. I just don't see how the Chen Pao is doing right now. It feels like in both games we've had, the Chen Paos actually haven't had a good chance to attack.
No, yeah, no, I do totally agree with you as well. I
It's
mean,
getting thunderbolted.
getting Thunderbolt, I mean, you wanted the defenses to go down. You want your physical attack to go in.
Yeah.
But again, with the speed and the priorities kicking in, Chen Pao is just almost doing nothing.
Almost doing nothing here, exactly. And we're going to see that opening here. Obviously, the Sword of Ruin is just so useful to make that initial hit make its mark. But, again, we got two of our Tailwind setters
Yes.
right off the bat.
Taunt here, possibly a taunt here, but are they going to be out-predicting themselves as well? But again, Ogrepon is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing it as the lead here. Tornado Chen Pao is going to be the lead here still for Christian.
Yeah, Ice Spinner very, very strong. You don't want to be caught off guard by a crazy Ice Spinner here. So I think the Chen Pao still has a really good spot here. But you are against a Hearth Flame Ogrepon.
Yes.
So you're going to expect some super effective attacks here maybe later on. But for now, it's the Terra.
I mean, that's what they're aiming for here as well. I mean, they are predicting that Ogrepon is going to be heading down the Chen Pao, now gets the Terra into the Ghost Terra as well, just to make sure that they won't get in that what we call super effective hit. But here comes the Tailwind as well coming in from that of Billy. Ivy Cudgel, and there you go, as I mentioned.
Yeah, the Ivy Cudgel really just usually would knock out the Chen Pao right away, but because of that, it's going to be the Whimsicott who goes down instead.
Yes, sirree, and there you have it. Bleakwind Storm is going to be popped up as well, but they're going to avoid the attack. They're able to dodge this attack, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. That is a huge one here. I mean, they would have been able to take them out as well, but then again, we're going to see a bit of a different screen, I think.
Yeah, I think we swapped out. So
yes.
Again, there's a really good follow me here still available. I think that's going to be crucial to maybe just keep that Calyrex Shadow Rider still on the field here, which again has not terrestrialized quite yet.
So for those who are wondering again, it is Christian on the right side now.
Side, yeah.
We just have the names flipped out as of the moment. But we're going to be fixing that in quite a bit, so don't worry about that, ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike. But right now, Ogrepon into that of the follow me, just to redirect some attacks here, hoping that they would be able to do something. Sucker Punch, though, was going to be failing towards that. What's going to be the play here? Astral Barrage going to be popped up, going to be able to do some damage here. Tornadoes almost gets taken out as well.
That is one thing that you would have loved to avoid, but it does hit that Chen Pao. Chen Pao going down, and a pretty strong move here, obviously for that Calyrex, alongside the, again, a very useful follow me from the Ogrepon.
There you go. That is going to be a Bleakwind Storm, going to be doing some damage into that of the Ogrepon. But then, Billy's Grim Knight here has, Grim Knight, I'm sorry, Billy's Calyrex Rider here now has +1 off of that Grim Knight.
Okay, so that's just gonna make that Astral Barrage even stronger. And we're seeing that, it's usually the go-to, but then again, he can kind of just keep throwing it, especially without Wide Guard available right now. Zamazenta is not in the field. So maybe the option here is going to be to go for the Protect maybe for Billy.
Pollen Puff just to recover some HP as well instead of the Ogrepon. But then what is Ogrepon going to be able to do here and commit into? Let's find out together, ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike. Here comes another turn here. It is going to be a terrestrialization. There's a dark type Calyrex Rider. Calyrex Shadow Rider.
That's right.
Tailwind.
Okay, so there's better late than never.
That's true.
There's the Tailwind coming over at the Pollen Puff just to go for the healing. And that is going to be big for that Ogrepon. You want to keep that Ogrepon alive as much as possible. You want that follow me for later turns. And I think that just basically saved it. What a great read. And that is the Ivy Cudgel into the Calyrex as well. We're basically even Stevens right now.
I think we flipped our screens again. I'm not entirely sure which one is which now. What is happening? in our. But anyway, as we see here, that was a huge move, though. A huge turn right there, doing a lot of damage as well into the Shadow Calyrex Strider and the Ogre Pawn as well. Possibly this turn might be their last if another Astral Barrage hits them.
That's right. Again, either team is very susceptible to Astral Barrage. Follow Me will not save you from that one. I think that's also one of the reasons why they were considering maybe getting the Zamazenta into the field. But getting the Zamazenta straight out means that you won't actually be able to cast Wide Guard right away.
That's true. And
so that's also a risk.
And it's just going to be able to take down all the possible hits. Might be the Bleakwing Storm as well. Going after the switch in. But here comes the Protect from two of the Shadow Rider Calyrex. But it was going to be the play. A beautiful taunt prediction. Now they're not going to be able to make use of Wide Guard.
Yeah, no Wide Guard for you. And that is exactly a perfect call. I would say one of the perfect calls you're really reading into that Zamazenta. And now he's going to have to go for the option of just attacking.
Yes.
And this one, I don't know what that's going to do, though. Actually, that might be bad as well. That's pretty low.
That is going to be pretty low. But then again, we did see Christian still having access into Tailwind.
Yeah.
It hasn't petered out into their side. So right now, let's find out what's going to be the options here for Billy. And I believe without the Wide Guard option, they're going to get forced in to switch in their Pokemon. But then again, I guess they're going to be staying in where there's some Zenta. Ogre Pawn is going to be the sacrificial play here of Pokemon into the side of Billy. And right now, Astral Barrage is going to be popped up. No, a Wide Guard once again. And then Ogre Pawn gets taken out. Zamazenta almost on 50, almost on half health, rather.
That hurts. That hurts a lot. And I guess it was worth it to maybe just throw out the Calyrex, just sacrifice the Ogre Pawn essentially. But Behemoth Bash will definitely be able to take out that Calyrex at the end of the day.
I mean, at least, you know, at this point as well, Billy is not going to be able to, what do I call this? They're not going to be worried about the Shadow Rider anymore into the side of Christian. Mainly because of the fact that they're worried about the speed. But then again, there's still the Tailwind, possibly this turn. If they are, if the Tailwind's petered out, there's still the Tornadoes though.
Yeah.
With the Prankster who still set it up immediately. But then again, they are now down to their last two Pokemon. So anything is going, everything is going to be at stake here right now.
That is also very healthy Zamazenta, by the way.
Yes.
Full HP.
Oh, never mind.
And the body press.
Never mind.
Oh my goodness. This is very tough. That's a very tough situation to be in.
Bleakwing, there we go.
And there you go. That finishes it off. Beautiful. Again, just sacrificing the Ogre Pawn. Looks like it didn't really do the trick in that last one. And we have a winner.
I appreciate and I do like the fact that they were able to set up they set up their Tailwind quite a little bit later, making sure that their opponent's Tailwind would expire and they would have control of the speed immediately. They just needed to essentially last down, right? They just needed to last down until they can use their Tailwind so that they would have control of the speed, taking out their setter as well at the same time, making sure that they won't be able to outspeed them anymore.
Yeah, that game 3 definitely was a longer game where we actually had to endure, or we had to go through two sets of Tailwinds on one side. So I feel like that was really played out as efficiently, or they tried to play that as efficiently as possible.
Yes.
The switch outs and the reads just not quite working out the way you predicted. Again, Ogre Pawn falling very shortly. Having Follow Me didn't matter too much. Astral Barrage just hits both of your targets.
Yes.
And the single target hits were actually just basically used for healing. I think at the very end.
There isn't a lot of single targeted moves that we've seen in this match. I mean,
except that last body press, that was beautiful.
Yeah, but the most that we've seen are body press, Thunderbolt as well from the Raging Bolt. So, but the rest, they won't really be able to like redirect everything. Because again, as you mentioned,
there's nothing to redirect.
Use, and at the same time, The other option there is they're not going to be using Follow Me, but instead just goes in for the Wide Guard instead.
That's right. So beautifully done here. Again, both of our players, we do have just one winner at the very end. Congratulations. Yeah, that was a beautiful game. I love this is exactly what we're talking about. What's the meta? And it looks like it is still Zamazenta and Calyrex for us for now.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, that has been round number 1. We want to see more Pokemon VG action only here at Master Ball League. But before we head into that, we're going to be taking a short break. And when we come back, we'll be back with more VG Pokemon action here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. With legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion. Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards.
Tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair! That's a trick question!
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those 3. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution! Yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. bringing Pokemon battles to everyone. Pokemon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back once again to the Master Ball League 2025 Asia Championship Series Philippine Region PH Qualifiers. And once again, we are back. My name is JJ, and with me is Rockhart.
Hi. So I hope you guys are roaring and ready to go. We're approaching round number 2, and we have another best of 3 just for you. And man, we've had a lot of fun. I just want to recap earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Big shout outs to Billy Boy.
Yeah, Billy won as well. So we would like to reiterate as well, have a little bit of apologies as well. We weren't able to do much justice on the round number 1, but we're going to be, I believe we have now fixed everything moving forward. And again, it was Billy who won round number 1. But going into the round number 2 right now, we have some big hitters as well. We do have Ryan Paulo Pareja, and of course we have Paul Oliver Bautista, also known as Pong, which was the 2024 PH champion. So again, they were not only, round 1 we had the 2025 regional champion, but this time we now have the 2024 regional champion. So both of these players also won. Sorry, not won, but rather played on the World Championship Series 2025 in Anaheim. So we're definitely going to be seeing some huge plays here, especially with their teams being very different. We do have, the Shadow Rider here. We're going to be seeing some Mass Hold as well. The Ditto is going to be coming up as well. Whimsicott, of course, is going to be there, but the Real Boom and Terrapogus is going to make some appearance as well for this match.
That's right. So in our next matchup, obviously we still have our legendaries very much roaring to go for the fight, but it's going to have a little bit of a different supporting staff here, as they say. Obviously, we still have Whimsicott, helps out with Tailwind, as well as Encore. We also have a Mouse Hold.
A Mouse Hold, yeah.
I like that. We're going to see a family of mice. And a Ditto. Now the Ditto, we're going to see if that's going to come into play here as we go into our game.
And there you go, Terrapogus very shining right now. Shining a lot here. Of course, being the Pokemon that can terrestrialize.
With the Chien-Pao as well.
Yeah, with the Chien-Pao as well. Once again, we're going to see a lot of Chien-Paos in today's tournament. But again, it is going to be a Pao right now on player 1 side and Pong on to the other side. Both of them having 1 win right now for this matchup. So here's going to be a follow me here coming in from that of Clefairy rather. Of course, that of having the Evilite allowing it to survive a lot of time. And of course, Friend Guard reducing the damage to the ally is going to be taking up as well. The Heat magically popped up as well. Going to be able to finally take down the Clefairy right there. Removing the Evilite user, removing the redirection, and removing the the Friend Guard ability as well.
That's pretty big. Removing the Clefairy, I feel like, is already a big step into making sure that your hits can actually connect.
Yes.
That's going to be Follow Me removed is actually really big. So now your Calyrex or your Tornadoes might not hit as strongly without that helping hand too. So that's 1 down. Let's see what Pong's gonna be able to do about this now. What are the options here for Pong? Looks like, I'm not sure if he also brought the Rillaboom along. There's a lot of support, but you also, usually if you brought a Rillaboom, that might be your first guy, right? Setting up your grassy terrain, as well as your fake out pressure as well.
Right, I mean, at the same time, I guess one of the issues here is that they are both running in the Shadow Rider Calyrex as well. But here comes
Smeargle.
Possibly might be able to fake out here. But of course, that is going to end up into Ryan, whether they're not they're going to be able to see that from happening again. Follow Me could be a Clefairy replacement here, while allowing Terrapogus to just get its setup. At the same time, we did see earlier the Calm Lines is now ready to attack, and here comes the terrestrialization.
Here's a Terra, and obviously for Terrapogus, one of the most beautiful Terra Pokemon, I think. In my opinion, very underrated. Have Terrapogus. And on Terraform is just beautiful to watch. Here comes that Icy Wind that we were talking about earlier, just cutting down the speed of the Smeargle and the Terrapogus. Both already pretty slow Pokemon to begin with.
Oh, Body Press gonna be able to take down the Smeargle immediately, but again, it's +1 right now on both the special attack and the special defense. Terraform's gonna be pop up double the damage. It's not gonna be able to to take out, unfortunately, one of the Pokemon into the side of Ryan here. But then, I guess, Ryan was ready for that, not going in for, of course, the White Guard, and knowing that they are going to be able to survive that one. And now that they were able to use an Icy Wind as well, they know for a fact that they are going to be the faster one. However, here comes the Tornadoes, possibly getting in that Tailwind, allowing the Terrapagos to attack earlier.
Now that's a big problem with losing your Helping Hand. I mean, Helping Hand would have been great with that Terrapagos, but because of that, losing out on some crucial damage that could have really helped out the Mr. Pong here. Now, on the other side, though, your Smeargle you lost your Smeargle, that's all your support Pokemon out. Here comes Tornadoes, and of course the Terra as well on the Zamazenta.
That is going to be a Dark-type Terra this time around. Earlier we did use Grass-type Terra, but it is going to be a Dark-type right now. And okay, we have had a switch in of the perspective once again. It's going to be Ryan onto the right side this time around. White Guard, of course, as I mentioned, Terra Storm just to remove that one up in the happening. But here goes Ruination, will have to protect, making sure that the Terrapagos survives for a longer period of moment. But the White Guard predicts that one from happening, prevents that. And there have it, no damage to be done into the side of Ryan.
Yeah, decent movements here coming in from the prediction of that White Guard. Now, again, it's just looking really, really grim, right? You only have tier 2 Pokemon now. Luckily, these 2 Pokemon are still relatively healthy.
Yes.
You might be able to see some movements later for them, but I don't think they have a lot of defensive options. I think if you're talking about defense, I think the Zamazenta just has that. Can just keep spamming Wild Guard here until later.
I mean, I guess that is the reason why we're going to be seeing the Tailwind here, predicting that they are just going to be on the defensive side. Now, Ice Spinner going to be able to take out the Tornadoes, but that's fine. They were able to do their job. They already have the Tailwind up, allowing the Earth to be faster. Now, Earth Power is going to be popped out as well. Knowing that they are predicting that from happening, the White Guard, they only really have the Earth Power to be their option to go in, because if they're not going to be able to take down this Magenta, then the Terra Storm is going to do almost nothing.
Yeah, but this is basically a 3v1 or 2v1 already. This Terrapagos is just going to be against the world here. Albeit very bulky to begin with. Terrapagos with Terra Starstorm might actually do some decent damage.
Let's find out.
Now the problem is it's going to be pretty easy to predict that. I would just Wide Guard this till the end of the game, maybe.
Oh, no, yeah, I mean, you want to remove as much options as possible into the side of Ryan, and having that attack Earth Power is just going to take down, like, what, one Pokemon at a time to the side of Pong.
If you're lucky,
you can
take that. But
and there you go.
That's what I'm talking about. You're probably going to survive one Earth Power. You're going to need multiple ones to get through it.
Oh,
looking really grim here so far.
Possibly going into the Terra Starstorm, maybe risking everything, make sure that they're not. Oh, they didn't go for the White Guard this time, but are they going to be able to survive this? That's the question. They did. 36 Aces is going to be up left here. Terra Starstorm. Are they going to be able to take the KO here? Let's find out together. And they're going to be able to take on the Zamazenta, but unfortunately, the Calyrex is still able to be faster later down the next turn. And that is looking pretty bleak here for Ryan, unless they're going to be able to have to avoid the attack, but that's less likely from happening.
That's very unlikely, especially now that you can also get a copy of your own Pokemon here with the Ditto. It is just going to be, even if the Calyrex doesn't get it, which it will, by the way, it's unlikely it will miss. It's just going to be such a hard game. And there you go. First game, definitely very fast here. And it's going to be going over to Ryan.
Oh, it is going to be on Ryan, so we do have... we do apologize again, the names are switched up as well. So it is going to be Ryan taking in round 1 once again. Paul here still needs to get two more matches, you know, against Ryan if they want to, if they do want to get the run back going into this round.
Yeah, it's honestly, that was just a series of unfortunate events. Your support Pokemon just were not able to really do much supporting.
Yes.
Not even a follow me, not even a protect. I think I thought they were going to go and throw it in with a protect, but not even pulling that off was just really heartbreaking. At the same time, the speed difference really was really massive in this one.
No, yeah, I mean, it is this, the control. Essentially, what do you call this? We do have Ryan here, Chocopow, taking down most of the Pokemon into the side of Pong. You know, the supports, the Smeargle, the Fairy, immediately taking it out. Essentially, just sealed the deal for Pong because, again, without, as you mentioned, without the helping hand, sure, it might have the...
it hit.
The,
The Terrastar Storm actually made a mark, but not enough for the one hit.
Yeah, despite it having in the Calm Mind, without the helping hand, it's still not going to be able to do that damage that they want to deal against the opposing team. So, you know, I do have to respect the Fairy, though. Its job is just to redirect. Have Terrapagos set up once, but that's it. But the Smeargle was taken out immediately, though.
Props to that Terrapagos surviving up until the very end. I kind of felt bad for it because it was the first Pokemon into the field.
Yes.
But all the supporting Pokemon just went out in like one hit. And that's just unfortunate here. And that's why he's going to have to work doubly hard here to get another round for Ryan, who is out obviously on match point.
Yes.
So
here we have it.
Very impressive here. Seeing obviously the way that Ryan is just so unapologetic. Just throw in that Tailwind, and everyone else is going to outspeed, just like we saw in match number 1. Your Zamazenta and your Calyrex just going to do the job.
Yes. And that's it.
Very cleanly.
That's it, and then let everything else do its job. You know what I mean? Like it's a domino effect. You know, after doing one, it's just gonna roll over everything. And now, speaking of rolling over, we're gonna be rolling over now into round game number 2 of round 2. So we have Ryan and Pong.
Okay, same opener here for Ryan. Shen Pao coming in. Oh, but the Zamazenta this time. I guess going for a bit of an earlier, maybe possible white card, just to try to block out this Rillaboom and this Terrapagos.
But then again, we do have to mention the fake, this is already turn 2 rather. So
yeah, I think he already faked out.
Yeah, no more faked out.
Yeah.
Sorry, we were a little bit late here. Better late than not being able to see it at all. But here we go. Terra is going to be popped up immediately at turn 2. That is once again the Terrapagos, the main damage dealer here into the side of Pong.
Yeah, so this Terrapagos, again, will be able to throw out the Terrastar Storm.
Yes.
But I don't think it will actually have enough. Chumbleberry just protects against the body press. Very good. Again, keeping the Terrapagos is crucial here. Make sure it's alive. Earth Power goes to Zamazenta.
Oh, not enough!
Super effective, but not quite there yet.
It's actually quite interesting how, how they're able to predict that, you know, switching in that Clefairy, making sure that they are actually going to survive, because I don't think they're going to be able to survive with just a Chumbleberry. That that Vanguard did really help a lot into the side, you know, of this Terrapagos.
And keeping the Terrapagos alive, that is the challenge here, because that is your main win condition.
Yes.
Everyone else that he brought was basically for support.
Encore? Oh, here comes unfortunately, you know, again, Prankster, I was already going to say, there we go, Encore is going to be the player of the game here, going into the Zamazenta, but of course, with this Whimsicott, it's always going to be the threat of having that Friend Guard. But then again, I guess in this case, if they're going to be switching out this Clefairy, they're not going to be able to do anything at all. It's just going to struggle. But then, Ryan forcing Pong to do a double switch. If they're not going to be switching the Terrapagos, they're not going to be able to survive with that.
Yeah, surviving is so crucial, especially now that you have Sword and Rule.
Yes.
Even the tankiest Pokemon just does not bid well, and here comes that Grassy Surge, that Rillaboom. This Rillaboom is going to do some decent damage, probably will go U-turn right away.
Yes.
As you know, Rillaboom do. Doesn't do well against ice, so that's probably why. And now again, just affected so much with that body press.
might possibly see a fake out here as well, just to, you know, end things off here into the Zamazenta, but it's still not going to be enough though. Even if it's just going to be on the side of Champ How. We do have a double fake out though. Smirgle does have actually the fake out as well, so that might be a play here.
Yeah, possibly faking out, or again, the U-turn here for the Rillaboom. So again, Ryan being very, very aware of what needs to be done. Keeping that Whimsicott in the
Find out this
Body press again.
Body press going to be able to take down the Rillaboom.
So hard to really stop that body press from coming in, right? There's just not much that you have. Oh, there goes that Spore and the Sleep. So that's going to buy you some time, but not really much.
I mean, at least, you know, Ryan did not go switch into Zamazenta, or at least they did not switch in for that of the Whimsicott, because that is not going to hit the Whimsicott at all.
Yeah. Terrapagos, again, you want to get it out so you can get
Yes.
a little bit of healing, but I don't think there's much that you can actually do to get it back up to full, especially if you're, now that you're going to have to go a little bit more offensive here.
Yes.
It is a Whimsicott, so you don't really expect too much to get out of the Whimsicott here. Moonblast could be a threat, but I don't think it's enough to knock out the Terrapagos quite yet.
No, I don't think it's going to be enough as well, but I guess the game plan here possibly could be the switch in.
Possible switch out again.
There you go. I mean, they're going to be able to freely do some damage into the side of Ryan, just because of the fact that this Zamazenta right now is one sleepy Pokemon.
Yeah, very, very sleepy. He got maybe 2 more turns, but he's going to go reset that, swap it out again. And Shenpao again, only swaps here for Ryan so far. Just make so many defensive switches.
And here you go. The switch in is definitely going to be happening here to get in that Red Guard ability, making sure that it survives a little bit longer, but the sort of ruin still puts them down in defense. But here comes the taunt.
Perfectly
That's a
timed.
beautiful read here by Ryan. And this one is not going to be able to do anything at all again at the next turn. But the Terra Star is going to be popped up as well. Is that going to be able to get a KO? Not quite yet, but the HP is down low. But the grassy terrain, though, helps the opposing side.
It's really helping out. Again, there's not much ways that Terrapagos can also get back their HP. So he also needs that grassy terrain. So I love that he's out here. But it's also helping out again, the Whimsicott and the Shenpao as well, just keeping them in the game without the helping hand, again, from the Clefairy, just like what we saw in game number 1. It's just not going to be quite enough, especially... Oh! Okay,
Ice Spinner.
Really tanky against that Ice Spinner.
There you go, removing the terrain as well. Moonblast to pop things off into that of Clefairy. Unfortunately, it has Eviolite allowed to survive for quite longer. But here comes Terra Storm once again. Possibly going to be able to take out the Whimsicott. There we have it. That is going to be the KO into the center, into the side of Ryan. But still, they are on the advantage. And again, this Clefairy is just a struggle here. Getting, you know, critical hit as well.
Critical hit on a struggle?
I think they were
no way.
Putting their all eggs in the basket off of that struggle as well.
Yeah, that taunt, the Clefairy taunted is just really, really messing up the game plan here for Paul.
Yes. I do understand as well the reason why they just want to go in for that, mainly because of the fact that if they do switch in, the Smirgle is just gonna get taken out. Sorry, yeah, the Smirgle and what do you call this? The Rillaboom.
And the Rillaboom again, just not seeing as much play right now. Again, maybe going for the sweep later on. But it is looking good. The Smirgle is still alive, by the way, so that's something that we can look forward to here.
That's true.
Terrapagos probably will just want to protect here. I'm not sure if you want to go Terra Star for him here.
I don't think it's going to be quicker than that of the Shadow Rider Calyrex, but let's find out what's going to be the play here. Icy Wind, but Smirgle avoiding the attack, putting down one stage behind on speed into the Terrapagos. But here comes the sidekick. Is that going to be enough though to KO the Terrapagos? Yes, it is, and that is a free turn here for Ryan.
That's why I was thinking maybe you want to protect right now. Maybe you want to wait for a follow me somewhere.
Sure.
But then again, Punk just has just slower Pokemon at this point. And even with those icy winds, especially helping the speed advantage to go over to Ryan.
There you have it. It is just going to be a Smirgle. We still do have the Rillaboom at the back. But then, at this point, what is the Rillaboom actually going to be able to do aside from drum beating and grassy gliding all out?
That's not going to be much at all. I don't think that's going to do well, especially against this Calyrex, who is still relatively healthy. And the flinch is pretty big against the Chen-Pao, but you're going to have to absorb this Psychic. And barely makes it. Has that Focus Sash. Keep it in the game.
If it wasn't for the Focus Sash, that would have been 1 KO Smirgle. But then again, no more fake out for this Smirgle. Does have Decorate, but they're just going to go out and give the win into Ryan. That is going to be a 2-0 here for Ryan. So they're going to be able to take the win here as well for round number 2 against the 2024 champion, Philippine champion, Paul Oliver Bautista.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. I was really expecting that game 2 to be more of a fight, but I feel like we just got overly committed with the Clefairies and the Smeargles.
I'd say there were quite an abundance of supporting Pokemon. They were glass cannoning the Terrapagos, but unfortunately, once the Terrapagos was taken out here by Ryan, everything just went downhill.
And it's so unfortunate that your supporting Pokemon gets taunted immediately after the switch in. So those reads from Ryan are actually very, very good.
Yeah, and you know they didn't really have any attacking moves as well. So getting one taunted, you saw what happened. Not gonna be able to do any moves at all. Will force it into a struggle. Sure, they were able to get in a critical hit, but it still wasn't enough to take out the what do you call this? The Chen-Pao.
Would have been funnier if it actually went for the KO and that.
That would have been amazing. Honestly,
that would have been amazing to see. But again, if you taunt a Clefairy that basically has nothing, follow me, Encore, Helping Hand, and Protect, it can't really do anything because taunt will force you to just go for offensive moves.
Yes, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, all changed alike. It is, once again, Ryan Paulo Pareja going to be winning 2-0 in round number 2 against Pong, and they're going to be proceeding to the next round with 2-1.
That's right. Beautiful. So out of 7...
2-0, sorry.
Yeah, 2-0. Out of 7 rounds so far, we are seeing a bit of a shape up. And even with watching other players right now on the field that are not getting broadcasted, I can tell that it's really just a lot of these Calyrexes riding out there. I see hoof stomps all around the floor, man. And I cannot wait for more. And I cannot wait to see what actually, if anyone, has actually created like a way to work around it.
Yeah, and you know what I'm really interested into seeing as well? We haven't really seen a Koraidon yet. We haven't really seen an Ice Rider Calyrex as well, or the Kyogre that we've been mentioning earlier. The Lunala hasn't showed up as well, despite the data showing so many Lunala being used. But then, I guess that's why we still have a lot more rounds coming up for ourselves for us to see these Pokemon.
That's right. I'm so excited for this. And again, don't forget, while we're waiting for the next round maybe, if you want to keep the ball rolling, we also have a TCG stream that's right down in the description. So go ahead and check it out while we're waiting so that you don't miss out on any Pokemon action.
Yeah, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. There are a lot of Pokemon action here. There's the, again, as you mentioned, the TCG. We do have the VGC. But again, there's also going to be a lot more side events later tomorrow, actually. We have the Pokopia. Actually, a lot of them are wearing visors right now. The Pikachu, and the Ditto visors from Pokopia. So
I'm excited. I want to get mine.
I want to get mine, too. I want to get one, dude.
Absolutely getting one. If you haven't played Pokopia, it's really good.
It's really fun.
It's
and
really fun.
If you don't have Pokopia yet, and you go here, you'll be able to take a demo tomorrow.
Yeah, you'll be able to test it out for yourself. even Champions, right?
Even Champions.
If you haven't tried Champions yet, we have areas here where you can actually play it out for yourself. So if you are in the area, please do drop by here in SMX in Manila.
Yes, sir. And again, we are now, we're still currently at day number 1 of our Master Ball League. Again, this is the Philippines region Master Ball League, and there's still going to be a lot more Master Ball Leagues across Asia, so make sure to check out for that. And as we mentioned, TCG stream is currently linked down in the description, not in the comments, but in the description.
Yeah, I would love to talk to you guys as well in the comments. We'll talk there later. While we're waiting, we have a lot. Yeah, and we do have a lot of side content here as well. Like we mentioned, we have a lot of different divisions as well for TCG. And of course, don't forget, we have, you know, for all ages, no matter
Yes.
how old you are,
Hey,
we
we're
have
all kids at heart. You know what I mean?
absolutely right. We have something for you guys. Again, we are currently on day number 1,
Yes.
where a lot of the battles are actually going on, but we will get thinned out very, very soon.
Yes.
While the Swiss is ongoing, and don't forget day 2 as well. We'll have more of those
Yes.
side pop-ups. Again, we still have I think we already have like a small point get battle going on.
Yes.
I would love to try that as well. I hope you guys too.
Did you bring your deck? I brought my deck. I think I have a deck.
You
with
think
me.
you have it?
I think I have it with me at my inventory, but like I guess we can
Check that out for later.
Yeah,
Yeah, and right now, tomorrow obviously is going to be our day 2.
as we mentioned earlier.
Like we mentioned earlier, so much more to do. Bring the whole family, since here in the Philippines it's going to be a Sunday tomorrow.
Yes.
So it'll be great to bring all of your friends.
It's a
and
family day.
bring the whole family and have them experience the magic of Pokemon right
Yes.
here in SMX Convention Center.
And the thing is, right, they are, for those who are wondering as well, yes, we are at the SMX, but no, there's no entrance fee. You just need to get in,
Yeah,
I believe.
which
and,
I was actually shocked. I didn't
right?
know that.
You just have to get in. It's not just the competitor. Obviously, the competitors are the priority, right? What call it? The competitors are definitely the priority.
We have a big focus on competition here, actually.
Everyone else can just join in.
Yeah, and if you want Mesostar, we have Mesostar. So
I had a
tomorrow.
Pikachu tag too, right?
I would love to get that. Please may I have a Pikachu tag?
Can we?
May we?
I will get one. I will get one myself.
Definitely talk about that for sure. So, hope you guys are still roaring for more VGC action. We have our round number 3 coming up in just a short while. But before that, of course, we will have to go and take a break.
Yeah, we'll see you guys in a bit. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split second in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black and White Flare. Each was connected to a card center, cards with life. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split second in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black and White Flare. Available now. Each was connected to a card center, cards with life. Scarlet and Violet, Black and White Flare. Available now. Each was connected to a card center. and white flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Stand tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG life code card. Cards vary by pack.
Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10
Collide
minutes.
with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game
I'm not
Scarlet
sure how
and
this
Violet,
card
Black Bolt,
works.
and White Flare. Available
Is
now.
there
Each
something
booster pack
wrong?
of 10 cards sold separately.
Professor
Cards vary by
Poke-Card.
pack.
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have,
Collide
I can
with
probably
legendary
help.
friends and foes in a
Since
vast
you were the
split
one who
expansion
taught
in
me how to
Pokemon
play the
trading card
game, I've
Scarlet
done a
and
good
Violet,
job
Black
collecting
Bolt, and
cards.
White
But
Flare. Available
cards
now.
like
Each booster pack of 10
stadiums
cards
or
sold
Pokemon
separately. Cards
tools
vary
are
by
still a
pack.
bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I
Collide
see.
with legendary friends
Well,
and foes
it
in a
sounds like
vast
it's time for you to learn
expansion
more
in the
about
Pokemon
rules
trading
and
card
cards
game
and get your
Scarlet and
Pokemon
Violet,
skills
Black
to the
Bolt,
next
and White
level.
Flare. Available now. Each
All
booster
right.
pack of 10 cards sold
I'm
separately.
in.
Cards vary by pack.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet
For
and
starters,
Violet, Black
let me
Bolt, and
explain
White Flare.
stadium cards
Available
for you.
now. Each booster pack of
That
10
would be
cards sold
great.
separately. Cards vary
You
by
can
pack.
play only 1 stadium card during your turn,
Collide
but
with
it stays in
legendary
play
friends
while
and
the game
foes
goes
in a
on.
vast split expansion
A
in the
stadium
Pokemon
card
trading
goes
card
between
game
both
Scarlet
player
and
sides of
Violet,
the
Black
field.
Bolt, and White Flare.
And there can
Available
only be
now.
1
Each
in
booster
play
pack
at
of
a
10 cards
time.
sold separately.
Different
Cards vary by
stadium
pack.
cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Collide
Like
with
increasing my
legendary
damage
friends
or
and foes in
letting
a
me
vast
pull a
split
Pokemon
expansion
from my
in the
deck.
Pokemon trading card game
Not just
Scarlet
you,
and Violet,
actually.
Black Bolt, and
Both
White
players
Flare.
can use the
Available
stadium
now.
in
Each
play,
booster pack of
and
10
that's
cards
what's
sold
special
separately.
about
Cards vary
them.
by pack.
I see. So it works for both me and my opponent.
Collide
When a
with
new
legendary
stadium
friends
card
and
is
foes
played,
in a vast
the
split
previous
expansion
one
in the
goes
Pokemon
into the
trading card
discard
game
pile.
Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt,
By
and
the
White
way,
Flare.
you
Available
cannot
now.
play
Each
a
booster pack of
stadium
10
that
cards
has
sold
the same
separately.
name
Cards
as
vary
the
by
one
pack.
currently in play. That's an important detail.
Collide with
I'm gonna
legendary
write that
friends and
down.
foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools.
White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still have prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet.
I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
In a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyzed again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokemon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh, man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokemon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion.
Humans and Pokemon have vanished.
Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster
A
pack of 10
Ditto
cards sold
transformed to
separately.
look
Cards
like
vary
a
by pack.
human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth.
Collide with legendary friends and foes.
They decided to build a new town.
In the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card
Nestled
game
in the
Scarlet
grass
and
is
Violet, Black
Bulbasaur,
Bolt, and White Flare.
a grass-type
Available now. Each booster
Pokemon.
pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokémon trading
Pokemon will
card
appear
game
in their
Scarlet and
preferred
Violet, Black
habitats.
Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards
Ditto
sold
can
separately.
learn
Cards vary
moves
by
from
pack.
Pokemon it meets. Refresh
Collide with legendary
and enrich
friends
the
and foes
land
in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon
and
trading card
open up
game
new
Scarlet and
paths.
Violet, Black Bolt,
As
and White
nature
Flare.
flourishes,
Available now. Each booster
so
pack of 10
will the
cards sold separately.
Pokemon.
Cards vary by pack.
Ditto's
Collide
also
with
quite
legendary
handy.
friends and foes in a vast split expansion
Gather
in the
materials
Pokemon trading card game Scarlet
and use
Violet,
them to
Black Bolt,
create
and
all
White Flare.
sorts of
Available
items.
now. Each booster pack of 10 cards
Till the
sold separately.
fields
Cards vary by pack.
Grow crops and build houses for
Collide
Pokemon.
with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the
There's
Pokemon
so
trading
much
card
to
game
do here.
Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards
Pokemon
sold
may
separately. Cards
also
vary by
have
pack.
unique requests.
Collide with legendary friends and
Looks like
foes in a
Squirtle
vast
wants to
split
go
expansion
somewhere.
in the Pokemon trading
And
card
Riolu
game
seems
Scarlet
pretty
and Violet,
hungry.
Black Bolt, and White Flare.
Pokemon
Available
stuck
now.
in
Each
harsh
booster pack of 10 cards
environments
sold
also
separately.
need
Cards
your
vary by
help.
pack.
So work together with
Collide
other
with legendary
Pokemon to
friends and
complete
foes
these
in a
requests.
vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game
And your
Scarlet
world
and
will
Violet,
become
Black Bolt,
even
and White Flare.
livelier.
Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
What other adventures await?
Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White
Will there
Flare.
be other
Available now.
unique
Each booster pack of
encounters?
10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide
What
with
kind of
legendary
life
friends
will
and
you
foes
make?
in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Will these
Collide
relaxing
with legendary
days spent
friends and
playing
foes
and
in a
bonding with
vast
other
split expansion in the
Pokemon
Pokemon
become
trading card
precious
game Scarlet and
memories?
Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available
Rebuild
now.
the
Each booster
world
pack of 10 cards
one
sold separately.
step
Cards
at a
vary by
time.
pack.
Pokemon Pokopia.
Collide with
Available
legendary
now,
friends and
only
foes
on the
in a
Nintendo
vast split
Switch 2
expansion
system.
in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately.
Pokemon
Cards vary by
Champion.
pack. Collide
this
with
title,
legendary
you can
friends
enjoy
and
the battles
foes
you
in a
know and
vast
love
split
from the
expansion
Pokémon
in the
series on
Pokémon
your
trading
Nintendo
card
Switch
game
or mobile
Scarlet and
device.
Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare.
You can invite
Available
your
now. Each
previous
booster pack
Pokemon
of 10 cards sold
partners. Join
separately.
the
Cards
action
vary
by
by pack.
linking with Pokemon Home, or you can find new partners to battle
Collide
alongside
with
you right
legendary
away from
friends and
within
foes
Pokemon
in a
Champions.
vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black
You can
Bolt,
recruit
and White
Pokemon to
Flare.
your team to
Available
battle
now. Each booster
alongside
pack of
you.
10 cards sold separately.
It's
Cards
up to
vary by
you
pack.
which Pokemon to choose. Recruit Pokemon you're interested
Collide
in and
with
form
legendary
teams.
friends and foes
Then
in
it's
a
finally
vast
time
split
for
expansion
Pokemon
in the
battles.
Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately.
You can
Cards vary
enjoy
by
ranked
pack.
battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as
Collide
private
with
battles
legendary
where you can
friends
take
and
on
foes
family
in
and
a
friends
vast
with greater
split
immersion
expansion
than
in the
ever
Pokemon
before.
trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available
Take on
now. Each
thrilling
booster pack of
matches
10
in
cards
single
sold separately.
battles
Cards
and
vary by
double
pack.
battles.
Collide with legendary friends
Finally,
and foes
we'd like
in
to
a
introduce
vast
you to a
split
new way to
expansion
raise
in the
Pokemon
Pokemon
that
trading
lets you
card
enjoy
game
battles
Scarlet
even
and
more.
Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold
Pokemon
separately. Cards vary
Champions
by pack.
offers ways to make raising your Pokemon more flexible and convenient than
Collide
ever.
with legendary friends and foes in a
Teach your
vast
Pokemon
split
moves that
expansion in the
interest
Pokemon
Then
trading
train
card
your
game
Pokemon to make
Scarlet
the
and
most of
Violet,
them.
Black Bolt, and White Flare.
Recruit and
Available
train
now.
to
Each booster
easily
pack of
enjoy
10 cards sold
Pokemon
separately.
battling.
Cards vary by pack.
Bringing
Collide
Pokemon
with
battles to
legendary
everyone.
friends and foes in a vast
Pokemon
split expansion
Champions.
in the Pokemon trading card game
to
Scarlet and
release in
Violet, Black Bolt,
2026.
and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack. Collide with legendary friends and foes in a vast split expansion in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Black Bolt, and White Flare. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those 3. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking tan growth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. bringing Pokemon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
tall in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those 3. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon.
Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are once again back to the Pokemon Master Ball League Asia Championship Series 2025-2026. Once again, we are now back for our, finally, round number 3.
That's right, round number 3. And if you have been following the Swiss rounds, make sure you don't get free losses or you will actually not be able to proceed. So we're going to be able to get into our third match of the day, which of course are actually both on 2-0 right now.
So they are currently on 2-0. It is going to be Mark Kevin Liveta and Giorgio Lorenzo de la Cuesta. There you go. So that is, for those who doesn't know, they might be known more by their IGNs. It's MK Sparks and Geo Dude.
That's
like
right.
Geo is in G-I-O.
G-I-O. Nice wordplay there, bro. Yeah. This guy's should be a rock.
Should be a Pokemon.
Yeah. Should be kind of built like a rock, maybe.
At
least what
it's
from what I saw.
It's looking like it.
From what I saw in the tables. So yeah, in terms of the Pokemon that they're going to be bringing, it's there's going to be a little bit of tweaking on their lineups, specifically here on your. I think they kind of combined, especially for Mark, right? He kind of combined the Calyrex with Zamazenta and the Raging Bull.
Yes.
So that's a really strong, alongside Rillaboom, Tornadus, and Smeargle. And of course, we have a bit of a different one here for Geo. He has the Among Us.
No, yeah, I mean, it's what's really interesting here is that most of, or at least, well, I wouldn't say most, because we really get to see all of the players' teams, but at the very least, right, like, most of the matches that we have had thus far are always Zamazenta and Calyrex, which is not surprising. But what is surprising is that all of them are using it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think every single player right now has at least Calyrex and Zamazenta in their lineup, except for that one game where we had a Terapagos, which unfortunately did not fare well for Mr. Pong here. Obviously, we have a Dragonite and an Ogerpon as well. Chen Pao also present, I think, with 5 out of 6 of them.
No, yeah, I mean, most of them did have the Chen Pao as well, which, unfortunately, we haven't really got to see much of the Chen Pao. I mean, in an aspect where it's, what do you call this, how it affects the gameplay doesn't really do a lot just yet. However, we did get to see it remove some of these surges as well with the Ice Spinner attack. So with that being said, I think it is going to be quite a different kind of matchup here, knowing the fact that we are going to be getting a Dragonite and an Ogerpon, a Cornerstone Mask. Ogerpon instead going into the scan, as we have mentioned as well. We have an Among Us as well, which is going to be their main source of redirection as well. So we have the Sludge Bomb. Of course, we have the Rage Powder and Spora, and of course, it is going to be the Regenerator Among Us. So when it gets switched out, at the very least, it would still recover some HP as well. So now here we have it. We have just started our match.
Yeah, we're starting our match here, obviously, with both of our Calyrexes out on the field, and that Cornerstone Ogerpon, again, trying to see if he can maybe set up a Follow Me to help out the Calyrex. I think this Calyrex will want to attack early here for Giorgio.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, you want to have it removed, especially that there is the Calyrex as well. Obviously, Zamazenta does have the access towards that Wide Guard, but I believe both of these players would know that they would have that option. So definitely they have to outsmart their opponents right here, right now, because this turn I think is going to be the most crucial one, especially with the Calyrex of both on each side. It's going to determine which one would have the advantage over the next remaining turn.
Yeah, it feels like it will be a pretty big decision here for Mark. Decides to go for the Protect on that one. And we're going to see if the Astral Barrage will actually connect. Apparently not. I was thinking maybe a Wide Guard to do it, but no, it will still be just a Protect, and the Zamazenta will get hit, but not for deadly as it seems, though. Look at that butt. Oh,
that is a sturdy, though. There you go. I mean, at the very least, like, we were able to get to see the Astral Barrage putting the Zamazenta almost into half HP as well. but
Yeah.
possibly might be able to get in a KO if we do get the high damage.
Yeah, definitely possible here. Zamazenta definitely not quite safe yet.
Yes.
I think he was trying to bank on Mark going for the wide guard since his Calyrex was out.
Yeah.
But then again, you went straight into a worse situation where both of your single target attacks went into the Calyrex that was protected.
No, I mean that's what I was talking about as well. Like you have to be able to foresee what could be, and again, being there in that option definitely is going to put the other side in on a disadvantage, as we can see right now. And look at this right now, we're going to be able to see a switchback here just to be able to, you know, maintain that Calyrex for later. Now Raging Bolt is coming in.
Yeah, that Raging Bolt will definitely be very helpful. Photosynthesis is going to be activated, so that's going to be a scary Raging Bolt here. Very advanced spiky shield for the Ogre Pawn. I guess he was kind of expecting a lot of punchback here.
Encore, not going to be able to do anything, but Mark saw that from a mile away, getting to use a heavy, the heavy slam in towards that Calyrex, and the Ogre Pawn was doing nothing with his spike shield. Sure, it's going to be able to do some damage, but unfortunately, Mark saw that away.
Yeah, he saw that coming, and looks like now we're going to see here definitely Mark coming out on top. Zamazenta can still kind of just receive an Astral Barrage, but I think he's just going to decide against it. You know what? Goes instead for his own Zamazenta back on the field.
This is going to be interesting because I do like the fact that this is the turn that Mark went in for the wide guard, just because of the fact that, you know, they are playing the mind game towards the Georgia, but look at that Ivy Cudgel is going to be popped up in towards the Raging Ball, but it's not going to be enough to take it out. But a critical hit into the Zamazenta, almost taking it out. Unfortunately for them, still on the life deficit.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty solid hit there. Again, not quite enough, but doing just a lot of damage. Putting that Zamazenta actually in pretty bad situation here. Probably in range of just a knockout from even an unpowered attack here. So definitely not the position you want to be in.
Oh, Follow Me is going to redirect single target attacks. Definitely going to have the thunderclap here, but it's not going to do anything. It's going to fail, but the body press though going into the side of the Ogre Pawn just to make sure that this Zamazenta into the side of Georgia is going to be able to survive and do its thing.
Yeah, body press as well on the other side. Look at that, just taking care of business. Again, the damage was not quite enough to clear out earlier, but now because of that hit, going to be forced to bring out the Calyrex back into field.
What's interesting here is, of course, the Mark here is more of an offensive Calyrex into the side of a Giorgio, though it is running in a Focus Sash, so definitely he's going to be able to survive a hit. But here comes the multi-scale Dragonite. Definitely not going to be able to be taken out here unless one of these Pokemon for the side of Mark is going to target down this Dragonite.
Actually, Dragonite's inner focus, and he's on Choice Band.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Choice Band, he's going to have to choose one. Probably going to want to... I'm not sure what you want to do. Do you want to go fast here as the Dragonite? You want to attack very early with extreme speed maybe, or Aqua Jet?
There you go.
So it might be extreme speed, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely with normal Terra as well is going to boost the attack here for speed. But Protect going to be the player game here for Jojo into the Zamazenta. Let's find out it's going to be extreme speed. Yes, it will be extreme speed. And here we go. The damage is going to be enough to take down the Raging Ball.
Yeah, that Dragonite is very, very scary right now. Priority move on extreme speed, just make sure that there's just not much to do. And that Psychic can get blocked out by the Protect. Mark's, man, Mark is taking a beating here in this turn. Now we're looking for Tornadus. That's his last Pokemon that's going to be available.
It's great to see how, you know, Mark was already in the advantage. However, Georgia only needed like one turn to turn the tables around, and now they are currently in the lead, especially still having the Calyrex at the back. Now Mark only has 2 more Pokemon, and they really need to do a lot here to turn things around. Zamazenta definitely still has the risk, still has the threat of using Wide Guard.
Yeah, Wide Guard is just gonna block out that Bleak Wind Storm as well. So yeah, you're not really sure what you want to do. Obviously, with Bleak Wind Storm is the obvious pick here. Do you want to maybe stall out, maybe go for double protect? I'm not sure that's going to be a good option because you will be running out. Extreme Speed again, gonna just knock you out before you react.
Ooh,
32 HP remaining on the Tornadoes.
There we go. Here comes the Psychic. Going to be able to take down the Zamazenta. Beautiful stuff here for Mark. At the very least, we're able to take down one more Pokemon instead of four, but here comes the Crimson, of course, increasing its attack stage as well. But of course, there is the Life Force additional damage. And as we have mentioned, Bleak Wind Storm is going to be popped up as well.
Here comes that Calyrex as well. So it's basically a 2v2 here. We're going to have to wait and see who's going to predict which. But this time, no Wide Guards actually block out these Astral Barrages.
Now this is going to be a speed match, you know, depending which Calyrex is actually faster. If it's going to be on Georgios or if it's going to be on Marks. But here comes the Terra here, of course, just to make sure the Astral Barrage is not going to do a lot into Marks' Calyrex.
Now we are going to see a target. That's I think that is the Psychic, wasn't it? Was that Psychic? No, we'll see. So right now with the Dark Terra, we are going to see a bit more of a beefier and tankier hit, especially against here. Oh, look at that.
Protect.
That's a pretty decent protect here. Extreme Speed going to be knocking into the protect.
Mark saw that.
Mark's definitely doing a pretty good job of fighting back here, but again, the protect on the Tornado is just absorbing so many hits coming from Giorgio.
There you go, as we mentioned, the Terra intercept counter is not going to do a lot here, and here comes the Psychic, possibly taking down the Dragonite. Yes, it will. But just like that, we were able to see that George's Calyrex is actually faster than that of Mark's Calyrex, but at this point, they can now use their Tailwind and be faster than that of the Calyrex.
Yeah, the Tailwind, obviously Tornadus still has that Prankster. He's going to be able to set it up earlier. Has the faster Astral Barrage. So, yeah, I don't know what that's going to look like here, especially since they're basically 1v1 with that Astral Barrage going in first. And that could be it. That is going to be super effective. And last Pokemon going down for Giorgio.
That's actually a very good line here for Mark. Of course, as we mentioned, they really needed that to turn the tables around. Knowing the fact that if they're going to be using Astral, they waited for that moment to use Astral Barrage at that last moment, making sure that they are able to take in their special attacks with the Grimnite, taking down one by one the Pokemon of Giorgio here, and then making sure that they maintain the Tornadoes so that after taking out the Dragonite, gets in the Tailwind, gets the immediate speed boost, and be able to outspeed Giorgio's Calyrex.
Yeah, that was Dragonite was actually pretty scary there for a moment. I thought that was going to be a completely disastrous Pokemon, but with proper Protect usage on that Tornadus, we actually got to see Mark got out the victory. Again, despite having a pretty rough start there in the first two turns.
No, that was actually quite amazing. And honestly, I thought it could have been either way, honestly, because of the first turns, it was the game for Mark. But then just one turn was all enough for Giorgio to turn it around. But then Mark turned it around once again, taking that game for themselves.
Yeah, I really like what happened there. Obviously, the Wide Guard reads didn't go quite as predicted. So the Zamazentas really are... We're seeing here quite the reason, right? Why? The Zamazenta is just so good here. Not only is it just one of the strongest attackers with the highest base stats in the game, it just feels like it's so good against so many Pokemon just because of Wide Guard priority as well.
No, yeah, I mean, it's the game where... it's not just the mind games, right? It's making your opponents overthink. And these things that makes them overthink is, you know, you saw what happened. You know, the Wide Guard, they were making them expect the Wide Guard, but it did not come out at all. And with that being said, we're going to be seeing a mirror lead once again going into game number 2.
Now, no setups at all here. They're just getting their Pokemon ready to go for the attack, most likely. And again, it's probably going to be a switch up. If the way I'm seeing it is true, I don't expect a lot of these Pokemon to stay on the field quite yet, especially without any solid setup or protection.
Move, you know?
Oh yeah, they're
single targeted move.
It's going to go down to the protect read, right?
That's
who's
true.
going to need to protect and who's going to go for the attacks.
But we also have to consider the fact that we now know, going to game number 2, that Georgia's Calyrex is actually faster than Marx's Calyrex, and that it does have, well, we didn't see it proc, but we do know that it does have Focus Sash. They would know about it because it's weird team sheet, so they have to be wary about that as well.
Yeah, completely different from the Calyrex that has a Life Orb. So, definitely have to look at that, especially in this one. Probably want to set up a Nasty Plot would not be a bad idea. But decides to go for a very early attack here with the Psychic.
And let's find out what's going to be the moves here. As we do see this Terra immediately, not into the Dragonite this time, but instead going into the Dragon with a Grass Terra for Zelda, but now going in for the Dragon one. Wild is going to be popped up into the side of Mark in case of the Astral Barrage, and they were able to foresee it happening, protecting themselves with the Wide Guard as well.
Yeah, beautiful Wide Guard here. And again, you kind of expect that if you have this opener. If you don't switch out, they were just going to go for the attack. And this time, it will actually hit beautifully onto that Zamazenta.
And half HP as well. And look at that. They were thinking, right? They were thought about it, that the Calyrex is immediately going to go in for the Terra Dark. Going in for the Button Press as well to have the immediate effect. But of course, Mark saw that from a mile away. The Wide Guard and the no Terra attack was just a beautiful prediction coming in from Mark.
That was an excellent prediction. And Mark looking better, obviously, in the, especially the HP battle, since we're doing a mirror. And we are going to see a possible Astral Barrage once more. Let's see if it's going to get read here by Giorgio.
And here we go, Wide Guard once again coming into the side of Mark. Are we going to be able to see a single targeted move here from Giorgio? Encore is going to be popped up here so that they are just going to be doing Psychic instead. There you go. Psychic, high damage roll to definitely KO the Zamazenta, and it will KO the Zamazenta. Unfortunately, it's not fast enough to outspeed the Calyrex. There's a huge discrepancy between their base speeds as well. And now, with that being said, Encore gives it the Psychic and gives it procs its ability just to be able to put in more special attacks.
Yeah, more special attacks for Mark's Calyrex here. Gonna be helping out for sure later on. It's gonna be a bit harder to protect against the Chen Pao since your Wide Guard can't really block that Ice Spinner, but you do have a pretty big advantage if you are Mark. Now you're gonna have to think, what is is Giorgio gonna go for like a really solid attack? Is he gonna try to double up maybe? And I think he just might decide to go for the switch in.
There you have it. But also this is like a very good turn as well to be able to do some Terra for the Calyrex. Because again, one of the biggest threats is definitely that Zamazenta, but taking it out is going to make sure that they can do what they want. But Encore is going to be popped up into the Zamazenta instead. Ice Spinner, unfortunately, going to be a super effective hit to Tornadus, but it's not going to be able to take in another KO, unfortunately. And here you have it, 15 more HP, but then again, this is a turn where it just has to do its job and they can essentially take it out from the battlefield.
Yeah, no body press for you. You can only use Wide Guard here.
You got Encore.
Yeah, the Encore is just gonna be... He's gonna be read so perfectly here by Giorgio. He's gonna force Mark to do something really he doesn't really want to do. Yeah, that Wide Guard's gonna go, but we're definitely gonna see some single target attacks here for sure. Ice Guard on the Tornadus as well.
Beautiful priority move here coming from Giorgio just to be able to take out that Tornadus, not giving him anything anymore. And knowing the fact that they have Encore, then Wide Guard is going to go in for the single targeted move. And the thing is, even if they do switch in that Zamazenta, they would still take in the damage. So that was a very beautiful move there coming from Giorgio, not risking the Astral Barrage just in case they switch in, but instead goes in for the Psychic.
That's right. Psychic definitely doing its mark on that Zamazenta. And now it is the Raging Bull. Now I'm still having still seeing, trying to look for the possible ways out here for Giorgio. I think he did get a bit more on an even footing because of that takedown. So let's go ahead and see what he's going to decide to do. Possibly just throw that Raging Bolt into the fray straight up. This looks like he is trying to decide for a swap in. Now the question is, will he predict this third Wide Guard in a row?
The mind games is real in this game.
I guess if you are Giorgio, though, you won't mind just doubling up on maybe just the Zamazenta. If he does go for that Wide Guard, he will not have that percent anyway. So you can just go ahead and take that out very neatly, very smoothly, but decides to go on a defensive turn.
Giorgio saw that from a mile away. Wide really popped up. And, you know, not going to be able to take any damage into that of the Calyrex. But the Ice Spear is going to do some beautiful damage into the Raging Bolt. Another super effective hit. And again, Thunderbolt is going to get protected into the Giorgio. Beautiful read.
That is just massive here.
The Encore is now over, and they can now use
Oh,
their
he
moves.
was still on Encore, right?
Yes,
he didn't have a choice but to go for Wide Guard.
But the thing is, Calyrex is faster still, so they could still go in for the Encore into the Zamazenta.
That would be
forcing it.
painful.
Exactly.
And the Raging Bolt is just not in a good position. Could get taken out. I think this is a protector, bro. There's just no way around it. If you are the Raging Bolt here, you have to protect.
Let's find out, though, if that's going to be the case here for Mark or...
I think he is deciding against it, though. Maybe goes for the option. Again, if you go for the Encore here, it just feels so deadly.
There you go.
It's going to be the protector. He has no choice, man. He's just going to get taken out here.
Gets the Ice Shard, of course. The priority move that we've seen earlier. Not going to be able to take down the Raging Bolt this time around because of that protect. But the Encore, as I mentioned,
No.
You're going to have another bad day. Mark here, forced down for a Wide Guard.
Man, just Wide Guard after Wide Guard here, and all the Chen-Pao has to do is pop off that Ice Spinner. At this point, swapping out is going to be a pretty decent option.
Electric type Terra now for the Raging Bolt. But the thing is, there is still the priority Ice Shard. With a high damage roll, possibly it may be taken out by Chen-Pao with the Ice Shard. But is this going to be it, though, for them?
Yeah, that's actually the problem. The ongoing threat of a Chen-Pao's Ice Shard is so fast, there's no way to dodge out of that except just to protect right now.
But here's the thing, though. If this Raging Bolt gets taken out, sure, it's slower than the Calyrex of Giorgio, but the thing is, if they take this out, the Calyrex here of Mark is still slower than Giorgio's Calyrex.
Definitely. We've seen that earlier. There goes that Ice Shard we're talking about here. Just not giving the Raging Bolt a chance to attack.
They're not going to be able to survive that one, especially if it's damaged as well. Psychic's going to be popped up into that of the Zamazenta. Possibly going to be able to take it out as well. Not quite it. And unfortunately for them. But the thing is, they are still forced into the Wide Guard. They're not going to, obviously, they're not going to go in for the Astral Barrage. And knowing the fact that they are quite faster than that of the Calyrex of Mark, they might possibly use a Psychic instead into the Zamazenta because, well, no, actually still on the Calyrex because there's no more Terra into the side of Mark as well, so no more threat of being a Dark type anymore.
That's true. Again, he knows that.
There we go.
Look at that Sucker Punch just taking down the Calyrex in one fell swoop, knowing that the Zamazenta is just forced to Wide Guard. Again, an Encore trap for the Zamazenta. Just really just lost it for Mark.
That is a beautiful match for Geo. I have to give props to Geo because that game number 2 was just beautiful. There was the threat of the Zamazenta, but they made sure it becomes a brick.
And that's the problem here. Mark Zamazenta suddenly became a liability.
Yes.
Just because of one skill, just Encore. I think he had the opportunity to maybe swap it out
Yes.
a few times there, but he didn't. He chose to keep the Zamazenta on the field and just kept spamming wide guard, which, again, Geodude knew was coming.
The thing is, and I believe the thinking why they're not putting down the
Calyrex.
sorry, not putting out the Zamazenta is possibly because they want to play in more of the mind games, of course, just using wide guard after the Encore. But at the same time, right? If if they do switch out to Zamazenta, the prowess of the Pokemon into the side of Geo can definitely one-hit KO the Pokemon that they will switch out. So that's going to be a free KO here for Geo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I could tell that he was in a really bad situation there when I saw that, if you bring out the Calyrex, it's also probably under threat anyway. You had a Raging Bolt that was forced to protect, forced to play defensive because it was just not
and it's
up
an
to
aggressive
par
Pokemon too.
with the speed.
Exactly.
The speed of the Raging Bolt just doesn't make it really good in this matchup.
I mean, at this point, right, like, Geo does have the control, but then again, we might possibly get to see Tornadoes come up once again. But then, the threat, I mean, I wouldn't say it's unusual, but it's uncommon for the for the Calyrex to bring out the Encore. So definitely people who trainers who goes in against the Encore Calyrex, it's not uncommon, but
yeah, you won't expect that
too
much
because they are mostly doing the aggressive Calyrex.
Yeah, that's super crazy. At least now Mark knows that's a big threat. So maybe he'll be more ready for it as we go into game number 3.
And here you have it. We are starting off with a Tornadoes and Shadow Rider Calyrex into the side of Mark. And into the side of Jordan, it's going to be the Zamazenta and the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
So this time around, it might be a possible setup here for the Tornadoes. Usually we just want to throw out that Tailwind and get a little bit better priority on your moves, knowing that, the speed of these two Calyrexes are not really equal.
And we know that Georgia's Calyrex is faster than that of Mark's. I think we have switched the Pokemon of Giorgio and Mark on the there. We're going to fix that in quite a bit. But here you have it, starting off with a Terra once again.
Here we go with the Terra, and for the that's a very early Terra here for the Calyrex. Wants to go straight for a possible counter attack, if ever, just making sure that your resistances are proper, and a Protect here for Giorgio.
Protect again. They want to see what they're going to do, but that is just going to give Mark a free Tailwind, giving them allowing them to be the faster one against Giorgio's Calyrex. Again, this Calyrex of Giorgio has been the biggest threat thus far.
Yeah, the double Protect really helping out and just looking what you're planning, but feels like Mark should have a stronger advantage now that speed is definitely on his side. He can actually just swap out that Tornadoes if he wanted to.
Sure.
But he does have the option to just go ahead and throw out that Taunt. That would be huge for this Zamazenta so that you can ensure that your Astral Barrage will connect.
That is true. And again, at the same time, that also removes the option into the side of Giorgio for the for the Encore. Removing that problem. If they do have the Zamazenta at the back, and here you have it, Astral Barrage possibly going to be popped up as well, and Calyrex is going to be removed from play just a bit, switch out for the Chien Pow.
That's actually very smart. You know that you're going to lose out on the speed fight anyway, so go ahead and hide that Calyrex for now. And again, just possible cannon fodder here for Chen Pao. He will try to get some work done.
Wow.
The big good storm, the double AoE here for look at that. Oh,
That's
one
it.
hit.
Yeah, it's a super effective hit. Body press into that Terra Calyrex. Now, the thing is, what is at the back here for Mark? Because that is something decided. Is still the Raging Bolt, still there. Zamazenta could possibly do a lot against the Chien Pao, but at the same time, they do have the advantage of the speed, so they can take out the Raging Bolt and be as aggressive as they want to.
Actually not super sure about the Zamazenta surviving well against the Chen Pao as well. We've seen earlier, Chen Pao is just not afraid to just wail on that Zamazenta with the Ice Spinner. So, overall, I would still say the Tornadus has so many options, man. You can literally do anything if you're Tornadus here. So
That
Mark
is
can
true.
actually take his time a little bit.
Now, Mark here does still have the Tailwind, definitely going to be faster than the Chien Pao, but then again, there is still the threat of the Sucker Punch, but then again, it's not going to do a lot of damage into that of the Zamazenta if you decide to go for that. But here comes a switch out here, going into the Dragonite, making sure that the Chien Pao is going to be able to survive another turn.
Yeah, he's trying to tank out these Tailwind turns here. And swapping out these Pokemon defensively so he can just wait for that 5th turn. After which the Tailwind may peter out, but it does feel like his Pokemon are just taking so much damage while that's happening.
They kind of, Jordan kind of has to wait out on the Tailwind because again, they're not going to be able to do a lot with, if that is still in the table. But then again, we do have the extreme speed threat here coming in from that of Jordan.
He's got priority at least, right?
Yes.
He does lack out on speed. He does make up for in priority with extreme speed. We've seen that normal Terra Dragonite just tear through a Tornadus. Although I don't know what it's going to do against a Tornadus that's full HP this time. So that's a little different.
I mean, again, here comes the extreme speed. Still going to be able to do some damage. If it's for a Terra, possibly doing more than that.
Yeah.
However, here comes the Liquid Storm to be able to take down two Pokemon. Instead of a George, that's going to be the Zamazenta and the Dragonite going down. Now we do only have the Chien Pao and the Calyrex this time around. And at this point in the stage of the game, Tailwind is out. But
that's what he was waiting for.
Yeah, that's what he was waiting for. But the thing is, it's a little bit too late now, having only Chien Pao and of course the Calyrex at the back. Tornadus can just get be a sacrificial lamb here, use the Tailwind, get KO'd, and let the others do the job.
That's right. Either that or basically just wait for wait for your, maybe bring out the Calyrex here, Tailwind, then throw out the Calyrex, and then go for a Protect later. And again, this can be like a completely sacrificial turn here for Mark, and he should still be fine.
That is true, but they are not going to be doing that, at least how they're hovering right now. They want to protect, making sure that they would have complete control over the speed until later, and possibly moving over the Ice Shard towards the Tornadus. But here comes the Ghost Terra coming from the Chien Pao.
Yeah, this Chen Pao is definitely trying to get some work done, but will not be allowed by Mark here. Again, Ice Shard, throw that away as much as you want. Protect is still available, and Mark is going to maximize that to its fullest. But here we go again with that Encore on the Zamazenta.
Unfortunately, they are not going to go in for the Dark Terra. Jordan was able to see that from a mile away. Chien Pao is the one going to be the Ghost type. Now, Zamazenta won't be able to hit any of these Pokemon. They're going to be forced into
Both
switch.
of them are Ghosts, right?
Yeah, right now, yeah. So they're not going to be hit. They're going to be forced to switch out this Zamazenta for later. And now Raging Bolt is going to be a switch in as well.
That is just massive. That's basically one Pokemon who is down for the count. He definitely has to switch that one out. So that's going to be basically one more turn bought for Geodude here. Looking for that. He's looking for it. You can only use body press. That's a painful thing to see. There's that ice shard.
Oh, still surviving though.
All right, that's big.
That is big. Now goes in for the tailwind. Still has the priority, but the speed control rather. But the body press though, this is not gonna be good once again for Mark, because once again Georgia was able to turn the Zamazenta into a break.
Yeah, this is not done quite yet, guys. This is not done by a mile. Giorgio is still in this, albeit still has a lot of Pokemon on the field. Mark might just be in a bit of a troubled situation since his Zamazenta is essentially nullified.
Yes.
For the next few turns.
And now the thing is, there's still the Ice Shard, definitely going to be taking down the Raging Bolt. They need, if they want to win this, they have to take it out both at the same time.
Yeah.
There's still 3 turns for the Tailwind and 1 more turn for the Encore into that of the Zamazenta. So they really want to be careful of choosing which move they want to take out into the side of Judo. Because again, if they're going to be taking out Calyrex, actually either or, the bottom press is still not going to have any effect to any of those Pokemon.
Yeah, again, just trying to see if you can test out those other moves here. Again, the only option here is to definitely swap out to remove that effect. The problem is, oh, there it is.
Swap out anymore.
Yeah, that's right. And that's going to be Impact going down. It's all up to this Calyrex here for Giorgio.
Bottom press again, not going to be able to do anything. But here comes the deciding factor here is the Raging Bull going to be able to survive this hit. If they do, they might possibly be able to take this one with the Thunderclap. But the thing is, the Calyrex is still up at full HP. And the thing is, it has Focus Sash too.
That's right.
It has Focus Sash too.
That is just, I don't know how you're going to deal with that at this point. Raging Bolt just gonna do his very best to get at least some damage in, make it easier. Then again, there you go. That's Raging Bolt going down.
And that is going to be game here 2-0, 2-1 for Giorgio.
All right.
That was good. I totally love the gameplay of Giorgio here.
That was excellent. That would call me on the edge of my seat, bro.
You were. I saw that, and I mean, like, on all of those 3 games, right? On all of those 3 games, it was Mark having the lead.
At the very
early games, right?
Yeah.
The early turns, Mark had the lead. However, Giorgio is able to take it and turn it around again and again, especially the last 2 games.
Wasn't that like 2 versus 3 at the very end, or 2 versus 4?
Almost 4.
Almost 4. So that was just amazing gameplay here by Giorgio, really piloting that Calyrex to its fullest potential in this one.
And I mean, you know, waiting down the Tailwind, making sure that the Zamazenta, I am so sad for the Zamazenta.
That's a sad Zamazenta in 2 games.
In 2 games, it wasn't able to do anything at all.
In game number 2, it was basically just forced to wide guard nonstop.
Yes.
In game number 3, it was forced
attack.
to body press into Ghost Pokemon. That's not ideal. You cannot hit Ghost Pokemon with body press, and both of them were.
And the thing is,
wow,
they're forced to do that as well.
Yeah,
so
Encore is just a game changer here for this Calyrex. It's probably going to start to become a staple here.
That is true. So that was just beautiful, honestly.
Beautiful gameplay here.
But speaking of beautiful, though, we still do have some more beautiful stuff here at the Master Ball League, because look at this right now. We do have some side events, as we have mentioned earlier. Again, this is the day 1. We have the TCG Masters Division, Senior Division, the Junior Division as well, and of course the Guardians of the Senior and the Juniors are on in between, and we do have the VGC. And immediately after round number 3, which I believe the TCG is currently at round 4 or 5.
Yeah.
We're going to have another side event, which I believe is already running as well, which is going to be the Point Get Battle.
Yeah, Point Get Battle. I want to join that. If you get 5 points, you know that you get a
sticker,
a booster pack.
A booster.
Yeah, for 5 points.
All right.
That's exciting. So you go ahead and drop on over. I saw the leaflet they had. 1 point is like a sticker or something.
Yeah.
2 points is like an acrylic keychain.
I want a booster.
You got to get those 5 points.
I want a booster.
I want to get
pack.
that for sure. And of course, day 2, we still have a lot of stuff.
Yes.
We got so many activities ready for you guys. So go ahead and head on over here to the SMX Convention Center in Manila if you want to join in on the Pokemon action.
And here you go. Of course, the Pokemon Champions, which, you know, my guy here, Rockhart, has been playing Pokemon during the during the break time. Has been playing some champions.
It's
so
fun. It's fun, man. It's just fun. And basically, that's
I know.
all we can do here for the meantime. I love that we can get to play with a lot of people.
Yes.
That a lot of our friends here from all over the city are dropping by.
Yes.
Hopefully, you guys can join in on the action too. Don't forget, we also give away these participation prizes.
Yes.
For our on-site event.
Yeah, so for those who are participating in the VGC, because we are giving out a different participation prize for those who are playing the TCG. That's going to be the stamped Pokepad.
Yep.
However, for the VG, it is going to be the microfiber cloth with the design of the Master Ball League and a notebook with the Mega Zygarde and the Pokemon Asia Championship Series stamp.
That's right. So lots of goodies all for you guys, so come on over. Of course, for our trophies for later on, or for day 2 rather, we still have a big amount of trophies here. Again, top 10 or top 14 players
Yes.
will be joining us for will be given a World's invite.
Yes. So, sorry, no, it's a top 10.
Top 10, yeah.
Top 10 and the senior and junior division.
That's right.
For the last one. So here we go. As we just mentioned this. So the top 10 here. So 3rd to 10th place will be given the Pokemon World Championships invite. And then immediately after, of course, for those who are going to be getting the 1st and 2nd placement, is not only going to be getting the Pokemon World Championships invite, but also a travel award, which again is a huge relief for those who want to play in the World Championships. Because again, it's very, it's gonna leave a hole in the wallet.
It's gonna be so fun to actually see that final. So as long as you get to our finals, you are gonna be good to go. So hoping that you guys stick around for that. And when we come back, we're gonna have our round number 4 of VGC. So it's still gonna be it's around the halfway point, at least for us here today. So stick around for that, guys. And when we come back, I am hoping to see something. I'm hoping to see an answer to this Calyrex Amazon.
Oh yeah, I want to see that one again.
Hopefully something similar to that, right? When we come back here in Master Ball League, Rockhart and of course our friend JJ here. So
We'll
see
be
you
right
guys
back.
later.
Yeah, we'll be right back in a bit. Peace out.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, You cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokémon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Whoa! A Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
in the Pokémon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokémon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokémon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back once again to the Master Ball League 2025-2026 Asia Championship Series. This is going to be the Philippine region. My name is JJ, and with me still is Rock Art. Again, we are going to be the voices of the Master Ball League right now, and currently we are at round number 4.
That's right, round number 4. So we're already seeing a little bit of a thin out here, especially our players. Some of them will definitely be a little bit hard to proceed with top cut, but now we have our 4th streamed match here for round number 4. And yeah, I think I'm very happy to see a little bit of a change up with one of these teams. But you also mentioned before the broadcast started, a very high experience coming in from these players.
No, yeah, I mean, we got, at least for me, I am familiar with Ryan here. One of our players for this round is going to be Ryan, also known as Raichu. There always has been, they've always been in the community. They're always actively participating in the community as well. So you might possibly see them a lot if you are on the VGC scene here for the Pokemon in the Philippines. So I'm definitely ready to see them in action as well. But going over into Carlo Abira as well, both of them currently at 3-0.
3-0. That's a very good feeling for sure. Almost guarantees you top cut after maybe 1 or 2 more victories. So
could be,
right? Like, we'll definitely see later on, but yeah, definitely a step in the right direction. For Raichu, definitely I like seeing the Kyogre and the Roaring Moon.
Finally something new.
A big swap change up here. And an Amoonguss to boot as well.
Yeah, so definitely something new that we're going to be seeing into that of the broadcast, because we've only been seeing the Shadow Rider Calyrex. But at the same time, we are also going to be seeing the, as we mentioned, the Roaring Moon, the Landorus in current form, which has actually sheer force, you know, going into this match. And over into GN, it's going to be most of somehow the same. Once again, it's going to be the Clefairy, of course, being there as well. But it is going to be a GN currently on the left side and Ryan on the right side.
Yeah, that Clefairy is not going to join the opening. Tornadoes is still definitely the one that you want for that Tailwind, possibly to make sure that you get a pretty good early start. Obviously, Tailwind is not going to be the big priority here. Despite having the Roaring Moon here for Raichu, decides to go for the Chenpao and Zamazenta.
Yes, sir. And now they're looking over towards that of the Tailwind for the side of GN. And as you can see here, we are going buttery smooth in on the game because, well, that's the power of the Nintendo Switch too, ladies and gentlemen. All trainers alike. That's how beautiful the game is on that system.
So you're looking for a very good turn 1 here. Obviously, Tailwind should be the obvious choice. But I guess Ryan is trying to see if he can maybe threaten that Tornado, maybe to stop it from making a strong Tailwind move, since it is, again, it's a Tornado that doesn't really use Focus Sash. It is on Covert Cloak.
There you have it though. The first turn is going to have our Terra. Immediately they want to have that early lead. Both of these Zamazentas actually going for the Terras. One is, however, a grass type. One is the Dragon. But here comes the Tailwind coming into the side of GN.
Now looking for that possible body press here, not just as strong on this one. Ruination. And they're focusing on some pretty key opponents here. Doubling down on that Zamazenta, almost taking it out completely. Just with a sliver of health remaining.
That's actually quite a good decision coming in from Ryan, knowing the fact that, hey, you know what? Tornado is just going to go in for the Tailwind anyway. Might as well just double down into that of the Zamazenta. And now they are forced into swap out, switch out this Zamazenta and giving them a free a free attack towards the slot of the Zamazenta. Let's find out if what's going to be the action here for Ryan. Possibly a move that can be a super effective one into the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, that Raging Bolt focus is obviously very, very potent. But of course, it is going to be the Protector. And I think Ryan knows he doesn't have to go all in right away.
True.
He has that Protect available. Try to read out what Giancarlo is going to be throwing out here. And we will see pretty good turns for Ryan. Just try to stall it out.
Yes.
And maybe, again, we've seen players really try to wait out the tailwind. That's also a possible option, I guess, for Ryan, since he also already got some pretty good damage onto one of the main legendaries of Giancarlo.
Right, no, that is, as you mentioned, a very beautiful round, very beautiful turn here for Ryan, just to be able to make sure they see what Gian's going to do here. But Wideguard's going to pop up this time around, possibly waiting for that Stormwind Bleed again. But Thunderclap into the Chimpao.
Oh,
not going to be able to take it out because of the Focus Sash. But then again, that is going to be a lot. Blinkwind Storm, though, going to be prevented here by the the Wide Guard, but they are also going to be able to do a lot of damage here with the Chen Pao.
That's going to keep the Chen Pao alive for that solid attack. One hit KO into that Tornadus. That is exactly what you want to see. Again, the Wide Guard read from Ryan. Such a good read. Keeps him very firmly in the lead.
Now, unfortunately for Ryan, though, this Chen Pao doesn't actually have any Ice Shard, so they won't be able to have some priority moves, with the exception of Sucker Punch, which, well, there's no more Terra, unfortunately. There's no more Terra inside of GN, so they can use this against that of the Calyrex of the side of GN.
I would probably just play it with Protect for the meantime. Just keep that. Yeah, there you go. Keep that Chen Pao alive just for a few more turns. Maybe try to use it as a bait. Right. Try to bait out a single target attack, since you can also be threatening Wide Guard, right? So Dragon Pulse is gonna do some pretty solid damage on the Zamazenta, punching back with the body press.
And there you have it, as you have mentioned, just waiting for that Tailwind to go out. And now, at least Chen Pao does have a little bit of a sliver of health here, just to be able to make some damage. But Giancarlo was able to saw that from a mile away, and going to go in for another damaging move to set up this Calyrex even further. Thunderclap's going to fail, unfortunately, but Ryan, here comes the name of the game here. What's gonna be the play here?
Nasty Claw is great, but looks like that's going to be it for that Raging Bolt. So you will have a solid Calyrex turn, at the very least, for Giancarlo. But what else? Like, he has a very low HP Zamazenta. Maybe just in the last resort, maybe go for a Wide Guard. Try to stall out. But you can't really Wide Guard against anything, so maybe just go for Protect here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Chen Pao is definitely going to be one of that Pokemon that would deal a lot of damage towards that Calyrex, so they really want to have that last long as much as it can. Especially that it is one of the faster Pokemon in the field.
That's right.
But with Sucker Punch, it can essentially take it out as well. But here you go, Sucker Punch, not into the Calyrex, but instead just to take out the Zamazenta.
That's a great read, right? Like, you know that Zamazenta is not going to go defensive. He's not going to go Wide Guard. He's not going to go Protect, probably. And there you go. Terra Blast into that Chen Pao. Not really the most efficient use of Terra Blast, but you know what? You got to do what you got to do. And that will at least take care of one threat. You got a big one on the other, though. Here's a heavy slam.
Not quite enough. Now, the thing is, currently Calyrex is at +3.
Yep.
+3 special attack. So definitely one hit coming in from this Calyrex is going to do a lot. However, we still do have the threat of the Zamazenta with the Wide Guard. But then,
that's it.
That's gonna be it, I guess.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. Like, you got 3 Pokemon behind you.
That's true.
No matter what happens to that Zamazenta, you're probably done. Yeah.
They still have something at the back. So that's a beautiful game here for Ryan. They were able to take complete control of the match. I'd say, though, for one turn at the very least, there was a time where GN was almost there to turn the tables around. However, Ryan they were playing in 3D chess.
Yeah, that was actually massive for Ryan, not even using the Roaring Moon. He
Yes.
just showed that off at the very end just to show, hey guys, I got a
I have
Roaring
it.
Moon. What about it? But yeah, he didn't even need to do that.
That's true.
At the very end, congratulations to Ryan for taking game number 1 here.
Yes.
And I can see where you're going with that experience. I can see where he's not doing the obvious
Yes.
first openers here.
Yes.
And he knows he can get away with it.
No, I mean, again, that is obviously with the experience coming in, they would probably think that you're going to go in for this and that. And I like the fact that GN was using that to his advantage, making sure that this Calyrex is able to set up. Unfortunately, the Chien-Pao lasted so long. The threat
Way
of the
too long.
Soccer Punch has always been there. And taking down 3 Pokemon instead of GN essentially just shut down GN altogether.
Yeah, the Okos just really hurt me. Hurt my soul, man. But yeah, at the same time, you're not quite out yet.
Yes.
And it's nice that he also kind of showed the Roaring Moon at the end. I don't know, maybe that was a mind game. Oh, I'm gonna run this. But yeah, I don't think he's gonna open with that. He can get away with not opening with Roaring Moon apparently, and didn't even need to wait out. That's the funny thing. I thought he was gonna wait out the Tailwind, but
And then-
apparently he could just punch through.
No,
and he
that-
was fine.
And that was what he was doing as well,
Yeah.
So-
And with the priority moves as well, I feel like you really just get a really good advantage. I don't know if
Yes.
that was the Kyogre at the back. Could that have been a Kyogre at the back
could-
here for Raichu?
It could possibly be the Kyogre, especially with Origin Pulse here doing a lot of damage into GN's side. However, we wouldn't really know because
We
well,
won't
then
know. Yeah, we won't know. Unless they chose to show us. But here we go again for game number 2. Pretty similar opening here for Giancarlo. And that is actually going to be Chien-Pao and Zamazenta. You can't see it on my screen because it's white. But
It's
yeah,
a
it
little
is
bit
Zamazenta.
too shiny
It's a Chien-Pao.
right there.
Very shiny on my monitor. So there you go.
Liquid Storm, possibly.
Do you
No?
really want to do that? Zamazenta, forcing a Zamazenta to go for attack is pretty good. Possibly here. Stop the possibility of a wide guard. And
There you
he's
go.
doing just that.
I think they are going to be able to see it from a mile away. Let's find out what they're going to be able to do. Nasty Punch
Nasty.
trying to see if they're going to go in for those, usual charges you mentioned. But here comes the taunt. Going to be able to survive the Ice Spinner, though. Heavy Slam's going to be popped up as well. So Ryan knew that, hey, you know what? Gian's going to think this, so I'm going to do this.
Yeah, luckily for him, they didn't double down on either the
Yes.
Tornadus or the Calyrex. Actually, either one of them could have actually just gotten deleted.
And that was a very huge turn here for Ryan, especially as a starting point. It's it's putting them in quite an advantage as well. And now this turn 2 definitely is going to be the turn where they have to set up. And now this Tornadus as well is not going to do anything anymore as of the moment, but to set up the Tailwind for Gian.
Yeah, he didn't do the knockout quite yet, but the Tailwind coming is going to be pretty crucial, I guess, for him
Yes.
to maybe survive. And I'm hoping he does go for that Tailwind, because that might actually be problematic. And he might lose out on tempo if he does. And here comes that Calyrex.
Very fair as well. Going into the side of Gian, Tailwind's going to be popped up. Possibly we might be able to see another attack. So Astral Mirage going to pop up, but
That's early.
I'm not sure if that's going to get a KO. Unfortunately, again, the focus is going to leave the Chien-Pao alive for another turn.
And it's so good. He's able to pull off an Ice Spinner. Down goes the Tornadus. So I guess it was the perfect time to Astral Barrage anyway,
Right.
because you are, in 2
In
stages, special attack up. But I don't know, man. It just means your Calyrex goes down without a fight.
Yeah, they were able to see it from a mile away, and even with the Tailwind too.
Oh, that is painful. That is just painful. Now you're gonna have to force out Zamazenta and Raging Bolt. Man, all right. So I'm thinking Ryan's probably gonna go for a defensive turn here on this one. Not expecting anything too crazy of him. But then again, the mind games, bro. What you think I'm gonna go defensive here? You think I'm gonna go double protect? But I just might go ahead and hit you back. And you might actually lose another one. You are down 2 Pokemon.
But there's still the threat of the tailwind here instead of Gian, so definitely, being defensive for this turn is not gonna hurt Ryan in any way
I think it's fine,
whatsoever, right?
You don't want to. You don't want to overthink it.
Yes.
Don't overthink the turn. You don't want to
And you're in the
make a
lead as
decision
well.
too much. You are in the lead, like a massive lead. 2 Pokemon lead so far. Despite your openers are actually quite just basically one Leaf's blow away from
Yes.
fainting. So we'll see. Again, for this one, possibly I don't know if you wanna just double protect here. Sucker punch again stops it. Wow, that's solid damage from one sucker punch straight to the Raging Bolt.
They wanted to, you know what? I guess what Ryan's thinking here is, you know what? These 2 Pokemon are gonna get taken out anyway. Might as well do something about it.
Yeah, just get some decent damage. One of them is gonna hit anyway. He has he won't win the speed priority here, obviously, but does have that sucker punch. And I'm assuming this Shenpao goes down in a while. I'm just assuming.
It's still up there with 1 HP.
Yeah, I think we still have one attack that's not being left out. Oh, it was. All right, there you go. Here's the Roaring Moon. Photosynthesis is gonna be deadly.
Speed up. And
the question is it enough speed to overpower a Tailwind? I don't think so.
I believe this is the
Will it?
last turn for
Last
the
turn
Tailwind
for
as well,
Tailwind.
so possibly going in for the
There you
double
go.
protect.
Double
Yes,
protect.
sir.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And they won't be able to use the Tailwind anymore this time around because the what do you call this? The tornado is already out, so definitely just wait it out one more turn, and they would have gain control of the speed in the next turn.
Yeah, that speed is going to be going to the Roaring Moon for sure, and you don't have a Tailwind setter anymore. So as the Roaring Moon, again, Ryan, I think he should have this. He just needs to be very patient. One more set.
Yeah, one more turn.
One more
for
turn.
Tailwind.
That Roaring Moon obviously just has like really strong moves as well.
Flying Terra too.
Yeah, Flying Terra, Acrobatics is gonna hurt, and you got knockoff as well. Lots of room here for error, at least for Ryan for now. Sucker Punch just gnawing on that Raging Bolt.
I mean, at the
Insane.
very least, right? Even if they do go in for the Dragon Pulse, it's not going to do as much damage as it were before Terra. So definitely allow it to survive, but knockout, unfortunately, not going to be enough still to take out the Raging Bolt. Now here comes the Dragon Pulse, as I mentioned.
That could be
not
something.
A lot. Now, the speed is on the side of Ryan.
That's right. So you got a very fast Roaring Moon here. Now it might be Giancarlo's turn to maybe go for a Protect Run. We'll see. For now, it is a very low HP. It's one little 1 HP Raging Bolt against a Landorus, who is basically just going to be able to smash your Pokemon to bits.
And it also has like Sand Spear Storm, which could do a lot of damage. But no, Ryan's on from a mile away and double down in the speed. Tailwind, knowing that it would be able to survive nonetheless. But unfortunately, not going to be able to take down the Raging Bolt. But this time around, after this one, they know for a fact that they will outspeed everything, whatever GN is going to bring out.
Yeah, that was a very brave move here.
It's
for
very
Ryan.
bold.
That is wow. You knew the Heavy Slam was coming. You could feel it, right? And you knew that your Roaring Moon was going to be able to actually sustain that. And there goes that speed advantage. Earth Power taking out this Raging Bolt.
Man, that was quite the move here for Ryan. Goes in for Heavy Slam into the doors. Obviously, he's not going to do a lot here. But now that it's a 2v1, it's looking pretty bleak for GN.
Crazy. 2v1 and a very fast opponent as well. Trying to stall it out as much as he can.
Acrobatics, as you mentioned, gonna do a lot of damage, but unfortunately, not this time.
Not this time for now. Earth Power again going into the Protect, but you're only buying time here
That's
if you're
true.
Giancarlo.
We're not going to be able to prolong the inevitable as Landorus and Roaring Moon is roaring to do a lot of damage here. Double Protect into the second time. Let's find out if they are going to be able to survive another one. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get it, and that is going to be game here. Ryan getting in 2-0 against that of Gian.
Actually, it's actually able to sustain a lot of damage on that first acrobatics, but there you go with your power. Ryan with 2-0. That's going to put him to 4 now.
Yes.
And that is just going to be a beautiful performance. And then showing off the power of this Kyogre, Roaring Moon, Zamazenta lineup.
No, I love the fact that this game specifically, this game specifically with Ryan, they showed how much experience goes into the games, into the competitive aspect of the game. And you saw how they were able to dissect Gian. Not to dismiss Gian, obviously Gian did pretty well with the options that they were forced into, but Ryan was just there de-engineering everything that Gian has to give him.
Yeah, definitely it feels like Ryan was usually just a step ahead.
Yes.
He was very prepared for a lot of the attacks that were being thrown out by Ryan, despite some good reads as well by Gian pretty early on. It just felt inevitable that this was going to happen. There was a moment there when I thought, you know what, what if the Zamazenta waits out the Tailwind? Maybe with 3 consecutive protects, unlikely. That's
very unlikely. It could happen, but
because if he did, he might be able to take out the Roaring Moon, but the Roaring Moon is faster.
That's true.
So either way, great job here for Raichu. He is going to be 4-0. We'll see him later on, probably today.
That's true. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, once again, we would like to remind you of some of the things that's currently happening in the venue.
Yeah, we got lots of good things going on. Again, some of the TCG players are also just approaching or past their halfway point. So lots of space for you guys to hang out. We also have like a lot of point get battles ongoing where you can
get
basically play.
Yeah,
and apparently you can get a booster pack. I hope we have time for that later. But yeah, we have day 2 obviously happening later on as well. Top Cut all on day number 2 should be very exciting, and there's a lot of booths that are going to be happening or popping up in day 2 with all the space that's going to be available.
That's true, and at the same time, right, like one of the biggest changes going into the Top Cut is that we're no longer playing on Swiss, but instead we're going to be playing on single elimination.
That's right, single elims. Got to bring your A game and maybe just learn something from stuff that you see on day number 1.
That's true. I mean, this game alone, you learn a lot.
Yeah,
you see a lot on, especially with Ryan right now. The last match as well with Gio and Mark Kevin, that was actually very amazing matches as well. With that being said, though, we have to show you what the participants is going to be able to get here as well. So again, it is going to be the microfiber cloth, which you can use to clean your glasses. You're wearing one, so you might want to get that as well.
Of course.
And a notebook, and this is actually very important as well, especially for VGC players, where you are allowed to bring out a piece of paper, an empty paper, where you could put down your notes as well.
This is going to be very useful for especially your future tournaments, I think, where you really need to list down your opponent's moves, what they did, so you can get an advantage. Of course, our top 4 prizes, we got trophies for our players. Of course, that's already a really strong performance. I think top 4 here is just a massive in 128 players.
That's true. I mean, again, getting a win in VGC is not easy. It's a very difficult road, and you're going to get rewarded if you get the top 10 placement, because again, 3rd to 10th place is going to get an invite into the Pokémon World Championships this August. And for those who's going to be getting the top 1 and top 2, not only gets a Pokémon World Championships invite, but does not have to worry about anything but preparing for the tournament, as they are going to be getting a travel award as well.
So all you got to do is just reach the finals. But obviously when you're in the finals, you want to get the whole thing, right?
That's true.
So, but if you do reach the finals, you are going to be guaranteed the travel award, the very, very useful. So hope you guys are as excited as us to find out who that is going to be. And of course, we're going to find that out tomorrow. For now, it's still halfway point here in our Swiss rounds.
Yep.
And it's a lot of fun. But by the way, if you guys are still here and watching while we're waiting for the next match, we also have the link for the TCG stream happening ongoing right now. They're actually right next to us. So yeah, please go ahead and watch them. They're very fun.
On the description.
Yeah, down on the description, check out the links so that you can be up to date with all the action, and the action just keeps flowing here for Pokemon.
I know, yeah, and as we mentioned, we are now way past midpoint in our day's tournament, as we are only going to be getting 6 rounds, actually. So that was round number 4, and now we're almost there. We're almost here to wrap out the day number 1, and again, we will find out who's going to be headed toward day number 2. And again, the top cut is just going to be a crucial match, a single elimination tournament on day number 2. So bringing their A game is not a must, but rather a minimum.
Yeah, that's right. So go ahead and show your support. Let us know who your favorite players are. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go ahead with round number 5 of our Swiss. Don't go anywhere. This is still the Master World League here in ACS.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon.
Idon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair! That's a trick question!
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play.
Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, welcome back to the Master Ball League 2025-2026 Asia Champions Series. It is going for VG once again. My name is JJ, and with me is Rockhard.
Yeah, that's right. And Mimikyu. And Eevee.
And Pikachu.
And Pikachu, our favorites. Right now, here on round number 5 of today's Master Ball League, day number 1. And day number 1 has been going very, very swimmingly.
Yes.
Quite smoothly, if I may say so. And I like that we're adding slowly, we're slowly adding some variation to the current meta game, at least here for the Master Ball League.
And one thing that I do like a lot going into this match is that we are going to be able to see once again that one Pokemon that I have kept on mentioning again and again. This is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing on broadcast. That is the Koraidon. Beautiful stuff. And the Incineroar too.
Yeah, that's so funny because we're up to round 5 and you only see the Incineroar just now.
Exactly.
And that is something that actually will probably shock a lot of people. Walking Wake though, I didn't actually get to see this a lot, so it'll be a real treat to see that alongside the Brute Bonnet as well. And of course, these will be alongside 2 of our players, Enrique and Noah.
Yes, Zuri, and you know they are now currently setting up, and we're waiting for them to actually get in on the action. And again, it is going to be the Crydon Incineroar, as we mentioned, the Brute Bonnet again as well. Going to be very interesting stuff here. Of course, the Shadow Rider is still up here, up in the air. Still going to be used here. Of course, we want to be as fast as possible for any matchup going into this tournament. But again, the Walking Wake as well is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing it potentially in this broadcast.
Yeah, but, I think we have a lot of possibilities here for this lineup. A lot of ancients here. I like that. And we're, again, Incineroar just still so good. As much as the usage for this probably has gone down in today's current metagame, I think across the board, I think Incineroar is still a really important Pokemon to have in your lineup. Being enabled skills like the Parting Shot, the Fake Out as well, really does just make some turns, like, you know, out-teching your opponent.
Yes.
Make it all about that.
Yes, but then again, you know, this is currently a very, I'd say the battle is going to be determined by this. We've been saying speed time and time again, but this matchup in specific is going to have, they're quick, they're fast. And they mostly have the same kind of a redirection as well, the Brute Bond and what do you call this, the Among Us as well. So it all depends on who's going to be able to get the hit first. Because, again, they wouldn't really have a lot of setups, with the exception, of course, with Incineroar and Brute Bonnet going into the side of Noah. Of course, we have the Rage Powder Fake Out. But then again, into the side of Enrique, we do have the Among Us and the Dragonite, and possibly the Zamazenta as well, just to be able to get away with that of the Calyrex. And they wouldn't really have any way to have, they don't really have access to that of the Wild Gear as well. So if they do decide for the that move, Astral Barrage, they might possibly just have to take it.
That's right. I mean, for Apalea's lineup here, no wide guard, no Zamazenta means no wide guard. So you're going to have to rely a lot more on your protects. You're going to have to rely more on really good usage of Rage Powder to keep your Pokemon alive. But then at the same time, you know, that might cost you like a turn that you could possibly have let off an attack when you know that you're kind of just confident that you can survive a big attack like an Astral Barrage.
And at the same time, like, if you are possibly going in for the double protect, that is potentially a turn wasted going into this match if you do want yourself to get protected by you know, coming in from that of the Astral Barrage. But then again, they also do have Encore as well. So this is actually going to get very scary, because if they do go in for a double protect, one could potentially get Encored to, well, to the bones.
The last one that we saw earlier getting Encored to
the Zamazenta.
Encored was the Zamazenta. Although at this specific matchup that we see here, it feels like Encore's most likely just gonna hit specific hero. Sorry,
possibly Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, possibly Brute Bonnet. That's like the most. That's the most vulnerable to that.
Yes.
Maybe you can force a Dragonite with a weird, consistent extreme speed turns. But other than that, both of their Calyrexes have Encore anyway.
Yes. So that is something that we can look forward to as well. So again, as we mentioned earlier, this you know, Encore into the Calyrex Shadow Rider is not uncommon.
It's really fun tech.
It's a really fun tech. It's not uncommon. We are definitely going to be seeing that a lot. But then there are sets where they really want to go in full force into that of the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, we might actually see that later on here, especially for Enrique. I think he doesn't really have, I guess he does not have a Tailwind setter.
Yes, no, none of them does have any Tailwind setter.
Yeah.
So this is going to be, I'd like to say, a brute force of a matchup between these two. You know, making sure that they can, you know, well, again, brute bond themselves into this game.
Interestingly enough, right? Like, this is a matchup that doesn't really rely too much on speed control, more on just making sure that you get a pretty good read on these protects.
Because again, both of the Pokemon that they do have are very speedy Pokemon in and of itself.
That's right. That's fine.
They don't really need to have a lot of a speed control. However, I mean, at the very least in this matchup, obviously it's a different situation altogether if there is a Trick Room setter or a Tailwind setter for the other team. But in this specific matchup, they would just need to have their guts up for, you know, taking down the damage.
For sure. And again, it will also kind of matter in this matchup, like how they train
Yes.
very specific Pokemon. I'm expecting like very small differences in speed will make
Yes.
a big difference, considering, of course, the mirrors on the Calyrex specifically.
Yes.
So I would like to see some really interesting changes here. But for now, again, we're going into our game. We're not quite sure which four they're going to bring in. I'm expecting Enrique to bring Calyrex, Zamazenta, and Shen Pao. I don't expect him to deviate too much
Yes.
with what's been currently
Yes.
winning here. But at the same time, that might be what your opponent's thinking. That's what you're
That
thinking,
is
right?
true.
So,
That is true.
Yeah, you leave that open for tech, although your tech options is either the Ogre Pawn
Yes.
or the Amoonguss. So not as strong as you want it to be.
But here's the thing as well, you know, Koraidon, this is going to be a less speedy Koraidon build. They are actually gunning in for the Clear Amulet just in case for any, you know, Intimidate.
Yeah.
So it's not going to get intimidated. And of course, it having less speed, it still does have access to the Flame Charge. This is what we were talking about earlier
Yeah,
as well.
Flame
So
Charge.
Flame Charge just to boost it up,
Speeds you up.
allowing it to go up against that of the Calyrex in terms of speed. And again, there's no Tailwind setter here. There's no Trick Room setter here, so definitely this Flame Charge is going to do a lot here for Noah.
Yeah, that's all you're basically relying on here for speed
Yes.
control for this one. And I like again, Koraidon on Flare Blitz. I don't know if you guys have been on the receiving end of that.
That's a lot.
It is destructive with Orichalcum, with the harsh, with
Yes.
Sunlight. Obviously, it's really,
It's
really
double,
scary.
quadruple power. Again,
So
Orichalcum-
many multipliers.
Exactly. You know, we have the Orichalcum Pulse, as you mentioned, sunny weather. Orichalcum Pulse actually does increase the attack of the user as well, of the ability, and it's also stab. Sorry, not stab rather, but multiplied by the sunny weather. So there you have it. But then again, it also has the Terra into fire. So yeah, I mean, I guess it can get stabbed.
It's completely, it is just bonkers, right? It's just as fire can get. I think
Yes.
even with a effective or like what do you call that? A not very effective hit,
Yes.
you still will probably feel that Koraidon. So I am not envious of this Amoonguss if it does go out into the field, to be honest.
I mean-
Expect a single hit to be
Yes.
absorbed by the Amoonguss. That's why, you know, I get what you're saying.
Yes.
Before the day started, I would love to see a lot of this Koraidon
Yes.
come into play even more.
And at the same time, you know, it's actually quite interesting as well that they, you know, we were able to get to see a different kind of, what do you call this, pull for that of the Koraidon. You know, we mentioned earlier where it's, what do you call this, a set where it's having a low kick as well, but this time they're not going to go in for the kick. They just want in to go all in. Perhaps they were not expecting a lot of Kyogres, which, well, to be fair, we didn't really get to see a lot of Kyogres anyway,
Yeah,
with the
that's
exception
true.
of, like, you know, Ryan, but they didn't even put it out as well. So-
Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to bring it out. So if you guys are still thinking of running Kyogre, we didn't see it today, but I
Yes.
feel like it really has like really good potential. So yeah, I'm looking forward to stuff like that happening. And for now, again, because of the presence of the Koraidon, I'm just
Yes.
feeling like Amoonguss and Ogre Pawn are just gonna take a bench here.
Oh no, yeah, that is true. I mean, again, Rage Powder.
This
Sucker
is
Punch as
Cornerstone
well.
Mask though, so
Oh, that is true. So
Maybe,
you're not gonna be able to
maybe.
get affected. But
but
still,
the grass skills, right? The Ivy Cudgel, Power Whip.
yes, yes. But then again, you know, there's still the Incineroar.
There's still
Because
Incineroar.
You
That's
can
right.
take it out. You know, we had the fake out as well. There's a lot of option here for Noah really going up to the Ogre Pawn of Enrique. Again, the Koraidon is just going to provide so much of a threat here. But I guess one of the threats here for Noah is definitely going to be the Calyrex into the side of Enrique. If they're not going to be able to take it out, then hey, it's definitely going to be a hard one for Noah going in this match.
Wow, look at that. Still brought out that Ogre Pawn straight up. So I don't know how strong that's going to be against this Koraidon, but with the support of the Brute Bonnet, I kind of expect, see, Collision Course, Flare Blitz, all super effective, just so good in this matchup.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. This is going to be turn 1 of this match, and we are going to be able to see a switch, and immediately for the Koraidon, possibly just wants to bait out something, just to setting up the Sun and baiting out Enrique. But let's see how they're going to be able to respond to this Calyrex right now coming out.
Probably just wants to save it for later, you know? Wants to go in for the sweep. Obviously, Koraidon stats are really, really good as well for sweeping in the later parts of game.
Spiky Shield actually waiting in for that the Koraidon to actually attack Enrique, dealing in a bit of a damage, but unfortunately, Noah saw it from a mile away. However, Sebum, just to be able to try and put out some damage, it's not going to push through, as there goes a double switch. Enrique, you know, making use of the this situation right now to their advantage.
Yeah, very relatively passive turn there for Noah. Going for the switch in a protected hit. So, yeah, either way, we do have a pretty decent setup with Zamazenta and the Ogre Pawn. Two very defense-oriented Pokemon straight up for Enrique. I guess he just... It's a perfect switch in as well, because you know, you have Wide Guard to protect against this Calyrex if ever he wants to go straight for an Astral Barrage.
And this is going to put F stab as well. We haven't seen this in quite a while. Ghost Era going into the side of Noah, and they're having Wide Guard, as we mentioned, is always going to be a threat here for Astral Barrage. And Enrique saw it. Enrique saw it, dude, from Edsa to Pasay.
That's right. There's no way that you're going to be able to pull that off with a Zamazenta in the field. And even lets out a free Ivy Cudgel and puts it to 1 HP. My goodness.
If it wasn't for the Focus Sash, that would have been a KO. And just like that, though, Sports threw the player the game here into that of the Zamazenta, you know, moving a bit of a threat out. But then there is now the free Astral Barrage into the side of Enrique. Are they going to be able to do something over here?
Yeah.
That is the big question.
There's going to be a pretty free... despite the 1 HP on the Calyrex, you're going to be able to keep it there because you will be able to keep the opponent's aggression towards the Brute Bonnet just because of Rage Powder. So I'm pretty sure he'll be happy to throw it in. With a sleeping Zamazenta, you don't have Wide Guard.
Yes, and here you go. The Spiky Shield's gonna be popped up. It's not gonna do a lot here since there's no single target. But then again, the Astral Barrage, though, Sucker Punch wants to trying to fish out into Enrique here.
Right.
But here we have it. There
He'll
you
be
go.
hitting the Zamazenta here. I'm not expecting like a 1-hit KO yet, because I don't think he did Nasty Fog or anything.
Not yet.
So yeah, that's probably just half HP right there. And of course, it is going to be still asleep. We're going to see some chance of it waking up maybe next turn.
Maybe next turn.
Maybe next turn. But for now, it is just going to be all offense here for Noah. He knows he can pull it off. He knows he has some... allowance, or he has like a lot of leeway to just throw out these offensive hits, because yeah, no single target effect or single target attack is gonna go into this Calyrex.
The Encore is gonna be played here. Quite yet, no, they backseat. They did a little bit of backseat here, but then here comes the Rage Pattern. Not gonna be affecting the Ogre Pawn, I believe. But then just wants to make sure that Noah survives, makes this Calyrex survive another day. But here comes the Encore, just putting it into Spiky Shield. My goodness, that was quite a turn here for Noah.
And of course, the Zamazenta still asleep. That is so crucial. This 1 HP Calyrex just getting so many free hits off. There's not much threat of it being knocked out quite yet.
Here we have it. It's a very, you know, they were already at a disadvantage. However, Noah turned it around and put it into their advantage. This Ogre Pawn is not going to be able to do anything as of the moment, possibly it is going to get the force, or at least, well, they're not going to force in. It goes in for the protect once again. Spiky Shield, Astral Barrage going to do some damage into the 7 cents. I don't think it's going to get a KO though, but unless they're going to be able to do something by the next turn, or possibly, you know, another wake up here. Going to be able to take wake up rather in this turn. There we go, waking up. Body press.
Ooh, decent damage onto the Brute Bonnet, but you're right, still gonna be kept asleep yet again.
I'd like to be the 7 cent. You know, I'd like some long hours of sleep.
That's a long hour of sleep.
I am jelly. I am jelly.
That's for sure. So you're gonna be at least still relatively safe if you're Noah. You know,
Yes.
he was able to pull off a body press. That really hurt the Brute Bonnet. But then again, you have an Ogre Pawn that just
Yes.
forces just keep on spamming Spiky Shield here.
Wow.
Can't believe that keeps popping off though.
The third Spiky Shield of the turn consecutively as well. Definitely 7 cents is going to have its last turn here.
Yeah,
There.
I think he's gonna have to accept. He's just gonna have to take the hit here.
Yeah, because it's either you. Because the thing is, right, if they work out the Ogre Pawn, the one that's going to get switched is going to have the hit. And
Yeah.
it's going to be very detrimental for Enrique in that matter. But now the Grim Knight, despite having 1 HP for what, 3 turns now? 4? Man.
That is just brutal, right? So, I at least, right, at the very least, maybe now the Ogre Pawn can throw out something else. Because now it is going to be the Calyrex for Enrique coming out. Maybe can make something happen here. For sure, Astral Barrage is what he's expecting, but he does have the ability to maybe protect one more time.
That is true. And at the same time, right, we might be able to see the Terra here, but both of them, unfortunately, actually has a Ghost type Terra.
A switch in actually is not also bad here for the Calyrex. Again,
Yes.
he decides to go for the protect. I would not have minded if he swapped in. Very healthy Pokemon on the back end.
Yeah,
for
but the
you.
+1 from the Grim Nado.
No, that's true.
You know
You
what
don't
I
want to
mean?
waste that, right? So, again, that's kind of what that's what I think Enrique will read into.
Yes.
That you do not want to kind
You
of.
want to give out, you know?
Yeah, I don't want to give up the Grim Knight. But for now, yeah, I don't mind. We're seeing the Brute Bonnet going for a bit of a return here. He can actually also use it again, right?
That
he
is
can
true.
still use it again later with boosted once more. Since the sunlight is up.
There we go. Follow me. Beauty Pop them. They are thinking they're not going to go in for the Astral Barrage. But honestly, they are still going to go for it.
+1.
+1. Possibly getting another plus here. There you have it. One of them actually survives. Of course, the Sturdy and the Focus Sash is going to allow them to do one more turn.
All right, so they're holding on, right? They're holding on for now, but again, very thin ice here so far for Enrique.
Wow.
Finally, that Calyrex from Noah is gonna fall after how many turns here? And again, just so much allowance for Noah to get something going.
Now, here's the thing. We still have the Brute Bonnet. There you
Yeah.
go. And it does have access to Sucker Punch.
Yeah, that's true.
It's going to be a matter of how Enrique's going to fish out this attacks. But unfortunately, they're going to go in for the Raging Bolt instead of the Sucker Punch. I guess it's going to be a little bit too obvious to do. But then again, the damage that they can do from that is just going to be menacingly into the side of Enrique, putting them into just 1 more HP.
Yeah, you don't want
Oh, 1
to.
more Pokemon, rather.
You don't want to risk too much here if you're Noah.
Yeah, you're already in the lead, too.
You can basically Thunderclap here maybe, but then again, could be protected here, could be predicted
Yes.
by Enrique. Thunderclap is the easy way to just take out these 2 low HP Pokemon.
And this is where things are gonna get interesting as well. You know, they are currently thinking what the other is going to do. Possibly, wow! They are predicting the Protect and just hit the Raging Bolt, knowing that it's not going to do a lot of damage. Mikojo is not going to do a lot as well, and now they have access to the +1. and going to be able to take out the Overrun as well. Now it's a 2v3.
Now
in
I
favor
think,
of Noah.
yeah, that's a very good buff here for the Koraidon. Using the speed advantage, he could actually pull off an attack before the Calyrex throws out the Astral Barrage.
Here we go. Flame Charge again. No, they are already to speed enough. But again, there's still the extreme speed that might possibly well, do some damage to the Koraidon. But again, it's not going to be as much effective because it's a fighting type too.
That's right, it's a fighting type. So I think Dragonite is not going to be able to do that much. Especially against Koraidon, maybe against Raging Bolt.
Right.
But then again, I think he's just there to maybe try and make something happen. He's the only one who can probably do it. I expect the Calyrex to maybe go on a protector in here.
Let's find out if that's going to be the case here. But they already did last turn. Oh, you know, it's a 50-50 chance.
It's going to be 50-50 on this one. That's true.
So here comes the Terra. Normal, of course, just to maximize the damage of the explosive speed. It's possibly going to be going into that of the Koraidon just to put out some damage. And unfortunately enough, it's not going to be enough to take it to the Koraidon, and they're going to be able to do more in this turn. Now here comes the Flare Blitz. Going to be a sacrificial lamb here into that of that Calyrex. Unfortunately, going to get taken out as well because of that.
Yeah, he's going to have recoil, so that's going to be Koraidon going down.
Oh, yeah, because it was only one. Sorry, yeah, because it only has one HP.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
I totally forgot about that.
Calculated.
I was
actually thinking it was
of the
go
recoil,
down.
right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that is insane.
But the 1 HP, that was high level play.
High level play, bro. I love that. I'm sure that was calculated, right?
Yes,
that
it was.
Very much calculated. There you go with the Thunderbolt. Very easy to get damage on that Dragonite. But now,
the Brute Bonnet is still up here. Only one more Pokemon into the side of Enrique. And the thing is, it actually has Choice Band as well, so it's not going to do anything besides Extreme Speed at this point. So either way, one Pokemon will be able to survive this attack. There you go. That is going to be the Raging Ball. That is actually a very good decision as well to take on the Raging Ball because it does more damage than that of, well, the Brute Bonnet, which
Brute Bonnet is basically Seed Bomb and Sucker Punch.
Yes, exactly.
But he goes for Spore, though. That's very good.
Just to guarantee the hit as well, right?
Yeah.
So with that being said, of course, Seed Bomb is going to be effective now at normal damage instead of not very effective because of the Terra typing.
Yeah, and there you go. Bomb. Gonna be just enough for the Dragonite. And with that, Noah. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Oh my goodness, the clutch here. Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, that would have been a game here for Noah. Using Sport to guarantee the game. Unfortunately, Arceus has given the blessing to Enrique and makes this Dragonite wake up. Extreme Speed to end things up. That was beautiful. It's the high level plays, man. The high level plays guaranteeing these wins here and there, but wow. They saw the Extreme Speed a mile away. Going to the Raging Ball because
it's
again,
so good, right?
It's going to put out dish out more damage. So definitely they're going to go in for the more obvious choice, Raging Bolt, allowing them to Spore, but waking up at that second turn. Because if they didn't wake up...
Second turn.
If they didn't wake up that turn, they would have won the game.
That's a guarantee. I kind of get you. You have to go Spore first, right? You want to make sure that the Dragonite's asleep.
Yes.
That's a sure win, usually.
Yes.
Waking up on turn 2, that is just insane. Oh,
the flip.
Man.
The flip on that, it was gorgeous. And
that was gorgeous.
Again, the other one, Koraidon here, with the Flame Charge, calculated play onto 1 HP, making sure that it does get the Flare Blitz, rather, not Flame Charge, Flare Blitz, and then still surviving with 3 HP.
Yeah, I think that was very much piloted to a T. I think, I think Enrique definitely had to pull out some magic to get the win there, despite being down by 2 Pokemon at least.
And it was a huge, again, it was quite a huge gamble to, because again, that was definitely going to be the last turn. And it could have been anyone's game. But waking up,
Yeah, he woke up. The photosynthesis also just failed at the very last
Yes.
one. So they didn't have really boosted stats. Everything lined up, and the Dragonite, man, just old
The chest.
reliable. The choice of Dragonite. I like it.
it's obviously he's going to put out more. Not Scarf, because Scarf is the one that gives it some speed.
Choice Band, yeah.
Choice Band allowing it to deal out more damage, and with the Terra Stab as well, the extreme speed definitely going to put out a lot. And it almost already took out the Koraidon as well when it used extreme speed on that. But there was a lot of close calls in that one game.
So many close calls. I was actually very much excited to see it. But here we go with game number 2. Still Koraidon Brood Bonnet here inside of Noah.
Koraidon, but Bonnet possibly might be even seeing the same kind of a game plan once again, going to that of the Koraidon Spore.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Koraidon, but rather the Zamazenta Spore.
And the defensive duo on the Zamazenta. Ogre Pond, you want to keep that alive as much as possible as well. Ivy Cudgel Fret is also just,
Double
you know,
protect
you're going to have to keep you on your toes here. Flame Charge, make sure that you don't get a speed bonus is also crucial. That's why they went for double protect here as well.
No, I mean, if this Koraidon gets to set up turn 1, that essentially dictates the game.
Yeah, your Koraidon's just gonna go hit non-stop. Again, it is Terrifier. You got so many options.
Yes.
You just keep going with Flame Charge or just go for a Flare Blitz if you wanted to go for the knockout.
Here comes the follow me though. Flame Charge is going to be used onto that, but not to be able to get a KO. Even if it does get all of its HP because it has 30 just yet. But the Button Press though going to be a super effective hit into the Brood Bonnet. Seed Bomb though putting down more damage into the Ogre Pond. That even if they do decide to use Follow Me once again, at the very least, Koraidon is going to be up there, being a threat into the side of Enrique this turn.
That's right. And again, there's not really much that Zamazenta can do about this. You can't wide guard against a Koraidon, bro. So, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just there's just not much you can do aside from protecting and maybe trying to hit back at the same time, which is also difficult because aside from body press, you can't really do much else. And of course, they're gonna go throw out that Calyrex again just to remove the body press threat.
Yes.
Trying to catch it with that ghost typing from the Calyrex.
And here we have it. Spiky Shield is going to be popped up once again, just in case they are thinking of the follow me. But unfortunately, the protect, they knew they cannot do that.
Yeah, I think for Noah, that's fine. If you're Noah, if he protects, it's okay. You switch in, nothing happens to your Calyrex.
Yeah.
That's already a big win for you.
And a +1 on Koraidon too.
You got good speed. You can outspeed the Calyrex now.
It's just going to be a either way, right? They could have been able to get in a Zamazenta or be at a zero right now, which Noah is as of the moment. So they definitely does have the advantage right now. So
I thought that was going to be a swap in. That would have been crazy. And
I don't think you should.
yeah, you got a really good bonus going.
We have a +1 right now on the Koraidon.
Yeah, and again, keeping your buff here is
There you
crucial.
go.
He did swap out. Decides he doesn't want to use it quite yet.
I mean, possibly they want it to set up the sun again for later, of course. And here comes the defense getting hidden by the Persistence. And there you have it.
Wide guard, maybe expecting the Astral Barrage here, but nope. Noah was also very ready for that. Goes for the Psychic instead.
The reads here coming in from Noah, knowing that the sun is gonna be out in just a bit, switching out the Koraidon so that they can set it up once again, getting in the Grimnite in speed here. We don't really know yet which Calyrex is actually faster in this one.
We haven't seen them like duke out quite yet, so we'll probably see it here, right here. And the Encore being highlighted there. I actually like it if he does that. For the Zamazenta, keep that wide guard going.
That's true.
And just psychic your way out of it.
That's true.
That would be crazy, but Yeah.
It's I guess it's a wishful thinking at this point in the game, because I'd say you want to be as aggressive as you can, but then again, the Encore will definitely help you out and reduce the options here for Enrique for later turns of the game.
And maybe you can also force out the switch in if you so notice, right? So Calyrex on Ghost, very potent indeed.
Sucker Punch! Oh, that is going to be the focus sash, allowing it to survive, but seeing that happen, almost gets taken out. We have been able to see some Calyrex here without any focus sash, but then the damage just do a lot. Unfortunately for this Zamazenta, they're not going to go in for the wide guard, allowing this Astral Barrage to slip in.
Yeah, Enrique really having a hard time keeping his Pokemon in there.
That could be enough though, not quite yet, only half HP, and now it's +2 right now, right? +2 into +2 special attack stages into that of the Calyrex, so definitely going to be doing a lot of damage. Now here comes the Dragonite once again that we saw earlier, being the clutch play here, clutch Pokemon inside of Enrique, but then again it's not going to be able to attack the
aggressive.
Calyrex if it does decide for the extreme speed once again.
Yeah, I think we're going to see here Rage Powder into the Astral Barrage. That's very bold here. And I think he wants to go for just try to pull off one more before the extreme speed Dragonite does its job and takes out one of these Pokemon.
Rage Powder is going to be popped up once again. Is it going to be... Oh, it's not going to be extreme speed.
It's not extreme speed actually, right?
Possibly a low kick into the we'll find out in just a bit, but actually we're not gonna find out.
We're not gonna find out.
We're not gonna find out anymore as get taken out now at +3. Possibly the the Dragon Claw as well, just to be able to take the Bird Bonnet. Not a low kick rather, but the Dragon Claw.
Yeah, he wanted the Dragon Claw. Low kick wouldn't have actually hit the Calyrex.
Oh, sorry, the Bird Bonnet is what I'm saying. Yeah.
So yeah, beautifully timed there.
4-1 right now. 4-1.
4-1. What are you gonna do? That's basically it. I think this was excellently maneuvered here by Noah.
Yes.
This time Noah didn't really overthink that much.
Yes.
He just went straight for the attacks. He played defensively and just let one of his Pokemon go for the sweep. And it worked out very well. And that's a clean sweep here for Noah here. Not losing any Pokemon in this game.
There we go. We are now currently 1-1 in this round number 5 match. And we're going to go into game number 3. I have to, agree with you. I do like that last match. It was very straightforward. Not a lot of mind games. So we're still going to be getting a lot of those. But seeing how honest that game was, it's not something that you see every day in high-level stakes such as this event.
Yeah, not very much, right? Like, and again, you try to expect to play some mind games, but your opponent just does not care. Even with the swap-ins that we saw earlier, despite hiding the Koraidon, not even utilizing that speed +1.
Yes.
What?
I mean, they already had the advantage with the +1, because that's what we're talking about. Like, they already had a +1.
You outspeed the Calyrex.
You might as well not want to switch it out, but, well, it didn't matter.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he wanted to reserve it for a later stage Proto-Synthesis.
Yes, Proto-Synthesis.
For multiple Pokemon. Like, he has his Raging Bolt. He wants to keep his Brutmon alive as well. So I get it. You don't always want to go into the obvious move.
Yeah, of course.
But at the same time, I like that Noah didn't really play super defensive in this game.
Yeah,
I like that he just went pedal to the metal.
I mean, again, it's very honest Pokemon VG. And again, it's not something you see every day in, well, again, a high-level tournament such as this one.
That might have actually gotten Enrique by surprise, right? Like, why is this guy just constantly attacking?
You know what I mean?
I tried to wide guard, but no, he's just hitting me with psychics and everything. So we're going to go into game number 3. This should be a very fun one. I could go either way from what we saw in game number 1 and game number 2.
Oh, man, here we go. The lead is going to be the same here. Brute Bonnet into the Koraidon, and of course, into the set of Enrique. That is the Zamazenta and the Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, this is the defensive. This is the defensive duo that is being brought out here by Enrique. Again, Zamazenta very good with the shielding. The Ogerpon will probably just keep throwing out the spiky shields unless he wants to swap out. But I think this is going to be... I think this is Koraidon being swapped out instead. Wants to go straight into a fight. I think he expects Enrique to play more defensive because of the game 2 loss. So I like that. I like the mini mind games happening here in turn 1.
It was the result of what happened in game number 2.
Yeah, I would be very cautious as well if I see that going.
Oh no, here comes the follow me.
Oh, you know what's gonna happen here.
I mean, again, well, it's not still the turn for any Astral Barrage just yet because it was a switch in, but the follow me is now getting into the mind of Enrique. Now, button press was seen by Noah a mile away, and it was just ready for that.
Yeah, he wasn't ready. A great switch in with the Calyrex and the Koraidon here. You can expect a very strong offensive game or offensive turn here.
Astral Barrage. Now, if Zamazenta goes in for another attack here, right? We are definitely seeing in real time the effects of what Noah did, how Noah played game number 2.
Yeah. And Noah playing that game, he could choose to switch it up. He could just go straight into like a play defensive again, and then again catch Enrique by surprise. But all this happens.
And here you go, that Terra Ghost right now into the side of Noah. Definitely going to be seeing a more aggressive Noah.
This is what he was doing earlier, right? He goes for Terra Ghost and then just goes Astral Barrages.
Gets the stamp, gets the +1s, but here comes the collision force immediately into the Zamazenta. And that's what I was talking about earlier. We are seeing the results of how Noah played game number 2. Now Enrique was a little bit too cautious to use the wide guard.
Yeah, he's definitely put Enrique on the back foot here just because of the mind games that Noah is playing, now going full throttle and taking down the Zamazenta.
Oh, wow. And now, look at this. No more wide guard threat here for Noah. The game just go all in right now.
Yeah, this Calyrex is going to go bananas, bro.
It is. And at the same time, there's still the Koraidon up and running too. They don't really need to use the flame charge anymore at this point. However, Chien Pao does have access to what do you call this? The sucker punch.
Oh, sucker punch.
The sucker punch into the Calyrex, so definitely we might be able to see a little bit of defense play here from Noah. But then again, they are currently in the lead right now. No more threats of the wide guard.
Yeah, I like that at least the sucker punch can kind of just make sure, oh, are you sure you want to throw that Astral Barrage? Yeah, you can kind of just throw that there, but yeah, because of this,
they're just baiting them out.
Yeah, he's trying to bait out the move.
Them.
This is very crucial, but don't forget there is a Koraidon in play. The Calyrex can just go full defensive here and basically just Flare Blitz or just charge anybody and get some good speed and damage in.
Follow Me is going to be the play of the game here. Flare Blitz possibly going to be able to take out the Ogerpon. Yes, it will going to take it out. Not going to do a lot of recoil damage as it's already damaged as well. However, the Chien Pao, what's going to do here? Icy win, and it's not going to do anything. It's the Calyrex still has the speed prowess against the Chien Pao.
Yeah, despite the crit, despite super effective, Koraidon does not mind losing out on speed because I think he already accepts that this Dragonite's probably going to be faster.
Yes, and here you go. And look at this. Noah is not afraid to attack with Koraidon yet, but then again, it might possibly get taken. Okay, here's the thing. Even if Koraidon gets taken out, it's most possibly going to be taken out by the Dragonite Extreme Speed.
Yeah, and you know what? If Enrique's going to have to invest so much to take this one out.
The Koraidon, right? And if they do so, take down the Koraidon, Noah just needs to take out the Chien Pao, and the Dragonite won't be able to do anything towards that Calyrex later down the line.
He's got a lot of reserve as well. Like, alright, even if I mess up a little bit, he got one more Pokemon in the back pocket. So, extreme speed here for the Dragonite is going to be insanely powerful. Could take out the Koraidon. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Just
But,
so many multipliers.
But again, you know what's gonna be the play here for Enrique if Noah gets to take out the Chiempao.
Oh, wait a second. Look at that.
Encore?
That's an encore for the Chen Pao, which means that's going to be another sucker punch.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Goes in for Protect, gets the Spore, can take out the Dragonite.
That's true.
You know?
That's true. It's an easy Spore. One Spore. You don't really have much. I think the Dragonite can't really one-hit the Root Bonnet, right? Especially with Photosynthesis up.
Yes.
So, yeah, you can try to do that as much as you can, but you are going to sleep. You guys kind of just have to accept that.
They, as of the moment, Noah is just making sure that they guarantee the KO, guarantee the win, really. Not just the KO, but rather the win for themselves, make sure that they're not going to be able to do anything. Now, the Dragon is now fallen asleep. And now going to have another Spore here into Chiempao.
So yeah, even with this Astral Barrage not really doing as much damage as you think, he doesn't really have anyone else to stop this guy.
And even with Sucker Punch, there's still the Focus Sash as well.
And he didn't even need it. He's at 8 HP. He's actually fine here. Good damage into the Dragonites for sure.
I don't know. It's not going to be a go, right?
Yeah, it's going.
And a normal typing right now, but then again, the Spore here double leap into the side of Enrique. Now Noah can just fully go in all out. Unless you go to see what happened earlier. With,
that would be crazy if we saw that again.
Dragonite waking up again.
Yeah, we saw that again. That would be insane. So yeah, this Dragonite is basically possible. It's possible that he can wake up here, but he doesn't.
He wants to snooze up a little bit more, preparing for day 2, possibly.
Very tired.
I mean, we're playing a lot of rounds right now. So here comes the Astral Barrage. Unfortunately, again, not going to affect the Dragon as it is currently a normal type.
There you go. Chiempao probably going to go down, and he does.
Another KO into the Chiempao. And now, and this is what I'm saying, right? Earlier, Enrique does not have any answers anymore to Noah. Even if they can take out the rest of the 2 Pokemon instead of Noah, Extreme Speed with Choice Band is not going to hit this Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And he knows it. It's done. And that is going to be the win here for Mr. Noah here. I like it. I like the way that he piloted this last 2 games. Basically a reverse sweep for him. Just basically just played out of his mind.
It was, again, it was the game number 2 in particular was very impactful going into game number 3 because of how honest they played game number 2. Enrique was overthinking things in game number 3.
Yeah, I think he was forced into that situation by Noah, to be honest. With the way that he played game number 2, it's so hard to play game number 3 straight up.
Yes, and because of that, again, Whiteguard didn't even make an appearance in game number 3, and no one knows that they are too cautious. They're cautious enough not to use Whiteguard.
Yeah, didn't even need to do those encore shenanigans that we keep seeing. It was just straight up power of obviously the Brute Bonnet.
Yes.
Using that harsh sunlight, the weather, to make sure that your Pokemon are tanky enough to take a few hits, to make sure that you don't get one hit KO'd, and then just winning from the win condition that you have here.
True.
Beautifully done there.
And again, the double Spore into the Pokemon of Enrique just ensured that, as you mentioned, the win condition just ensured the win for Noah. So beautiful stuff here for Noah, aka Ampalaya, the IGN. It's very interesting to see this player going into day number 2.
Yeah, that'll leave a taste in the mouth for sure for anyone who faces this guy. And again, just so good to see him play here. Congratulations to Noah. He's going to proceed still further into our Swiss rounds.
Have one more round.
Yeah. And of course, while our Swiss rounds are ongoing, you have so many side events that you can actually enjoy here in the SMX Convention Center in Manila.
So here we go. So for the day one, this is what's going to happen. Of course, we are currently having our VGC and the TCG Masters Senior and Junior. But of course, after the third round, which we are already way past, we are now currently at about to be at round 6.
Round 6. Yeah.
We're going to have the side event, which is the point get battle, which if you get 5 points, you are going to be able to get and redeem a booster pack.
That's cool.
And well, we're going to have more side events later tomorrow, as we are also going to have Pokopia. If you haven't tried it, it's a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive. We have Pokemon Champions. You can try it out because, again, after this event, after this Master Ball, because this is going to be the last official tournament, at least for us in the Philippines, to be held in Scarlet and Violet, and the next succeeding events we will be playing on Pokemon Champions. So that could give you a glimpse of what is going to be our official platform moving forward.
Super excited for that. And I hope you guys are excited for day 2 as well, where you will actually also get to play Mesastar if you want to here.
And if you do play, you're going to be able to get the special Pikachu yellow tag.
That's right. So look out for that. If you are in the area, it'll be a lot of fun for your family. And we also have expanded format battles. We got Coloring Corner and new trainer journey if you want to start your Pokemon adventures right here.
And there we have it. That those are the side events, the side contests that we do have for this event, the Master Ball League. In with the exception of setting aside the actual main event, which is the the TCG Masters, Junior, Senior, and of course the VGC. And of course, just playing here will net you the microfiber cloth here with the Master Ball League design, and of course a notebook as well. So those you don't need to win, you just need to be here, participate in the tournament, which, well, this is the only time that you're going to be able to get it, because
that's right.
You're not going to be able to enter the tournament anymore tomorrow. But tomorrow we'll be able to see who gets to be the top 4 as well.
Yeah, top 4 gets trophies as well here for our Master Ball League, and of course invites. The biggest prize of them all for this MBL is to get those invites into the Pokemon World Championship.
Again, the top 3 to 10 is going to be able to get that invite that we're talking about. Pokemon World Championships, going to be able to play that on August. But then you might be wondering what happens to the first and second place. They are not only going to be able to get the world invite, but also a travel award. That means you don't have to worry about getting your plane tickets or how you're going to be able to get there. All you need to do is prepare.
Yeah, preparing for of course, and representing the Philippines is going to be such a huge honor. That is going to be for our 2 finalists. So excited to see that tomorrow.
Yes.
But again, we are not quite done yet here for day number 1. We got a lot more to show for you guys. Of course, the last few rounds of Swiss are going on. We got a few players. I can see them.
Yeah, they're still playing around. We're still waiting for them to finish. And immediately after that, of course, we are going to be headed to our last round of the day. So that has been round number 5 that we just watched. And the last one for day number 1 is going to be round number 6. So it's going to be one heck of a match here for the last one on the broadcast.
That's right.
And I just can't wait to see it.
I cannot wait. So hopefully you guys are as excited. Don't forget, we also have TCG, the stream ongoing right now. It's down on the description of this video. So go ahead and check out that link so you can watch more Pokemon action while all of this is ongoing. But for now, that's going to be it for us. I'm Rockhard. He's JJ Kun. We're going to go on a quick break here in the Master Ball League of VGC.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Rem, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in!
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great!
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokémon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokémon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with the basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere, and Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Pokopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back to the Master Ball League 2025-2026 Asia Championship Series Philippine region, and we are now currently at our last round for the day. Once again, my name is JJ, and with me is Rockhart.
Hello, guys. And we are for our last round.
Yes.
Let's go, boys and girls.
And
Let's go and have some fun here.
This is going to be a very interesting one as well, because this is not just a match. And you know, for previous rounds, we were getting the top tables.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a crowd favorite in the Philippines. We have Francis Tyrant Tai, the 2023 Philippine champion, and also the commentator for I believe 2024 Master Ball League. And of course, we also have another crowd favorite here. We have Ivan Jenko. Ivan Jenko, there you go. Which both of these players are actually some of the pillars of the VGC community in the Philippines. And just like to give a shout out as well to PGP, Filipinos Got Pokemon. That is the dedicated VGC here community in the Philippines. So
That's right.
really amazing stuff here.
Good job.
A lot of the comments as well since earlier have been looking over and wanting to see Tyrant, and I guess your wish is our command. We're going to put Tyrant right now on the broadcast.
That's right. And we're also going to see them both on 4-1 on their
Both of them
standings.
4-1, yes.
So definitely guaranteed to be top cut here.
Right.
But again,
The
still
placement.
want to see who's going to come out on top for either of them. Again, bringing some really interesting mix into
Yes.
our MBL meta.
Yeah, I mean, again, what's going to be determined here is what they're going to be placed on the ranking and into the single eliminations, the seeding essentially going into game day number 2 rather. So
Yeah.
again, it is a single elimination tournament format for the top cut, whereas for this one for today it's still a Swiss.
That's right. And yeah, let's go into their lineups. We
Yes.
do see for Tyrant, I like what I see here. Bring out the Lunala first on the broadcast here for today. On the Flutter Remain as well.
And Ursa Luna too.
Actually, this is a very ancient lineup. You know,
Yes.
legendary and ancients. I like what he's bringing out. The Root Bonnet, Koraidon
Yes.
as well. So, not what we've been seeing for the past
Few broadcasted
few
matches.
broadcast matches, but definitely a Ho-Oh
Yes.
on the side of Cinnamon is also
No,
very
yeah.
appreciated.
And I mean, you know, this the lineup at least for Tyrant here are those that are mostly used as of the moment with the meta. As you mentioned, Koraidon, Chiyu, Flutter Main. Definitely the top 3 Pokemon you want to use if you want to have the speed. But of course, you would also have an answer towards a Trick Room kind of match with Lunala or Sanluna, and of course, Brood Bonnet. Brood Bonnet being a very versatile Pokemon that could go either composition going into this match. But of course, let's go over to Cinnamon as well. Running in the Koraidon once again, we have the Incineroar, the Flutter Mane, the Rillaboom, the Iron Treads, which is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing here as well. And as, again, mentioned, Ho-Oh, going to be the first time in the broadcast.
Gonna be fun. Again, lineups are kind of ready for Trick Room, but of course not really gonna be facing off against a Trick Room, neither of them. So I'm very excited to see, obviously, Ho-Oh as a Tailwind setter. Can you run us through that one?
And I mean, you know, this is more of a bulky Pokemon, you know, making sure that it can survive a lot. And with the Sun set here by the Koraidon, definitely the Sacred Fire is going to do a lot. And of course, we do have it as a more of a utility Pokemon regenerator, even if it gets removed from play or switched out. The moment it gets back in, it's just going to, well, replenish its HP, making sure that it is going to be able to be more of a utility once again, or if need be, well, Brave Bird and Sacred Fire is always going to be here.
Yeah, basically Cinnamon's lineup is focusing on trying to stay alive.
Yes.
For a majority of this game, and I guess that will work out well against this lineup that really wants to blow you out of the water. Chi-Yu with a Heat Wave and an Overheat does have the Ghost Terra. So obviously has more survivability as well. Of course, it is Choice Scarf.
No, that is totally true, but at the same time, you know, I believe both of them are going to try to take the lead in terms of the speed. But then again,
Lunala has Trick Room too.
Lunala has Trick Room, but then again, there's also an answer here by there's also an answer here by Ivan. You know, coming into the side of Iron Treads, Ho-Oh. Of course, we have the Incineroar and the Rillaboom as well, as even though it might get hit up onto the Trick Room, the priority still stands.
That's right. And you also have like really strong speed here as well.
Yes.
Just in case you don't want to go Trick Room, I feel like the Flutter Mane is just so scary in that regard.
That's true.
Again, very good answer is Moonblast for a lot of possible Dragon matchups. And like we mentioned earlier, Koraidon is also just one Pokemon that doesn't do well against that.
And now this is actually quite interesting as well. Ivan's Koraidon, one of the biggest difference here is that in contrast to Flare Blitz, which most of the Koraidon is running here, they are actually running in Scale Shot, which is, I believe, it got into the top 16 as well as Scale Shot variant of the Koraidon on the 2025 World Championships. So this is something to look forward to, and knowing the fact that we are currently on the open team sheet, well, you'd be wary. You are aware that it's could be a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem, especially that we've seen a lot of Koraidons more likely succeed with Charge. Right now, it feels like its speed is going to be pretty static though. But again, the upside is you get access to Scale Shot, which does have it's pretty good coverage as well for this Koraidon.
I mean, I guess that's the reason why they don't have a just in case this Koraidon's speed. I am confident enough to say that this is slower than Tyrant's Koraidon.
I would say,
right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's why they have the Tailwind for the Ho-Oh, and just in case there is the Trick Room as well, I mean, there is still a chance for them to go even quicker, going the fact that this Koraidon is definitely slower.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't mind. I think 100% you bring this Koraidon here.
Yes.
No doubt about it. So the rest of it is just basically you have a Rillaboom to try to make sure that you have a lot of your Pokemon regenerating.
Yes.
Quark Drive, Life Orb as well for your Iron Treads. You should be pretty. You should also hit back hard with this
Flutter
lineup.
Mane is there, That's the reason why there's the Flutter Mane. Of course, the Moonblast is always going to be the case here. And just in case you want to control the match, you don't need a Trick Room, but instead, you can go in for the Icy Wind, which
slow him down.
Both of them are actually running.
Yeah, slow down the opposition. Again, these are two compositions or two matchups that basically just rely so much on speed. I think both of our competitors, they reached 4-1 with full realization, full full knowledge that this is probably going to be very important. And I think, yeah, that's why they're 4-1. They're very good.
Yeah, that's true. That's
in
why
their
they're
matchups.
currently here with this kind of standing, and I believe as well they are currently guaranteed for day 2. Again,
We'll see
as,
them tomorrow, 100%.
We'll see them tomorrow. It just this match is just going to decide whether or not they're going to be placed higher than the other onto the seeding to going into day number 2 single eliminations.
Also, it's a very good, ego boost, so a little bit
course.
more confidence boost,
course.
rather, for either of them to, have a better standing. So, again, that might also affect like how they feel about coming into tomorrow's matchups. Again, both these lineups feel like they're very well rounded.
Yes.
I'm definitely excited to see the Lunala in play here.
Oh yeah.
Because I feel like coming into this day, we talked so much about the Lunala being in so many
Teams, but we never really got to see the
yeah,
Lunala.
top 1 to 10 at least
Yes.
of the most regionals that we've seen in
It's
the previous.
Koraidon, Incineroar, and Lunala with the Regulation I.
Yeah, so I'm really a little bit surprised that it only just made an appearance now, and we're not even sure if it's gonna make the 4 Pokemon
That is true.
Tyrant's gonna be bringing out here.
I mean, I guess with this kind of composition for both of the teams, we might possibly get to see maybe a game number 1. They want to check each other out just to try to be offensive.
For
If that
sure.
doesn't work out, at least there's still a lot of viability. Of course, as you mentioned, the Lunala with the Power Herb as well. So Moongeist Beam is going to be, well, going there immediately turn 1.
That's right. And again, Trick Room possibility for the Lunala just makes it so. It feels like it's such an important pick in
Yes.
this composition overall. You have the option to go Flutter Main, but
The Flutter Main, it's going to be very risky.
you're not even sure if he's gonna bring it in.
if they're gonna be using Icy Wind,
Right.
especially into the side of Ivan. Just
So it
because the
feels
fact-
like they don't work together. Like you're trying to slow down your opponent,
But then there's the Trick Room.
yeah,
You know
exactly.
what I mean? That's
You're-
what I'm saying.
It's like you're erasing the opponent's priority
But
when
then,
you're throwing Icy Wind in a composition that wants to keep Trick Room up.
I mean, I guess that's one advantage that you could have, at least for the turn before the Trick Room, unless they use it immediately. Trick Room has a, correct if I'm wrong, a -7 priority, so it's always going to be last. But the rewards that, Tyrant can get off of it is quite a lot, quite huge.
For sure. So excited. Again, this is a former, competitor.
Yes.
Again, a former commentator. Commentators usually will have a lot of.
I mean, he's he was the 2023 champion. He's been competing since for as long as I can remember. Honestly, late 2000s is the last I remember. They've always been competing with everyone from Asia and even Ivan actually. So both of these two players are always together competing with other people, going to abroad to compete as well. So really interesting stuff for both of these. We will definitely see their experience be in play here for this round.
That's why I'm so excited. I am so excited to see like very experienced Pokemon competitors
Yes.
here. Just because I'm obviously newer to
Right.
this one. This is actually my first VGC cast, so I'm obviously newer. So I'm very excited to learn from the best. Just like we've been talking to like some of our YouTube commentator audience. I like talking to them, and I like seeing their reactions as well
Right.
to the previous games. And I really am learning a lot.
I mean, hey, we learn a lot. We learn on the go as well. We get to see how they actually. I mean, we get to see the team sheets, right? We get to see the move pool and everything. But then, application-wise, is still different.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean?
I'm very curious. Like, are you gonna go for what's expected here?
Yes.
You kind of know. You have an idea what your opponent's gonna throw out there, but at the same time, you don't want to be too predictable. You don't want to
Yes.
do like what people would always call is the right
That is true.
play.
That is true. I mean, it's the mind games is just off the roof in VGC in general.
Yeah, that's why
really.
experience just talks so much into this, right? Your experience is just.
I mean,
what
I
you
wouldn't
have
say
to-
I'm that experienced, but
Yeah.
Just being able to play this definitely would give a bit of an insight, going towards the tournament. But then again, they are pro players for a reason, and
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be able to call everything, and definitely not all of them either. You know what I mean? So we're in here for a surprise, but
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm gonna be happy to be surprised, honestly. We actually haven't seen an Ursa Luna in play yet.
Yes.
So I want to see that coming to this one.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now currently at the team preview. We will immediately go to the match once they are actually in the match. So I think that's
waiting for the game to respond,
a
basically.
minute and a half left, like 90 seconds of thinking which Pokemon to bring out for our last round. Again, this is match number, well, not match number 1, but rather game number 1 of round number 6.
Yeah, in our last match for the day, let's throw it over to the game. And look at that Ho-Oh and Lunala. It's a great matchup. It's Tailwind versus Trick Room.
There we go, Intimidate, and we're not going to be able to see the, what we seen earlier, the clear amulet into that of the Gyarados. So definitely a -1 is going to do a lot here, despite having the unrecognizable calls. But Lunala, though, does have the access towards that of the Trick Room. But then again, the big out threat here coming in from Ivan is going to do a lot into Francis.
Again, if you have Incineroar on the field, kind of second nature to expect the fake out. So most of the time, sometimes people would just try to see if they can protect against it, or maybe just make an unexpected play and just keep on attacking. And I would not be surprised if the Ho-Oh actually just went for a really strong attack here. I think he will do just that. Doesn't even want to go for Tailwind just in case a Trick Room comes out from the Lunala.
Oh, the big out now. Oh, we just switched here. And here we go. The big out goes into that of the Koraidon instead of the Lunala, knowing that it is kind of an obvious play as well. So wanted to put it out a little bit now. Meteor Beam's going to be popping up again with the power. Oh, there we go. That's going to be increasing that one as well. Power 4.
There you go.
Rather? Oh, but avoiding it!
No
attack.
way!
What is... There we go.
That is crazy. There you go. There's a burn as well, of course.
I mean, being a special attacker, right?
Don't really mind.
Don't really mind, but the 1 in 8 HP. Well, not 1 in 8, but 1/8 on 1/8.
Oh, 1/8.
1/8, right? 1/8 is still a lot of damage.
Yeah. So obviously, Lunala Trick Room here in this one. I don't mind it. It feels like it's gonna be warranted since you already lost out on one turn at the Tailwind.
So this is currently in France. It actually is life, not amulet. There we go. Getting in the Water Terra into that of the or actually protecting into Ivan just to try to see what is going to be up. Close combat just to remove that super effective hit coming in from that of Francis.
That's not bad. Not bad at all. Incineroar is still on half. Rocky Helmet, of course, will kind of just put that damage back into the Koraidon. And, ooh, super effective move here. Coming in from the Incineroar.
And just like that, now Francis don't have access to that of the Trick Room. And Ivan still has the Ho-Oh that can still put out the
that Ho-Oh definitely is still a really big threat here. Again, despite Trick Room being up, you can't really Tailwind unless you want like a big disadvantage. But I think he can just brute force his way into this one. The Brute Bonnet, again, will have Photosynthesis, increased defense.
Yes.
But is a Ho-Oh that has some offensive capabilities. Brave Bird into a grass type is really going to hurt.
And in a Pokemon where you want it to live for as long as possible, using the Brave Bird now, sure, it's going to feel a lot, but then again, you want to, doing that means you are actually committed into the Brave Bird. But then again, there's still the Sacred Fire with the Sun up, could still provide more damage without any recoil.
There you go. So Sacred Fire is fine. Maybe you can do the Brave Bird later on, like you mentioned, maybe a lower HP pool so that recoil doesn't hurt as much. We could see that later here, but again, the Harsh Sunlight definitely helping out more. for Francis' team.
There you have it. The switch out. We popped up here. The Ursaluna, as we mentioned.
Very beefy boy.
They know for a fact that Ivan is leaning towards more of a fast Pokemon. Now the Lunala, unfortunately, not going to be able to get a Trick Room. But Francis still here, holding on, despite the Lunala getting taken out.
There goes that Sacred Fire we're talking about.
Yes,
Great
sir.
read into that one. Making sure that it doesn't really absorb that much damage because of the water type.
And there you have it. The as we mentioned, you know, Sacred Fire going to be able to take down the Brute Bond, but then the Terra, the great read here coming from Francis, definitely helps it survive.
All right, so again, doesn't mind the burn at all for this Ursaluna.
It's guts.
Yes, he does. He is very happy with it. So go ahead and throw it over. What's the play here, though? What are you gonna do with this Ho-Oh? Do you keep it on the field here, or do you want to just maybe switch it out?
I mean, at this point, you know, it's not that it's not a threat, but then
It's not as strong of as a threat.
yeah, but it can still survive and do a lot here for the side of Ivan. But right now, Protosynthesis is going to be popped up into that of the switch in, but then
Try to remove the sleep, I guess.
that's true. And another double sleep. We've seen this play earlier.
Pain.
Double sleep. There's only a handful of chance here for the Ho-Oh to survive, but unfortunately, critical hit with Facade, of course, is going to double up its attack because of the status, and then there's the Guts as well, so definitely going to be able to take it out as well. But at least, you know, the Flutter Mane was able to get in freely.
Yeah, it's a free Flutter Mane here for sure. It will still outspeed most Pokemon if only it wasn't on Trick Room. But yeah, this Flutter Mane is probably going to be attacking last here. You might want to just play a bit more defensive here if you're Ivan. Just go for more of a protect play despite the Flutter Mane being asleep though. So you want to wake that up as soon as possible too.
There you go. Still a little bit of thinking here coming in from that of Francis. Of course, just trying to check in what could be the possible plays here for both of the teams. Flutter Mane, there's still four Pokemon to the side of Ivan as well, so definitely anything that he does here is very crucial.
And every single move here, and again, you're trying to wait out your sleep, you're trying to wait out the Trick Room. So Ivan is getting forced into a more defensive stance here, which I think Francis just wanted to be more prepared for. Went for the protect.
There we go. Headlong Rush, unfortunately not going to hit as the Koraidon gets protection. And now, I mean, that is actually pretty good here into the side of Ivan as well, because knowing the fact that they're going to have the sun out, so that's number one, it's going to expire. And another thing is, that's another turn from that of the Flutter Mane to potentially wake up this turn.
Potentially waking up is going to be massive. You might be able to do some decent damage to either the Ursaluna or the Brute Bonnet. But right now, it does feel like it's a more passive turn still. Again, I think there's only just one round of Trick Room available. But yeah, with that Rage Powder, Ursaluna is going to be pretty happy. And of course, the Flutter Mane is still asleep.
There you go. Well, no, we don't have the Trick Room.
The Trick Room's out already.
No, how to Trick Room, because immediately they went in for the Wood guys. Yep.
Oh, right.
So they went in for the attack.
Right.
So definitely the lead here on speed is on the side of Ivan. So definitely the speed control is was being a problem here for Francis after the Lala gets taken out.
And now Francis is down to 2. It's getting a little bit harder here. These hits from Ivan are really making their mark.
And now that we know as well that Francis already used her Terra Sterilization, we know for a fact that it's not going to turn into a fire type, allowing this Flutter Mane, if it wakes up, to have, what do you call this, to take out the Koraidon immediately.
Yeah, can't even use that photosynthesis anymore because you're just 1 HP,
Yes.
man. So, I don't know, man. When is he going to be activated? He's going for it. He's hoping for the wake up.
Maybe the protect. There we go.
And there you go.
Protect. Nope, Moonblast.
Moonblast.
As we mentioned, going to be able to take out this super effective
Oh,
times 2, of course, Dragon is
Dragon.
fighting.
Yeah.
Headlong Rush, though, they know that this Crichton is going to get a protect. But then again, still 2-1 rather, into Ivan's advantage. Again,
Yeah.
that is the Incineroar as well.
I don't actually envy Francis's position right now. You have the
course.
possibility of a fake out from the Incineroar. Feel
And
like-
they intimidate as well.
That's right. That's huge. So you're already because of burn, you're already cut already in half anyway.
Well, there's the Guts, so it's not
Guts, yeah,
going
yeah, right.
to, right? Yeah.
But you are -1 on the attack here. Has to go for the protect.
That's
only the only move to do here just to stall out the fake out turn.
Yes. But then again, it's just going to prolong the inevitable right
Yeah,
now. At this,
basically.
I mean, at least at this point in the game.
Especially with no trick room, your Ursaluna
Yes.
is probably just gonna keep attacking last.
There you go.
Are you gonna try again?
Trying to take them all out together is going to be a huge gamble. But here comes the collision force. That is going to be a super effective hit here. And even if man,
it's
that's
not-
of course
Nothing
of
else.
course.
That's just
Of
game
course.
right there.
There you have it. Ivan taking in game number 1 against the former champion, that is Tyrant. But then again, that's why we are playing a best of 3. You know that the first match is more of a observation phase, and then game number 2, game number 3, that is when you have to actually get in on their faces.
Yeah, that was really good. Obviously, Ivan was able to really leverage the times he was even asleep. With a crate, and Fluttermane really woke up at the perfect moment,
Yes,
man.
yes.
Now I couldn't have put it any further. One more turn that could have been just.
That could have been
gone.
devastating for Ivan, honestly. And the thing is, I do want to acknowledge as well that Ivan, knowing the biggest threat in his team, being that of the Lunala, because if that Lunala gets to survive, gets a Trick Room, it could have immediately go to Francis.
So it's good that he actually really worked on that Lunala earlier on.
Yes. No, that
Yeah.
I would go as far to say that that was the key condition for him winning this one, because we got to see how quick their Pokemon is and how they were able to outspeed most of the Pokemon here from the side of Tai, at least for this poll that they brought out. But then again, we have to remember that they still have the Chiyu, the Fluttermane as well at the back end here that they can use going into game number 2 just to try to outspeed and outlast this side of Ivan.
Yeah, and obviously I actually wonder if there's an option to just leave the Lunala out of this. If there's like a world where he just goes Koraidon, Chiyu, Fluttermane, and Brute Bonnet, because it feels like the moment that the Lunala goes down, your Ursaluna just has a hard time like attacking.
Right.
And he just has to tank so much more.
I mean, I do have to agree with you. That would be very great as well. But then again, we cannot dismiss the fact that Incineroar and Rillaboom is going to be much of a threat going into the setup here for Tyrant if they so decide to go for those
Yeah, that's true.
setup. You know what I mean? So even
Yeah,
if
I
they
get
don't
that.
have the quickest Pokemon in the field, just because that there's the grassy glide, the fake out is really going to do a lot with the priorities going into the side of Francis. But now we are going to have Ivan actually on the left side this time.
Yep, this time around.
Oh wait, no, it's Francis.
Still
There you go.
Francis.
Still
Yeah,
Francis.
still
yeah.
Francis. There you go. So very happy to see, of course, still both of our trade setters here for Tailwind and Trick Room are present. That's Ho-Oh and Lunala. And yeah, good option here to go offensive,
Yes.
maybe, for either team, actually.
It was very quick, but I wasn't really able to see it properly, the Pokemon that Francis actually brought in. But with this Lunala, I'd say Oh, there you go, the icy wind. Now we're going to be able to see a bit of an advantage.
Now we're
if
talking.
if they do decide to go in for the Trick Room. There we go, icy wind again. So I guess if they're going to go in for the icy wind, I don't think they're going to go in for the Trick Room, at least not in this game, or at least not during the time that they still have the -1 towards Ivan.
No, they're kind of tied right now because, you know, Icy Wind actually hit all Pokemon in the game right now.
So there you go. We have the Meteor Beam to be popped up again. Now Power Herb allows it to be used immediately turn 1, but unfortunately there goes the Protect coming in from the Ho-Oh.
Yeah, that Ho-Oh Protect really is so crucial here. That would have been like a big hit.
No, and at the same time, right, that turn just made Francis waste their Power Herb. Now they don't have any Power Herb. The Meteor Beam would need now to charge up and take 2 turns before attacking.
Yeah, normally that will not actually go through. You'll be able to protect through that or swap out whatever you want to do.
Yes.
That just means that's going to be an open attack onto the Lunala. Shadow Ball as well onto the Flutter Mane. One hit with a crit.
Super effective and critical as well. So definitely going to go down with that Shadow Ball. So beautiful stuff here coming in from Francis. But here comes the Sacred Fire though. Would have been able, I'd say would have been able to get a KO if there was a sunny weather. However, of course, Francis wants speed here. They already have the Icy Wind. There's no, the Icy Wind actually did not hit the Ho-Oh, if you did notice that as well. So, because it protected at the turn. So they definitely have the advantage in terms of speed as of the moment. So Incineroar definitely has to do a bit of a, well, maybe a fake out into the Lunala.
Yeah.
That's the only option that they could do so.
Luckily right now the Lunala was able to set up Trick Room last turn, so they will have a little bit more priority except for that Flutter Mane, which is obviously blazing fast. So yeah, let's see what the Lunala's gonna do here. Most likely gonna go to see a Protect turn.
Possibly, but no, we are not going to be able to see a Protect, not even a fake up, because they do know for a fact that, hey, you know what, they're going to be thinking I'm going to be using the fake up anyways. So just going to go in for the parting shot just to reduce the attack and special attack here for the Flutter Mane to reduce its, well, you know, attack promise.
Yeah, and might be able to actually do a lot better that you kind of weaken the Flutter Mane at this point. You do have the Koraidon. Your Sacred Fire is going to hit a little bit stronger now if you wanted to use the Ho-Oh as the offense. So we'll be able to probably take out this Lunala if the Lunala doesn't actually protect. So good chance of a hit there. There you go. Just secures it with the Sun.
That is a Sacred Fire. Now actually going to be able to take down that one. But here comes the Flutter Mane putting down the Moonblast into that of the Koraidon. Beautiful read coming in from Francis.
Yeah, -1 Flutter Mane. Okay, I'll still go for it. I'll still get the KO. Beautifully done here for Francis.
I mean, it's still
a dragon weakness against a fairy move.
Well, that one, and at the same time, Flutter Mane, despite being Trick Room, is still one of the best Pokemon in the game. So Trick Room definitely is more of a double-edged sword here for Francis with the Flutter Mane. But again, that read, that alone is what they needed.
Yeah, big read here. Again, weakening the with the Intimidate doesn't really affect the Flutter Mane that much. So still have Sunlight and Trick Room active, as you can see. Option to go for a close combat. I don't think you want to go there. You just want
It's
to
currently at
-1
as well.
Yeah,
so,
it's not gonna do much.
You know, again, there's also the option here for Ivan to use Parting Shot once again, just to reduce the attack and special attack here for that of the Koraidon. So,
Even further.
right?
Oh my goodness. So Ivan's still pretty much in the game here. Again, despite suffering some hits and obviously the shots from the Moonblast, has the Incineroar now the option. So what's it gonna be for the Incineroar?
They want to get rid of the Collision Course super effective hit. Going into the Water Terra. Oh, actually,
double protect actually. So yeah, no knockoff happening for now. That's absolutely fine. That was a nice attempt. That would have been actually a more equalizing game or an equalizing move if it actually went through.
if it went through, I'd say Ivan would have been in a pretty good shape by that point, because it is going to be a super effective hit here going into that of the Flutter main. And well, it doesn't really need a focus session anymore.
Yeah, it's already damaged, so
know?
yeah.
But super effective hit still.
Oh, yeah, really strong. And again, that Flutter main has actually been knocking out
Yes.
Pokemon left and right, so we're gonna have to wait and see if we can control it. For the meantime, is it probably a good turn to protect for Ivan, or did he run out already? Is he already on like 50%?
I think this. I mean, at least for the what do you call this? I mean, they didn't go for the protect.
Yeah, he's gonna go for
it. It was Seiko Fire. They went in for the double attack, where double protect for Francis here. But here comes a Brave Bird.
Oh, full commit!
Full commit. Unfortunately, it is a Terra Fire right now, but the Blue Blast is still not going to do a lot of damage here into the side of the Incineroar. And of course, with the -1, it's going to allow the Incineroar to survive. And look at this, Rocky Helmet just to put in a little bit more damage and actually taking out the Koraidon as well. Now, another one here could be, again, the parting shot, because, again, if they do decide to go for the parting shot, they would still get the Intimidate, which really doesn't matter at this point. But then, the -1, again, with the special attack into that of the Flutter main is going to reduce the damage of that Flutter main almost more than would expect. Yeah. But no, it's not going to be the case.
That's not going to be the case here. Brute Bonnet coming in, still really healthy. Can go for the Spore play all day long. Now that there are critically injured Pokemon on the side of Ivan.
There you go. They really want to take out the Incineroar. Because again, I do understand as well, because again, that is the Pokemon that would reduce your prowess at this point. I mean, especially it's currently at -2. You want to remove, you don't want your damage to get reduced even further.
Yeah, but that's going to be a sleeping goal. Not
there
much!
The knock
oh, the knockoff!
Yes,
look at that! That was beautiful.
There you go. Yeah, focus session doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, that's not going to matter, man. Oh boy. Now,
there we go.
Even without that Trick Room, I feel like, you know what, that just gives Ivan even more of an advantage.
It's more of the Trick Room actually, well,
doesn't really matter now.
it was Francis who used the Trick Room, but it actually gave more advantage into Ivan.
Yeah, because apparently the Incineroar is just...
It's definitely slower than the Flutter.
It's slower.
The Flutter main is one of the fastest Pokemon in the game, so taking advantage of that, knowing that they can take it out, they just decide to go for it. And there you have it. T-Bomb to take out the Incineroar, but still, there is still the Koraidon at the back here for Ivan. So definitely going to be faster than that of Brute Bonnet.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, never mind. Actually, they were able to take it out.
Yeah, they were able to take it out earlier. I get
right.
That's what I'm saying, like multiple hits coming in from the Moon Blast.
Yes.
So it's basically, it's gonna be up to this one. What's the hole gonna do?
Oh, the hole still sleeps!
It's still sleeping!
Oh, wow.
No way. I will be like, not like this, bro. Not like this.
I think it's safe to say that we are going to go into game number 3.
Very much so.
There you go. Sucker Punch once again. Wow. Tyrant tries to turn the table around, and they did so despite the Trick Room actually giving Ivan more advantage. Now going into game number 3, 1-1 is the score here.
That was actually insane. That could have been so bad for Francis, but again, just heart of a champion, man. Heart of a champion.
Heart of a champion indeed. I mean, the experience really showed.
Yeah.
Their experience really showed that they are not just, you know, just playing for the sake of playing. You know, they're playing to have fun. They're playing to win, and obviously they want to go to the World Championships as well. And those alone, again, we saw how great they played. They're outmaneuvering everyone, each other rather, as well. And it's just fascinating to see how these two plays. I mean, game 1, Ivan definitely had a huge control over the game. But on game number 2, well, Francis had everything they needed to know. They got all the information that they needed. And went into game number 2. Now
Yeah.
game number 3, even more so.
It was actually good, especially the way that, even though Francis was really at a really big advantage, Ivan actually was riding on to
Yes.
Francis's setup,
Yes.
which is very awesome to see. He was able to maybe really utilize that Incineroar as much as he squeezed out so much from that Incineroar. All the parting shots, all the tech that he was trying to do
The
was just
Flutter
not quite
Mane,
there.
The Flutter Mane was quite I would have to say a bit saddening to see what happened to the Flutter Mane, especially with how much it would have been able to take out a lot into the side of Ivan without that parting shot.
Yeah, for sure. And the Spore plays, man, the Spores are really doing
Those was amazing too. Those was fascinating.
solid, right? Very much so. Here we go for our game number 3. We are going down to the wire for our 2 players, Francis and Ivan, in our last match of the day.
There we go. We have yet to see their Pokemon this time around. But let's find out what's going to be the setup here. Perhaps I don't think we're going to be seeing another Trick Room, or at least turn 1.
Maybe not too early.
Maybe not too early.
Yeah.
Not anymore, especially with this Parade and Flutter Mane. You'd want to be defensive for now, as we saw there. That is, I believe, the White Guard. That was a little bit too quick. But then, these 2 Pokemon being one of the fastest Pokemon in the game right now, you want to defend yourself from the damages that Ivan could give you.
Yeah, and of course the Rage Powder gonna help out a lot with that water typing. We'll be able to tank a lot from this Koraidon, especially if they decide to go and attack here in turn 1. Again, trying to help keep that Lunala in the game. Again, more offensively oriented this time for Francis.
And there you have it. That is going to be a Rage Powder, as we have mentioned. But the taunt here is going to be the game, and this is what I'm talking about. The scale shot, possibly going to be able to do something later down the line. There you go, almost half HP. 4 times going to be the hit here, and that's the defense going down. But the speed, though.
Yeah, the speed is actually pretty. Oh, that was a very early Trick Room. I did not really see that.
Yeah, again, it was
He
a
really
little bit.
wants to pull that Trigger Room out.
It was a little bit too quick. I thought they were gunning in for the White Guard, which I mean, I guess
Yeah.
it didn't really make any sense because it's not running a Dazzling Gleam. It's just a single shot. But then again, the Trick Room with the speed and up here into the Koraidon, obviously is going to provide Francis a lot of advantage right now.
Oh, so this is definitely Francis's turn to maybe make something happen. But
Yes.
yeah, the Root Bonnet, I feel like, has already done its job, at least for now. It's time to go offensive here
go.
for
There you
Francis
go.
with the Ursaluna.
And of course, they need to withdraw, swap out the Koraidon, which is just going to be taking up all of the damages. But then again, beautiful switch in here from
That's
Ivan. Intimidate immediately. Even having the Gust is going to be something as well. But here comes Moon. Moon Guy's Beam, going to be able to do a lot of damage to the Flutter Mane, but then again, the Focus Edge is going to allow it to survive.
Yeah, the Flutter Mane really is going to be able to pull off that Moonblast, but not really doing that much. And now it's time for this Ursaluna to get going.
Oh wow, here you go, Moonbite. It's time to be offensive at this point in the game.
But
again,
you know what? It's also perfect that the Incineroar is here because he can kind of stop one of those attacks from going in. Earlier, he actually went for fake out. But now it feels like the way to play this is just a parting shot, I guess.
possibly parting shot into that of the Lunala, because all they need to do is switch in the Incineroar and they would be able to get in the Intimidate anyway.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of defensive switches here for Ivan. For at least for the next 2 turns. Just try to wait out maybe the Trick Room. But again, it's pretty early on. Trick Room is still very much in control of this game. We're going to see the Terra.
Okay, here you go. This is going to be the second turn here for that Trick Room. So we still have 3 more turns after this one. And here comes the Terra. Again, water into that of the Incineroar just to make sure that it survives any form of a super effective hits towards the dark typing. And there we go, the fake out's gonna be popped on the spell. Moon Guy's Beam again into that of the Flutter Mane just to take it out. I think Francis is thinking, hey, you know what? Ivan is going to try to think that I'm gonna use a Moon Guy's Beam into with that of the Incineroar, but no, I just want to take out the Fluttermane.
That's right. Fluttermane now, again, was such a huge threat in the previous game. Now going to be out for Ivan, and it's going to be up to this Koraidon to maybe equalize for now. Again, still very healthy Pokemon here on the side of Francis, so I don't know what much he's going to do here. Probably... now I think it's Francis's. I think that's a lot of offense in the last 2 turns for Francis. Maybe he wants to slow it down now.
I mean, at this point, right, they still have the speed advantage going to that of the against that of Ivan.
That's true.
Unless, because we don't have the information here, unless this Koraidon is actually an adamant Koraidon with less training into the speeds. So that could possibly be make it be a viable option for Trick Room. But then again, the Ursaluna is still here.
It's more likely the Ursaluna's just gonna go first here.
I mean, the Ursaluna is definitely going to go up.
He's like the
first,
lowest speed here, right?
But that's true. But then again, that would allow the Koraidon to go second that way.
That's true. And despite the Koraidon, of course, going for the Protect.
So Hassan actually predicting the switch in. Meteor Beam again. There you go. Power Herb going to get popped up.
Did he double up on the Ho-Oh?
I think that's going to be the case here. There you go, they did! Predict the switch in. Going to be able to take out the Ho-Oh at that turn. Beautiful read coming from Francis. And knowing that, hey, you know what? The experience comes into play.
That's experience right there, man. That is just going to be a little bit tough to climb yourself out. Incineroar is going to still be able to maybe do something here. Possible fake out onto the Ursaluna, maybe slow it down and stop it. But that Lunala is also just going rampant on this game. Again,
one more Trick Room, though.
One more turn of Trick Room.
See, the thing is, they can just go in for another attack here, maybe do a Trick Room next turn, and remove the Ursaluna, switch it out. Again, it's still going to be able to survive anyway, but then it's already at -2 attack, so...
We saw Moon Guy's team as well. They're doubling up.
Yeah.
They're trying to take out this Koraidon.
It's just, that's going to be the only one left here for the source of damage, rather.
Yeah.
It's just that Ivan, and takes down this Koraidon, essentially takes out Ivan as well. Again, what's going to do? Knock off parting shot?
Nah, that's not good. That's not going to do much. And now,
no,
even avoiding
as well.
No way.
This is looking pretty bleak right now for Ivan this turn, you know. And now we are now at the Trick Room is now out.
It's 4 against 2. Koraidon is so injured in this game. Not really good. I doubt he's going to be able to do much. Can't even do a Flare Blitz, I think, at the risk of knocking yourself out.
I mean, at this point, right? Like, they can essentially just do anything, honestly. They still have 2 more Pokemon at the back. And they have a lot of leeway as of the moment.
Yeah, he can actually save the... He can actually just go ahead and Rage Powder into the Brute Bonnet. Just go ahead and throw it to the Ursaluna. The Brute Bond's going to be able to tank so many hits, man.
There you go. Another berry here. Just a little bit of a HP up. There you go. So just berry popped up. Telling the crowd, hey, you know what? I'm a little bit thirsty right now. I'm a little bit...
Calm down.
Yeah, there you go. Calm down.
Yeah, calm down.
A little bit of a stacks here.
And there you go, a little bit of a speed boost. Probably will be helping out later, but
there you go.
Doesn't really matter that much. Here comes the Facade, and that's going to be Koraidon going down.
And there you have it. No more source of damage here coming from the side of Ivan, with the exception of knockoff. But then again, there's still 4 more Pokemon into the side of Francis, which this is going to be a very, you know, we can definitely say this is already a game here for Francis.
Yeah, safe to say that is going to be game. Not really much an Incineroar on its own can do. And that is going to be Francis winning in a 2-1 victory.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. The final game, the final round of today's matches.
Yeah, that was beautifully crafted there by Francis. Really,
I'd
really beautiful. That was like a complete stomp in that last one.
Yes.
4-0 on the Pokemon count. I like what he was doing there, really maximizing
Yes.
that Lunala and getting the proper reads as
Yes,
well.
I mean that's how Francis usually plays, at least based on how I saw their game plan from way back.
Yeah.
They always, especially in best of 3, obviously that is something that they won't be able to do in a best of 1. But in best of 3, of course, you have those leeway to just observe your opponent, what they are going to be playing up against you on game number 1. Download them,
Yeah.
and you saw what happened. You saw what the Tyrant did. Downloaded Ivan the game number 1. Game number 2, they were getting there. And game number 3, immediately wipe out and de-engineered Ivan.
Yeah, downloaded all that data into this one and just utilized it to its
Yes.
full potential in game 2 and game number 3.
It was a beautiful play, honestly, coming from Francis.
Excellent maneuvers there. So congratulations, Francis. He will be moving up, and don't worry, guys. If you're a big fan of Cinnamon here, he is going to be
Yes.
able to still continue
Yes.
into day number 2. We'll see them very, very shortly.
But, Francis right now, 5-1, actually.
5-1.
So this is not whether or not it would depend on the result. Tyrant will be coming back for day number 2.
Absolutely. So hope you guys enjoyed that one. I know I did.
Yes.
And again, for this one, we do have a lot more in store for you, at least for day number 2. Because right
Yes.
now, day 1 is currently wrapping up here in
Yes.
the SMX Convention Center in Manila.
But then again, speaking of wrapping up day number 1, that only means that we can now set up our side events going into day number 2. So even if you're not watching, we want you to watch the matches here, the finals. But if you are, if you have some free time here, of course, you can still go to our side events here. Of course, this is just for day number 1. We're not going to have this anymore. It's
Yep.
already been wrapped up.
It's all
But
wrapped up.
going into day number 2, though, of course, this is still the point get battle here, which we get to see earlier. It was very close to us. They were playing just there. But then again, as I mentioned, this is now going into day number 2. These are the things that you can experience even if you're not playing as a competitor. You can still enjoy playing Pokopia, Pokemon Champions, which again, Rockhart has been playing on breaks. There has been quite a long break, and
Yeah.
man, just to refine us again, we're going to be moving into Pokemon Champions after this one, so definitely need to hone ourselves to play this one, and it's free to play as well. It's free
Yeah.
to download, it's free to play, and very amazing one as well to have, and it's going to be available on the mobile as well.
That's right. So watch out for that later on this year. And of course, our tournament prizes are still, just to remind everyone,
Yes.
that everyone joining for day 2 will be fighting for some pretty big stakes. Everyone who joined here in day
Yes.
1 as well will be getting their microfiber cloth and their notebook they can use during the tournament.
Yes.
And of course, for our possible trophies here is going to be here, right
Yes.
there. Our trophies for you.
We have not seen it just yet. I think we're going to be seeing the actual trophies tomorrow.
Yes, probably
Right.
tomorrow, the
Yeah.
physical trophies. I was looking around, was looking for
Yeah,
it.
I
Not
saw.
quite there yet, but we will see it. And of course, 3rd place to 10th place will be getting an invite to the Pokemon
Yes.
World Championships.
And of course, you might be wondering what's going to be for the 1st and 2nd. They are going to be getting the same thing, but instead also going to have the travel award, which means if they are 1st and 2nd, they just need to prepare and practice for the upcoming World Championships because their flights and booking and everything are all going to get taken care of by the Pokemon.
I'm very excited to see who our 2 finalists are going to be
Yes.
tomorrow. That's going to be a lot of intense Pokemon action.
Yes.
Hopefully you saw your favorite Pokemon today.
I
Some
did.
of yours.
I did. I mean, at
Uh,
least for the regulation.
for the
you know?
regulation,
I mean, I was
right?
almost getting out of hope. I mean, the first 3 matches we never got to see Koraidon, but this time, well,
It did a lot.
we were given a lot of Koraidon at
Yeah.
the latter half of the day. So
Yeah, who's your favorite Pokemon? Comment it down below. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We've got a lot more Pokemon
Yes.
action in store for you. We've been your casters. I'm Rockhart. This is JJ Kun.
and we'll be back tomorrow for more VGC action only here at the Master Ball League 2025-2026 Asia Championship Series Philippine region. So, well, I guess that's it for day number 1. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.